thinking the same thing that they do.
Yeah.
You see this a lot from them where it's like, well, we're only saying what everyone's thinking. It's like, no one's thinking that.
Yeah, that's the most annoyingly presumptuous
Yeah.
thing. Like, bro, you cannot read my mind. Stop trying.
Literally. Okay, I think we're about to... Oh, we might be streaming, but hold on a second. Testing. Why is it not... I can't tell if we're streaming or not, because it's not showing any... It's just a black screen.
I'm looking at the channel, and there's no...
Nothing yet. Sometimes it takes a sec. Oh, here we go. I think we're going now.
Oh.
Check it now.
Let's see.
Yes.
Oh, yep, there we are.
Alright, and how do we sound? Luke's in the fucking chat!
Oh, already?
Luke's the guy, dude. Luke's the guy. Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's yeah, we sound good. You're live and live, folks.
I'm trying to think of a comparison. Like, okay, if you and I were like not even just you and I, you, me, Vex, Thurman, for wherever the fuck he is right now, if we were all like an indie band, Luke would be like the one guy in our audience, you know, like he's like the one.
He's always there.
He was there, and then if we ever get big, he'll be the groupie. He'll come around with us. He'll like, you know, we'll go out to eat with him after a show. He'll be chill as fuck. And what's nice about this is if I ever go to the UK ever, I got a guy who can show me around. Like I'm actually so hyped for that. You have no idea. We have I have a guy from Germany. We have a guy from the UK. I don't know if we have any other foreign people. And then where do you live again, Rios? What state?
Yeah, now I'm living in
Minnesota.
So my mom is actually born. She was born and raised in Africa, but she moved here like in the 80s. So yeah. So all my mom's side of family like African, like actual like yeah.
Wait,
like,
so then how
like,
far back in like your hold on? Wait, so that's like pretty recent then. It's not like super. So your mom actually was born in Africa?
Yeah.
Damn. What was the, if you don't mind me asking, what was like the story of like her getting here?
Kind of complicated.
Oh, if you don't want to say, don't worry.
Well, yeah, it was just for like, yeah, I probably can say it on stream.
No problem. I was just curious for like educational purposes.
Drama, like family drama.
I see. Okay. Yeah. No. I'm like, my family's been in America for a long time. Like, I think all I know is that my mom's side is like English and my dad's side is Scottish. But like, long time ago, that shit's diluted as fuck in my blood. I'm a straight-blooded American.
Well, apparently, I do have some Indian on my paternal grandma's side, so I guess there's that, like some like Native American, I should say.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Cancel this man. Right. Okay, let's see here. I think we've got everything prepared. You want to just hop right the fuck into it, I guess?
Yeah, I just finished up blasting my social media.
Oh yeah, we got a blast. I forgot.
Yeah.
Just like Karine in the English dub, we're blasting out a piss.
Oh my. Yeah.
Did you ever go and listen to that, by the way?
Oh, not yet. But
all right,
I got on my like.
I gotta see.
Like,
yeah, on your list. It'll take 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I wonder if anyone's put that out on like on YouTube. Blast out a piss. 100 it fucking auto completes.
Oh my Lord.
Yes. Okay, hold on, please. No, that's the sub. Lame. All right, I'm gonna have to probably find it on like Crunchyroll or some shit. Oh well. Yeah, no, I love the voice. Whoever's the voice actress for for Karine in the dub is excellent. Yeah. Hey Luke, I got a job for you if you want to do it. Can you go and get the clip from the dub where Karine says, from episode 1, where she's like, I was just looking for a place to blast out a piss. Can you do that and then send it to me on Discord? Please and thank you. Like, only if you want to. That'd be excellent. Okay.
Alright.
YouTube Studio. I gotta bring up the chat. I was just looking. Wait, hold on. Can I? I wonder if I can get like a pop-up of the chat on the side of the screen or something. Fuck you, OBS.
If you can, I mean, that'd be like a browser source.
I could have sworn OBS was gonna like do that for me, but I guess they decided not to. Oh well. I was just looking for a place to blast out a piss. Are you good? Are you good on your end? What are we waiting for on your end?
Oh, no, I'm good. Yeah, we got.
Okay.
I mean, we can just start. Yeah, we can start with me, the beautiful girl.
Me. Okay. Let me just give me a quick second here. All right. I'll do it. Thanks, Luke. I appreciate it. Even though you hate my voice, Shred, you still want me. I have this joke of it. He's got the like you know how there's like a sexy British accent and like the Cockney like, but Red, don't you know that, you know, it's that's what he sounds like.
Be nice.
He knows I love him. He's allowed. Listen, at any point Luke wants to, he can make fun of me being like a fat, nasty American. Okay, he's totally allowed. That's totally acceptable. Listen, man, I'd rather have your accent and have healthcare and not have school shootings.
Oh my God, yes, please.
So honestly, I am fully.
Britain recolonize us.
I was gonna say, if Britain would like to come and like annex, like retake the country, I'm super down. You know, I'm ready.
Especially now that apparently a leftist party is
exactly. Labor took back over. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, so just to be nuanced here, I did hear that the Labor Party's a little bit more of like neoliberally centrist, but way better than the way better than the Conservatives. Anything's better than the Conservatives at this point. All right. So, beautiful girl. I'll just start with my take because it's gonna be a lot more like fuck this bitch, and then you can be more nuanced. Like I said, there's like I think I have 3 or 4 max, like 3 or 4 F tiers. She's one of them. For me, I've never liked this character trope. Are you a Bleach fan by chance, Rios?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Do you know what she reminds me of instantly? Yumi Chika.
Ooh, yeah.
You know, well, my sword blooms beautifully, and you know, it's just like I don't like that character type. I never have. And like I already find women beautiful. You don't need to be telling me how beautiful you are. Like that's an unattractive character trait for both a character and a real person. It's just I don't find it funny. Like I can't even think of a moment where I thought she was funny. And like to me, she's probably the F tieriest of F tiers because
damn.
Yeah, like I think I hate her a little more than Number Girl. And it's because her chapters I think are so boring. Now for you it might be a little different because usually they involve Nano a bit, but like every chapter where it's like her doing like I don't know, a beautiful like a fashion show or like a spelling bee or whatever the fuck they were doing, like all those little like a rematch with Nano, I found those to be probably some of the most boring chapters of the series, whereas most of these chapters I'm fucking thriving, I'm reading them. These ones I'm like struggling to get through. Like, oh god. I actually remember, I'm not even shitting you. You know how I told you I'd read a bunch and then I'd take like a month or 2 break and then I'd read a bunch?
Yeah.
One of the biggest breaks I took in reading 100 Girlfriends was because I got to a 2-chapter stretch of chapters that were focused on her and I just couldn't will myself to read through them. So I was there and I just like stopped reading for like 2 months because I was like, ugh, this bitch. So yeah, she's the F tierest of F tiers for me. But this is Rios' list. Go ahead, Rios.
Okay, now for me, at first I was concerned that this was like just some spoiled rich girl, but I mean we learned pretty quickly that she's not. She's actually like just some random like daughter of like a working family. Like apparently they like a tofu shop or something like that. But anyway, like all of her like beauty stuff is like, what did I say? Like I appreciate that it was like a matter of effort on her part. I mean that didn't like make me love it.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Like any
took off the edge.
Like any character in this show, she's not as bad as she could be. Keep in mind, when I'm saying I hate a character F tier, this is like a disconnect that I think you and I have sometimes. This isn't me saying she's like awful as all characters go. I shift my scale for the quality of the show I'm talking about.
Within the scale of 100 Girlfriends.
Yeah. Like the worst character in 100 Girlfriends is better than like the best character in like Rent a Girlfriend. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh my lord.
You were saying that?
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to I'm trying to jog my memory of some.
Oh,
Cause,
no problem, dude. Yeah.
yeah.
Do you
I
want
mean,
me
yeah,
to?
I definitely feel that she is one. No, I agree with that. But oh, yes. One thing that that I just want to like push back on. I don't think her obsession with beauty is necessarily just like physical like looks or whatever. Because I think the way she speaks of beauty, like I think that's just kind of like the word she uses for like something being good or like just like she's the kind of person who would describe a functioning economy as beautiful or
The elegance,
cable,
yeah.
yeah, or like good cable management as like beautiful. And speaking as someone who works in the IT field, good cable management is actually just straight up beautiful.
She
But
walks
like
into the fucking computer lab in their school and she's
yeah,
like,
like
"Oh, those cables are gorgeous."
yeah, like I appreciate that she's able to appreciate beauty in like all things. Like she just she just describes it as beauty rather than like something that would be more like I don't know,
Yeah,
it
no, I
sounds
feel what you're
like
saying. I think I would say though that like even with that interpretation and read of it, doesn't that make her one of the most like boring
oh well
girls?
definitely
Yeah,
yeah
like that's all I'm saying. In a series where like so many of these characters are like genuinely fascinating and like I love spending time with them. She's one that there's only a handful that fade into the background for
mm-hmm.
me, and you know what I mean, and she's one of them, you know?
Yeah, I mean I definitely liked her recent chapter with the like the bunny girlfriend and how she was like that was a good example of how of her displaying that for her beauty is just the word she uses for like good character
Mm.
or like and just like how she was trying to match up to Rentaro's inhuman standards, but
Yeah, I'm trying to. Oh, right, you're talking about the one where like, because the bunny girlfriend's like, she's so
yeah,
needy in terms of like hanging out with people.
yeah,
Yeah.
and Mimi recognized she that's something that I really like appreciate. Like I Mimi noticed like basically immediately that the bunny girl was starting to like feel left out, and like
Mm-hmm.
she caught on that like a some metaphor. But,
Yeah. I definitely don't think she's like a bad person. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
everyone in this group, for the most part, I think, are like good-hearted people.
and yeah, decent human beings.
Yeah, I don't think.
Like I said before, they're all supernaturally good natured, lovely
Yeah.
people.
I think there's a couple of them. Like we'll get
Yeah,
to
most of them.
Numbers Girl has the capacity to be a bitch. Like you know what I
Yeah.
mean. We'll talk about that when we get there. But like that's another reason why Numbers Girl, like what a terrible first impression she made. But with Beautiful Girl, yeah, no, she's very nice. But again, it's like we talked. I think when we were talking about Pinky, I think about how
Mm.
like I'm not super into the stereotypical like what's my personality? My personality is girl, you know, woman,
Yeah.
you know, I my personality is like the girls section in the toys department, you know, Barbies and I play house and you know what I mean?
Right.
Like I just like a woman who feels like they're like a person and not like their whole personality is girl. I wear makeup and I do my hair and I go to fashion shows and it's like to me that's not really that's not a personality, that's an absence of a personality. That's you've taken your prescribed gender role and made it your entire personality. You know what I mean? And that's just boring
Mm.
to me. You know, but yeah, like I feel like you're such a good-natured person, Rios. I feel like you're like getting
I mean,
uncomfortable like no, I'm just
person.
making a joke. It
Yeah.
feels like you're getting like,
Yeah.
"Oh, he's being so mean to these girls." And I'm like, "They're
No,
fictional."
it's more of like when I criticize, I want to like really like
Hmm.
like I want to make sure I can really like justify like if I so that's why my criticisms are a little lackluster because
No,
that's
it's
the
fine.
level I can justify at least at the moment.
We,
But yeah,
no, we have a good
yeah,
partner thing going on here. You know,
yeah,
I'm
good
the one.
callback.
I'm just gonna say shit, and then you're gonna be like, "Hold on, it has to have 3 sources, and it has to be peer reviewed."
Yeah,
um,
but yeah, I mean I do yeah like I said I agree that she does yeah her character is one note. I mean she did like even like probably her best showing during that like that sports festival with the weird ass named towns where she like it's like freaking like just uh fails at the beginning but then near the end at the end of it she turns it back around by realizing that like because like, he failed in the beginning sprint because he didn't want to look like he was trying too hard, and he thought that would like ruin her beauty.
That's not beautiful. Yeah, she needs to be effortlessly. Yeah.
Yeah, where she recognizes no, effort is beautiful, but even that, it's still kind of just treading the same.
And it's kind of
within...
boring, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like that's my big thing. Yeah. And I'm trying to, because like with all these girls, I want to talk about like their big like character moments and big like character focus. But like even with her, I'm like all I can think about is like her weird rivalry with Nano, which like
she does have a bit of a relationship with Meme, which is interesting.
Yeah,
that an interesting foil.
I agree. Yeah, because you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I do like that relationship because I think it's because Meme. From her perspective, Meme is so effortlessly beautiful because Meme maybe doesn't think she's beautiful. That's like, and
she also, she wants to hide herself, whereas Mimi wants to display herself. And
and I think that for the beautiful girl, like Meme is like this. She's a representation of what she can't have, right? Which is like beautiful girl knows she's beautiful, but she also believes in this like you talked about earlier, this like effortlessness, right? But she knows she's putting in so much effort to being beautiful and taking care of herself, whereas Meme is like just kind of naturally beautiful and doesn't recognize how beautiful she is, and she wants to hide it, and she can't comprehend that. She's like, girl, what do you mean? I gotta see that face.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that is a fun relationship, and that's something you and I have talked about this before, and I want to talk about it on the stream here. I adore how this series, it's another thing that makes the girls in this series feel more three-dimensional and human than like other series than even like Comey and even like good ones like Comey and stuff, because the fact that they all like make their own little cliques and they make friendships among the group. It would have been so easy to just have all these girls have eyes only for Rentaro, but they all have their own inner circles, inner friendships. They have ones that they get along more or less with. It's just so nice and refreshing. And I won't spoil it because you haven't read the most recent chapter yet, but in the most recent chapter, I think we've just seen another one of those form with the author girl and someone else. And like, yes,
and forward to.
And I can totally envision these two characters after this most recent chapter just hanging out in the background all the time. Like I love it so much.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the like standout qualities of the series. Like it's so wholesome, these relationships they have with each other.
The Bechdel test has been passed so hard in this series. And sure, some would say, but they're talking about Rentaro a lot. It's like, yeah, but there's plenty of moments where they're not. You know what I mean? Like,
there are even chapters where that boy does not show up at all, or he's not even mentioned.
Love
it.
So
anyone's saying that, they don't know what they're talking about.
I actually really like that the team behind this series is one woman and one man too. You know what I mean? It makes me happy when a series that's predominantly about women has a woman on the team creating it. It's not just two men, because that makes me feel like, that someone on this team that's writing this, I know she's not the writer, she's the author, but I have to assume she has like input.
Especially in the character design.
Exactly. So the fact that like there's someone on the team that like understands women and how they think and stuff, that makes me feel even more confident in this series' ability to be accurate and like really, because like let's be honest, respectful's huge, and let's be honest, and it's I love men. I'm a man. Women write better romance almost always, and
almost always.
And the guy that writes this, he's like the exception, I guess, because like God bless. I mean, think about like I love the romance between Edward Elric and Winry in Fullmetal Alchemist. That's a woman who wrote that. I really like the romance in Toilet Bound Hanako-kun. That's a woman who wrote that. It's a lot of the best ones I can think of. Beastars. You ever fuck with Beastars?
I know of it, but I haven't.
Beastars is
haven't watched it.
Interesting, and also a woman and the daughter of the person who wrote fucking Baki.
Oh,
did you know that?
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Isn't that insane? It's like
crazy.
The guy who wrote the most manly thing ever the guy didn't birth her, but is the father to the woman who wrote the gayest, furriest thing ever. It's the best thing I've ever seen in my life. But
I think. I don't really think I have anything else to say about Mimi. I mean, we got a glimpse during that one chapter where they went to like that, I don't even know how to describe it, where like he and Rin and Hakuori went to like the like toy place where they play with those like weird robotic dolls, and Rins became Chainsaw Man. We got a glimpse that Mimi is a little insecure about her like her presentation or whatever, and she was like a fake.
Anyone who's that like anal about their appearance, it is definitely because there's a level of insecurity, right? Like,
I mean, that's definitely a thread that I would like to see the author pull on a little more in the future with her character.
Yeah, I agree. You know, like, and I can kind of speak to that a little bit because, like, when I was growing up, do you know the meme about like you know, the classic like gamer fit where it's like like tan cargo shorts and a Zelda shirt? Have you seen that meme? Do you know the meme? So that was unironically me growing up until like high school. Like I would wear shorts, sometimes basketball shorts because I was fat and I wanted stretchy shorts, and then like a t-shirt that was like 2 sizes too big for me because, you know, I was fat and I didn't like to, you know, made me uncomfortable. Right. And I remember like growing up, I wasn't self-aware enough to know how ugly that was. Like, I just didn't consider it. I didn't think about it. But then, like, something clicked in my head. Like, when I became an adult and went out to college, I, like, started to think all of a sudden about, like, fashion and how you present yourself. And like, now I look back at old pictures of myself and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I dressed like that. So, like, when I look at someone like her who's, like, obsessively, you know, every morning taking, like, an hour on her hair, an hour on her outfit, it makes me think, like, she probably went through something like that where, like, one last thing just to finish my thought here, because now, you know, I'm not saying I'm like a fashionista or anything, but like before, I can't even leave my house until I like the way I look in the mirror. If I look in the mirror and I don't like how I look, that's gonna ruin my whole day. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not like as obsessive as her, but like I want my hair to be nice. I want to have a shirt that's like not the wrong size. You know what I mean? Like, so I feel her on that level, right? Where it's like, you know, if you become aware enough of how you look, and if you don't like how you look, that can like ruin your whole mood as you go out the door. You know what I mean?
Right.
Go ahead. Did you have anything else to say about it?
Oh yeah. I mean, I guess I'm just gonna tie in like the fact, the previously mentioned fact that her family were working like some sort of tofu like shop, whatever. That probably is. They probably are a little like maybe middle class, maybe like lower class, and that would. I guess that could contribute to this feeling of inadequacy that is motivating her, like, looks complex.
She's putting out some kind of, like, false persona to compensate for, like, a feeling of, inequity, but, like, not being good enough type thing. Yeah, I agree with you. And this is something I'm pretty sure Luke and I talked about in our video, that there's a lot of more development that we could do with her character, for sure.
Yeah.
So
that's a good thing about.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good thing about a series is this long. The author has a lot of chances to like turn a character who at the beginning we might not, you know, see anything interesting, to turn them into something like radically different.
100%. I have so many of these that started out as like C or B tier and ended up S tier for me. But it just hasn't happened yet with Beautiful Girl. But yeah, so for now, what letter is she for now?
Probably low C, like probably beneath Shizuka.
Okay. So let me ask you, so you actually like Iku less than her? It's okay. I just want to make sure we're accurate.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm well, yeah, because I love Mimi's fits. Like, she looks gorgeous in them. Like, I mean, now, like I said, I don't like nothing against Ika. He has really good fits, but she's a good Mimi's like corset and like leggings combo is like, oh my lord! Like, every time I see that, I'm like.
So this is coming down to. I know what this is coming down to. This is coming down to Rios being a tomboy hater.
Not a hater.
As I am a maid hater, you are a tomboy hater.
I just haven't got my certification in tomboy love.
You like yourself a feminine girl. I understand.
Yeah.
All right.
Now,
okay.
for.
Oh yeah, over here. Did you want to go first? Do you want me to go first?
Well, you go first.
Okay.
You helped me contextualize my feelings in a lot of these.
What a great pair we are. Let's see. I can I be like your service animal? Like, oh, don't worry, he's here to fucking help me contextualize my feelings.
Yeah.
When you have to go do jury duty, I'll be on the side. Okay. So let me think. Soulmate, mind mate. I gotta look at the fucking.
Yeah.
Family. Okay, so I think I get it now. Mind mate is like you're able to kind of like talk about like deep concepts on end, right? Like okay, and so she's beautiful girl, soulmate, mind mate, helpmate, friend zone, family zone, friend of me's. I don't. Do you think she'd be the type? I can't remember. Remind me if she's ever done this. Would she be the type to be like? I don't think she's ever been like, you're dressing like that. Ew, like she doesn't do that.
No, I don't think so. She usually is perceived as like, oh, you're so beautiful for like dressing in a way that corresponds to your like, you know, like
that's your own unique beauty type thing.
Yeah, kind of thing.
Okay, so I don't think we'd be frenemies because I don't think she would like disrespect me or anything.
Yeah.
You know what? For me, she'd be family zone because she actually reminds me a little bit of my sister. I don't know if I've told you about my sister. She's way older than me. She was actually born almost 10 years older than her. So I think she was 9 when I was born. So like she was born in the mid 80s. And it's really, really interesting because my dad, my mom, and me, we've all always kind of been chubby, overweight, kind of a little bit. But my sister, for whatever reason, I'm not shitting you, is like model skinny and like has always been like very stereotypically attractive, and it's like when I show people like, yeah, this is my sister, no one believes me. Like she looks so different, and she's like really, really fit, and she is the type of person who's like does her hair, does her makeup, so like honestly she kind of reminds me of my sister. So I'm gonna put, for me it'd be family zone, but what about you?
I'm stuck between friend zone and family zone. Might be a coin toss.
Well, do you think when you think about what you do with her, hanging out with her, would it be more? Would it be like, oh, this is a friend that I want to like actually hang out with and do friend stuff with, or would it feel more like obligation? I'm hanging out with you. I don't not like you. I like you, but it's more like, oh, we're gonna have a dinner together and then we won't talk for a couple months. You know, what's more accurate for her?
Yeah, probably the second one. So yeah, I'm gonna go with family zone for the time being. Yeah.
I like that we both agree that we wouldn't want to date her. Is what we're saying. Oh God. Yeah, I mean, because that's what I know she's not, but like the way her like the front thing that she pushes about herself, it makes her feel shallow. You know what I mean? Like it makes
you have to like realize, like, so you have to do something to make you realize, oh wait, this person is not just like vain. Like,
yeah, you got to dig past.
I mean, they're pretty vain, but there's deepness to the vainness.
You got to dig past the like weird. I'm trying to think how to word this. You got to dig past the part about herself that she pushes to the front in order to get to her real creamy center. You know.
Yeah.
I'll make her center creamy. Okay, moving on. That's unfortunate because I put her in family zone, so I guess I'm fucking my sister.
We owe Alabama over here.
Yeah, well, we'll get to her and two girls. Natty's gonna be like, in America, they're free to fuck their cousins. So free over there. I like how, no, we're not too natty yet, but I gotta say, I do like how, like, incorrect she is about her assumptions about America.
Yeah, oh my, like, he really just, like, he's just heard the memes, basically, and all the movies, and...
Because these days, America's, like, not that free at all. We have so many stupid laws, and then you got the Republicans trying to, like, ban books and shit, and it's like, and she's still over here thinking, like, they're so free! And it's like, all right.
They're free to ban whatever they want.
So, here comes... A peak girl. I love her. I think we all love her. A little bit of shyness is super cute. I like her. I like how they did her shtick, where it's like she's shy, and then she also does like the Naruto substitution jutsu whenever she's like seen, and like the way that they like work that into her character is that she's like also a knitter, so she's constantly got like a bag full of like little like crocheted plushies that she's got. So it's super cute, like, because that both adds like a funny visual gag that the author clearly wanted to do, but also it does the thing that this series is so good at, where hold on, do I have these in the wrong order? I think it was supposed to be cousin, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely the shy girl, right?
I forgot that it was her before the cousin. My bad. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. Sorry to derail
They
there.
got similar fit in this picture.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, but the what he did there with like he really did a two birds one stone with like A, I want to have her do the Naruto substitution jutsu, but B, making her like a knitter or a sewer or whatever the hell she is specifically. I don't know the differences in that. That gives her like again, she feels human because her entire character isn't just I'm the shy girl. She sews, she knits, she's like into like arts and crafts, and that's so cute. And like you can imagine yourself like dating her, like, oh, she's really shy. It's kind of tough to bring her out into places, but when we're home hanging out, she's like knitting and making me cool like stuff, and she's teaching me how to knit, and that's just super cute. Yeah, so for me, she would be an A tier. She's not quite at the heights of S for me, but she's definitely top A tier.
Yeah, some recent events from her put probably like I put maybe like low S tier, high A tier. I'll sell specifically once we talk about it more. Yeah, I remember during during her intro chapter, I was calling her Big Booby Shizuka, but as the stories have gone on and those two characters, I gotten to see more of them. They're they're definitely different. Like,
oh yeah,
like I mentioned before, Shizuka has that like fierceness to her that Meme kind of doesn't have.
Yeah, I don't even consider Shizuka super shy. Like Shizuka, the only reason Shizuka appears to be shy is because she's got a bad speech impediment. But like other than that, like she's down to talk to people. She's not scared about like people seeing her face or like interacting with her. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and yeah. So as the story's gone on, I've been really impressed by Meme's like thoughtfulness, I guess. Like I remember first really noticing during that chapter where she and Rentaro were in her room, and she like immediately realized that if Rentaro thought for a millisecond that she was like dissatisfied with the day, he basically turned himself inside out to like satisfy him. He's like, I gotta stop that from happening.
Are we talking about the one where he like climbs into the fucking like plushie Rentaro?
Yeah, that she knitted of him.
Dude, I mean, if you imagine you're a boyfriend to a girl, and you're like, even in for a second, thinking in your head, like, I wonder if she really likes me, and then you open the closet and you see a life-size stitched version of yourself. It's like, at that point, is that creepy, or are you like,
if you like me too much, like,
No, she's like, wait, don't judge me. I use it to practice cuddling you and to practice talking to you. I just want to be able to get near you, and that's like that's legit because like we see before they pull out that thing, they're watching a movie, but they're like fucking 3 feet apart from each other. Oh my Lord. She's struggling.
Takes some getting used to on my end, but
well, I think the fact that she's working on it is making it better, right? I imagine by now they've got to be able to at least like touch and kiss. I mean, we've seen them kiss, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, obviously a lot of times they'll kiss and then she'll fucking Naruto substitution jutsu out of there. But I think my assumption would be if you give her a year or two, she'll get over that, and then you'll get like you know, this is some TMI stuff, but I share everything. Allie and I, like, we were slow moving when we dated, and I personally think that's a better like way to go about it, because if you hop into like dating a girl and you're like month 1 you're fucking, I think like you don't really know if you love that person at that point yet. You know what I mean? Like if you no, it's different if you're just wanting to do like a fuck buddy thing, or you want to play it loose. That's totally fine. But if you're looking for like a lifetime relationship, I think moving slow is the way to do it. You know what I mean? And so like I honestly I was dating her like a year and a half before we had sex, and a lot of it was because she was nervous. She had gotten like burned in a previous relationship by someone who kind of messed with her heart, and then it was like, okay, well, I'm not sure if I'm ready to do that yet. And when you're very chill about that kind of thing, and you're like, of course, yeah, I'm in no hurry. You know what that shows? Right. That shows that you're not just there to fuck. You know what I mean? So anyway, I'm rambling, but
it allows comfort to the ability to relax with the other person.
Yeah, and
that's proves so important for like happy. Like, well, not just happy sex, but happy relationships.
Absolutely, and it proves to the other person that you're not just there for like carnal satisfaction. You're not just there to fucking dump. You actually want to be with the person because you enjoy talking to them and interacting with them. Because to me, that's what a relationship is all about. You what you're in love with is not their body, but their brain. You know, obviously the body is the cherry on top, but you should be in love with the person that they are, talking to them. That's the real relationship. That's the thing that's going to make it last. And like, I'm yapping right now, but like Mei, essentially how I'm relating this to Mei is that, yes, that would be kind of like sad and disappointing for the first like couple months to a year maybe with Mei, where she's like too nervous to touch you. I get the feeling with Mei that like, if you give her time to acclimate and get used to it, she would eventually warm up to it, and then it would be a really satisfying relationship because you know you put in the work and like you actually got to witness her slowly getting like this girl who's so scared, like she's so scared to even like be seen by someone in public, but she's like cuddling up to you after like a year or two of like, you know, you guys getting more comfortable with each other. I feel like that would feel very emotionally satisfying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking as someone who is themselves very like not shy, but like you know, very slow to warm to people. It's like I don't know how the two of us would ever actually get in a relationship unless there was like some like external forces.
Oh,
like,
two shy people.
Yeah,
that's actually so cute. You both look at each other and both do the substitution jutsu at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I basically have like my own like less magic words. Like I'm very good at, like fading into the background when I need to and just pretending to not exist.
So I mean, you would do the meme where that guy puts out the fucking peace sign and just
yeah, or like Homer sliding into the bushes, that kind of thing. That's how I do it. Like when I'm out in public, I basically pretend no one else exists, and that's a really good way of basically not existing in public. So it's like, I mean, I'm always imagining like how would we even get together? But for the category here, I do kind of assume that there's already some basic level of familiarity that's been established to get around those.
Here, I got the scenario for you. You're both in this high school, and you get assigned to a group project together, so you like have to talk. Boom, there's your in.
Yeah, that would do it.
I think you guys would appreciate how similar, you know, you guys would be able to bond over being incredibly debilitatingly shy, I think.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Like I feel like you'd be talking to each other while not making eye contact. You'd both be like looking the opposite way.
That would be it.
And then,
or even just like texting each other in the same room.
Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, so I'm a big fan. You said that, so you said low S or high A, so I feel like maybe this is your first S.
Yeah, actually, I would probably just put her in S.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree.
Even her gag of like when that first chapter when they pretend to end it on like, oh, she disappeared, never to be seen again. Rentaro just fucking rips the pages out like that. It's like the apotheosis of the fourth wall breakage that has been going on to that point. And so like after that, there was no fourth wall anyway. It was just like anything went kind of thing.
Yeah, that was a moment. That's the moment that people are gonna talk about when they say that Rentaro can beat Goku.
Yes, you just tear out the pages where he loses and just leave all that.
all that needs to happen is that Goku needs to like accidentally hurt or threaten one of his girls, and then he's gonna fucking lose his shit. Like what?
I mean, Goku already went. Rentaro already went Super Saiyan back in the.
Yeah, we know he can go at least Super Saiyan.
To say nothing of how he's scared off a god of like the god of eternity. Like that was something else. We'll get to that.
That was wild, bro. Do you remember I sent you the art of that guy's eyes, like.
Yeah, I remember that was the chapter that sort of cemented it. Okay, Rentaro is great, but he's also kind of low-key terrifying.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, think about the kind of man you have to be the head of a 100-person polycule. You know, like, and we talked about it in the last stream, but I'm just so excited for the end game of this series because I genuinely think that we could get to a point where he is running his own self-sufficient like island government. Like, I mean, he's gonna have enough people for a whole little
like
block
the state
society.
Is gonna have to get involved at some point.
It's gonna be like the government's gonna be like, this is the reason that we've made polygamy illegal. You're gonna like destroy the economy. You're taking so much like people out of the workforce. There's a lot of things you're doing here.
Like you're gonna lower the genetic diversity of the entire Japanese gene pool. It's like
This reminds me, there's a character in One Piece whose story is that when he's introduced, he's like super attractive. He's got like a rose in his mouth. He's riding on a white horse. It's one of those type of characters. When they finally like ask him like what his deal is, he was like, "Oh, well, see, I was the prince of a nation, but they ended up like the king kicked me out because I was so popular with the women that the women refused to marry anyone else other than him." So like so his presence in the country was actually lowering the birth rate to almost zero because all the women wanted him specifically, and like
catastrophic risk.
the apocalyptic Riz, and so they kicked him out. They like banished him from the country, and when he left on the boat, there's still like a massive chunk of the women that got their own boat and followed him. So he's constantly being followed by like a boat full of women from his country that want to fuck him. And so like basically that's Rentaro in Japan right now. Like we're gonna get to a point. I genuinely hope that the author does this. There's got to be a point where the government takes notice and like what's going on here.
I mean, yeah, that's gonna be when we start getting the like government girlfriends, the police girlfriend, the like bureaucrat girlfriend, the politician girlfriend. Like
one of the girls has got to be like the prime minister of Japan. Oh god. Well, because I think genuinely that might happen because you remember that the chapter that we got where they were like, I'm gonna marry all of you, and then someone brought up like the legality of that, and he was like, doesn't matter, we'll change the law. We'll figure it out when we get to it. So like I think like girlfriend like somewhere in the 80 to 90 to 100 range, we're gonna get like a big up there politician. And then she's gonna be like, girl, I want to marry you and all the other girls, but I can't. Is there anything you can do about that? And she's like, I got it. And then she starts like lobbying for this like law to change and shit, just so she can marry Rentaro. I need it.
It'll be so easy for her because they have the money from pottery, and I'm sure by that point they're gonna have like each of the girls has their own families and friend circles.
Literally,
outside
and then
the Rentaro family.
Just through like the sphere of influence alone, they could probably like swing like 10,000 votes towards like an issue. And then like at this point they're gonna have like 80-90 girls, so they'll have like their whole ass like campaign team like just set. You're right, they have Hahari's money that they can just funnel into.
They've got an author artist in the form of Mary who can do propaganda for the party. Like
insane. Like the level of influence this guy's gonna have is going to be terrifying. Like, I don't know if Rentaro is gonna be aware of how much influence he's gonna have. God, it's so good, man. The more I read this series, the more I'm like, this is why monogamy is like pushed so much, because we'd be too powerful. The government is scared of what we'd be if we were all in like a polygamous relationship. I'm telling you. I mean, unironically, kind of true, right? There's the reason that like capitalist governments are scared of communism. It's because the whole idea is like, the whole idea is that
I've heard some like decent theories that like the control of like sex is a huge part of the not necessarily capitalist project, but like there's a big motivation behind the patriarchal movement, like being able to control sex and production of like I guess babies.
Oh my god, yeah. Like that's why
driving forward.
All Republicans can talk about recently is like we're not having enough babies because they're not gonna have their little fucking slave workers for their factories and shit. And like, yeah, I mean, if we could all like get together and like, you know, we have like our own little community garden and community library, we could all live off the grid. But they don't want that, you know what I mean? Because then we're not spending money on companies and shit. So like genuinely, there's so much to read into from this series. Rentaro is a goddamn communist hero. I fucking love it so much. Like this series actually is so based. I fucking love it so much. Anyway, holy shit. So I forgot where we were. Okay, we just S-tiered her. Is she?
Yeah,
are we talking soulmate? I feel like she's soulmate for you. Yes, you guys, you shy little babies. I love you guys. So cute. Okay, are we done talking about her and anything else?
Yeah. I think we're ready to.
Cousin.
A lot of people's worst girl.
I need to tweet it. There was a guy. Did you see the guy who tweeted at us about this on Twitter?
Oh, I don't think I did.
I gotta find him. He specifically was like, I'm not looking forward to this stream because I know you're gonna put Chio on F tier or whatever, and and I was like, I think you might be pleasantly surprised because it's your list, and also, me personally, so I'll just open up and say this: I'm willing as an olive branch to the cousin lovers to put her on D tier, okay? And here's why: because she, as a character, right? We talked about this in terms of like why I consider the scientist almost F tier. And it was because of many factors that built together, right? The diaper thing, the third party, or the third person thing, yeah. But like with Chio, she's missing one of the factors that would lead her to F tier, and that is that she's not a bad character. Like as a character, I don't think she's super annoying. In the beginning, I did, because in the beginning, all it felt she did was go like nag and be like, oh, "You're not," like when he brought her to the group. And her introduction chapter, and she's like, "Why are you dressed like that? You're so grubby. Why are you eating so fast?" I'm like, "Oh my god, she's a cousin. She's like 12 and like mega underaged, and she's like horrible." Like, but as we've gone on, I think she's acclimated really well to the group, and she also, I really like the weird things she has with the scientist's adult form, the like mommy thing she's got going on with that.
Too long since we got that, some development on that.
Very true. We need more of that. So I can confidently say that she's low D tier for me now because she doesn't like full annoy me, and I've gotten over the shock. Shock of that zing. And I'll tell you, when that zing happened, and we should talk about our thoughts when that first happened. Like, I got
the Discord message right up here.
To me, it was like, It's a double whammy, okay? It'd be one thing if she was just a cousin. I've watched Sword Art Online. I've seen this before. But why does she have to be the cousin and also, like, so young?
Underage.
It's
like,
so young. So young. And, like, it's so weird because, like, her dad is like, she's my precious baby angel, and the only man I'll trust is you, Rentaro. Like, so the dad just loves Rentaro that much that he's like, I want you to, like, he's doing like feudalism shit. He's like, take my daughter's hand in marriage. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's understandable. For me, the concern part is like sometimes he feels like he loves his daughter a little too much.
Oh yeah, no, that guy's a sus for sure. He's on that like Maka's dad from Soul Eater shit.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, so like she herself is fine, but like a lot of times the way that I like headcanon this to like get around it in my head is that sometimes it feels less like she's part of the polycule and more like Rentaro's just babysitting his cousin while he's hanging out.
A child of the family rather than
and like so my hope and prayer is that she, whenever they start fucking and marrying, she would maybe not be part of that.
Hold back a little. Like she can referee the situation, but don't participate.
Referee? She's the one that
everyone's getting a fair time.
The talk we had yesterday, where like Hakari would be trying to like get too many orgasms out of. She'd be like, she blows the whistle.
Thing pointing.
Yeah. They give her a whistle and she throws like a yellow flag, like, and she's like, that's one too many. Rentaro, pull out of her right now. Fantastic. But yeah, so I mean, what's your thoughts on her? For me, she's like low D tier. I'll be honest, I love how weird this series is. I love the fact that it's willing to be really controversial and fucked up. I love all that. But I think maybe this is the one that I would be okay with them not doing. It's just
one of the rare times where they were really, really edging on that yikesy line.
Yeah, and even Rentaro, broke the fourth wall, and he was like, "Are we okay with this?" And then I remember too when he brings her to the group, Hakari's mom of all people are like, "Is this okay?" And they're like, "You're asking that?" So but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. This was definitely the first and I think only girlfriend who I was kind of like, Nakamura, like you've done like 50 at this point. You've done like 50 good chapters, so I'm willing to, I'm willing to roll with you on this, but like, please do not do anything weird. Kind of sometimes he does some weird things, but nothing that's broken.
As far as I can tell, as far as I can remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's been any weird sexual fan service with this one.
Yeah.
It really does just feel like she's there. Like every time they're doing anything, it just feels like kind of like they're babysitting. Although, didn't he say something recently about Was there?
Yeah, like when.
Yeah, what happened recently?
The part 2 of the daily life.
Yes.
Chapter, I guess. It was a little middle school life. Yeah, that was a little some concerning stops. Like
I need to go there. I need to go
there. In the deep south.
We're finding it right now, bro. Hold on, we're on stream. Okay, like so I remember I was reading this. I always am reading these chapters. Like I'm usually laying there on the bed, and then Allie's right next to me, and I was like, no, Rentaro, no, because he's been so good. He's been so good up till now. Oh my god, Rentaro's got his weak spots, bro. He's still Japanese.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta find it, bro. Oh my god, we're doing it live. Okay, this is important. Oh my god. All right, hold on. So what would that be like? Just one chapter ago, probably, right?
Yeah, it was 82, like near the end.
81, 82. 82 is the brand new one.
Oh, 81, yeah. Part 2.
Gotcha.
Chapter 81.
All right, let's go. What do we got here? Oh, can I say something real quick about a little preview on what our fucking reviews will be like?
Yeah.
A part that I loved about the most recent chapter, not the one that you haven't read, 81, is the Groper girl. The way that
she, was very cute.
The fact that she flirts though, in like she's like a really awkward when flirting. I think because she's a very direct person. She always has been, and like the fact that the way she does it is she just like hears this quote from this movie, and then she's like, "Say, pal, real nice lips you got there."
Something happened to him.
And like the way that she said that, I like imagine that she's like mimicking
voice,
the guy on the movie. So I imagine she's using like a deep voice, like "Say, pal," and that's like what she considers romantic, and she's like nailed it. She's very cute. Okay, let me scroll down to the cousin here and just see Rentaro's cancellation.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. He said some shit I could not believe. I was like, Rentaro he was really okay up until this point. I was okay. Here we go. Middle school wife.
Almost like second to last. Yeah, there it is.
Okay. Okay, so it's still hard to believe you're a first year in middle school. You're much more like an elegant, mature wife. I want to marry you. Oh wait, we're already doing that. I'm just so happy. It feels like I've got a nosebleed, but for every pore on my body. And I was like, what? What happened, bro? Like, dude, every line of that was a nightmare. Like specifically,
well, I was literally reminded of like that Republican politician from like a couple weeks ago who was talking about like the ripeness age of young women. Like,
yeah, you know what it reminded me of? Because this is like unfortunately a classic like pedophile line where they'll say you're so mature for your age. You know that one. Yeah. So like when he says, "I can't believe you're this young. You're so elegant and mature." Oh man, I was like Rentaro, what are you doing, man?
Well, it's the author. The author did it to him. He's messing with Rentaro's mind. Yeah,
that's fucked up. And then he's even like, "Oh, you're cute when you act your." It's oof. I mean, I just can't believe it. He's been so good. We've been so it's confirmed he is gonna marry her. We just gotta overlook. No one's perfect. Okay, Rentaro, he's got a blemish. Oh man, that is unfortunate. At least we know Rentaro is a wait until a marriage to have sex kind of guy. So he's definitely not gonna have sex with her until legal age, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
which is interesting because there's such an age variance in his like group. So that means there's gonna be like whenever they do start marrying and fucking, there's gonna be like ones that he can and ones that he can't, and then like. It'll be like a big initiation day, like when one turns the correct age. He's like, "All right, come on in." Fucking
A. Do it one at a time, or are they gonna wait until there's like 4 or 5 girls who come of age? Like is this like our anniversary? Or
here, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna respond to the chat real quick here. Comey is entering its final arc, apparently. Finally. It's crazy how, like, with 100 Girlfriends, I want it to go forever. And with other way around. No, sorry. I was reading something and talking at the same time, so I fucked up there. With 100 Girlfriends, I want it to keep going forever. I never want it to stop. But with Comey, like 100 chapters ago, I was like, all right, anytime you want to stop is fine. You know what I mean? And then let's see here. Yeah, we didn't. Oh shit! The German is here. Surprise German moment. What's up, boys in red? How's it going, Blazing? Hello to Rios in the chat for some reason. Hello, Ray. Oh, we called you Ray. Wow, look at
that. Yeah.
Comey is wholesome. Oh boy, the cousin. I'm so excited for that to be the cliffhanger for season 2. Right?
That'll be wild.
It's gonna be legendary. Let me just make sure. Oh, I see. Okay. How are we doing on the broadcast? Still good? Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Cool. All right.
Yeah. 4 concurrent viewers. One of them is me, but that's
that's about standard for us.
Yeah.
All right. Too many tabs for me. Okay. All right. Oh, I switched around the placement of these. Does that bother me? I think it does. Oh God. Oh geez. Oh Lord. You people, and I don't know how you do in like 50 fucking tabs. I can barely handle 4. All right.
Normally I'm not moving around as much.
Okay. So, what a conversation that was. So,
yeah, okay.
What else did we haven't even really cracked the surface of like the cousin's character. So like, I mean, like, what else to say about her? What is there to say about the cousin?
Okay, like, unlike a lot of people, I was not really so put off by her like super, I guess, like strictness. Because I mean, when I was that age, around that age, I was very similar like that. So it's kind of like relatable.
It's almost like children shouldn't be in a polycule.
Yeah. Like I remember so vividly, like seeing kids like breaking the rules and being so pissed and wanting to do something about it.
Bro, me and you were the exact same. I was the same way. I was such a goddamn narc dweeb. You have no idea. I was like if I heard people like talking about like in like middle school, high school, if I heard people talking about smoking weed, I'd be like, "What? I'm gonna tell."
No, the difference was I never like did it because I would always like anticipate like retaliations. I was like, okay, how do I do this without it coming back to me? Because what would happen is as I like ran through these scenarios in my head, the like anger would just naturally sort of cool off.
Oh, smart.
I never actually acted on any of those feelings. Because I'd just be like, do I even care about this anymore?
Yeah, but, I like I mentioned earlier, I didn't have any self-awareness. I didn't unlock self-awareness until I was like 20. So I mean, like, it was bad. Yeah. I had a post time skip situation. I had like a Red went through time skip. Okay, it was not good. I think I considered myself like invincible. Like, oh, like nothing. What could happen to me? What are they gonna do? Beat me up? That's against the rules. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was painfully self-aware. My character arc has been about becoming less self-aware and just focusing on
porn.
The like, no, what's happening right here in front of me, not the million, like possibilities or whatever. But yeah, like seeing. Like for me, because I went through that character arc, I like seeing these sorts of characters grow out. I like kind of helping real people who are in that similar situation, kind of grow past that overly strict, controlling. It's like you don't need. It's not that important. There's more important things in life.
Yeah, like live your own life. Worry about yourself. Don't worry about other people. Yeah, and like that's part of what makes her not F tier for me anymore is because she's gotten way better on the. She's not as
to see. Like she's basically already finished that character. Like she's pretty chill nowadays. As long as it's not like Kusri doing some fucked up shit, she's basically.
Which is totally fair, yeah. Kusari is fair game to nag at. I want to respond to Blazing Boy in chat real quick. He asked, "You excited for Fire Force season 3?" Absolutely, I am. Get ready for.
I got season 3.
Yeah, finally, dude. I mean, it was confirmed like years ago, but then finally we just got like an actual like air date for it. I'll tell you, I'm not kidding. Okay, if in that season 3, get ready for like 5 of the coolest fights you've ever seen in your entire life. And then I'm stealing a tweet that I saw, but it was like, get ready for 5 of the coolest fights you've ever seen, followed by the most annoying discourse of all time. Because I don't know if you've seen it, but people always bitch about the Lucky Lecher, like the fan service in Fire Force.
Yes.
So there's one fight in Fire Force that I think you'll appreciate because you and I are lewd lovers. You know what I mean? There's a fight in Fire Force that literally has to do with like like the debate they're having is like, where does lewdness or like what place does lewdness have in human society? And like there's one person who's like, we must eliminate all lewdness, it's degenerate. And then the other person's like, no, lewdness is what makes us human, it's desire, it's passion, that's good, it's what life's all about. And I just know that fucking like idiots on Twitter are gonna be like, what the fuck is this? But I love it, dude. It's so good.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Oh yeah, dude. Because you should watch Fire Force.
Actual debate. Like I would love for it to spawn like an actual debate on Twitter rather than just people blasting off about their opinions into the void. But I don't know how likely that is to happen.
Well, essentially, what the author of that series does is he pulls a 4D chess move where like the entire series there's a character who has this like seeming like out of nowhere like this curse on them. And she calls it the Lucky Lecher curse. And basically just like anytime the universe wills it, she's just like unlucky. She'll like trip and like her pants will fall down, or she'll trip into someone and their hand will go like under her bra. Her clothes will just like fucking slide off like they're greased up. Just like it just happens to her constantly, and it's like. She's so afflicted with this. She's just like, oh my god, my whole life I've been afflicted with this. And then finally, like towards the end of the series, we learn like why she was afflicted with this and how she's like the symbol of lewdness. It's ridiculous. But yeah, no, he turns it into like a free the nip moment where like she like comes to accept it, and then basically she's like, you know what? My body is fucking gorgeous, and it's actually super chill to be naked, and you guys are the weird ones for having a problem with me being naked, because everyone should be naked. It's so good.
I agree. I don't really have anything to say. I agree.
It's hard for me to explain. I'm sure I'm missing some details, but like it's ridiculous. That series is like the perfect coin flip of like it'll have like super serious, awesome fights, and then it'll have like a really silly thing. And I love series like that like perfectly match that balance, But anyway,
it's from the same writer as Soldier, right?
Yep. Yeah.
I remember that same dichotomy of
absolutely. It's that same vibe. I highly recommend I'm telling you, dude, if you're looking for a phenomenal anime, there's 2 seasons of it out already. Please watch Fire Force. It's so good.
I add to my ever increasing list.
I'm obsessed, man. It's one of my favorite. I had like a hyperfixation with Fire Force at the end of like 2021, and I was like catching up with it, and oh man, that was life-changing. I mean, like, there's some like concepts in that series that like will blow your mind. Like, it does the same thing Undertale does, where like it like breaks the fourth wall in like a really creepy way that like kind of like brings us and our world into the story of Fire Force. It's really interesting. Anyway, so Cousin, anything else to say about the Cousin?
I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, I guess in terms of her rank, I would say D tier.
Fair, I agree.
And kind of, I'm sure you know what I'm trying to.
You're trying to look at the zones.
Keep Family Zone for sure.
Yeah. The easiest choice ever.
Yeah.
Family Zone.
That was literally the poster child when I saw from when I was putting out like she is Family Zone. Like I want to help her grow up, but nothing.
We're not kissing. More. We're not cuddling. No. We're not smooching. And we're not fucking. All right. America.
This girl's entrance was something else. Like,
America. I'm saluting, by the way.
Yeah.
Me first for you.
When I was in elementary school, we had to do the freaking Pledge of Allegiance every day.
Oh, dude, me too. Welcome to America, baby. Okay, just for funsies, can you and I recite the Pledge of Allegiance at the same time, just to show?
I think I could do it because I eventually I would just like start like mumbling nonsense eventually.
Are you telling me you don't have that memorized, bro? That was like they drilled that into us.
Okay. Well,
all right, you ready?
Like
okay.
Pledge of Allegiance.
Wait, hold on. So we're gonna do 3, 2, 1. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, from liberty and justice for all. So that's what you would do? You'd
mumble. I would just mumble like nonsense.
Wow.
Through it.
I was a rule follower, man. I was a little fucking dweeby rule follower when I was a kid. Full honesty.
Yeah, I mean, eventually I got for me, it just became like I just look like I'm following the rules. Like I got really good at looking like I'm following the rules, just doing because as long as you're not being obvious about it, the teachers or authorities are too busy dealing with the actual troublemakers to just kind of forget that you exist.
It's a classic don't get caught situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel you. For me, she is American Girls is A and Playmate for Luke. All right. Yeah, she's a good Playmate for sure. So I guess let's talk about America Girl. She's another one that I think at first I found her cringe, and I was worried that I was gonna continuously find her cringe, but it definitely grew on me. A lot of these girls, like not a lot, but a decent amount of them, like I'll see their quirk and I'll be like, okay, where's this going? And then I'll see their flashback, like the little flashback in the volume extras that you see, where of them as little kids. That salvages so many of these girls and actually makes it like super lovable. Like, so I really, really like her backstory where she kind of grew up, and this is just my understanding. If I'm incorrect, let me know. But she grew up in like kind of like a high class, like, we gotta maintain high standing, be super polite and yada yada, manners, that kind of family, right? Like that kind of family, Japanese, yada yada. And at some point, she watched some kind of like VHS or DVD of she was gonna watch something, but it ended up being like some American show. I can't remember. What was it that she watched?
It was like a TV show, I think.
Some TV show from America. Yeah. And like she was like, oh my god, the kids are wearing shoes in the house and drinking soda straight from the 2 liters, and they're like shouting and yelling, and they're able to scream and curse and and so like
really interesting.
Good.
These are VHS tapes that the family had, so it wasn't like she can go online. To So the family bought these tapes, but
I wonder.
Means, well, leave it.
I kind of. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know. I need to go back to her backstory. I can't remember what she was trying to watch. Like, was it like I was trying to? No, see, I think I'm mixing it up with the Violence Girl, where they were gonna watch some like Ghibli movie, but it was accidentally.
Right now. It was something like you had to clean up like. Yeah, like the door, like the family, like someone slammed the door so hard that it caused the tapes like fall down.
Okay. So it's probably just some classic parent hypocrisy situation. Like they watch these shows, but they're not going to let their kid watch it because they're too young or some shit. But see, here's what I want to say though, right? Because we mentioned earlier, we made fun of her for this whole like America's free. And yet, books are being banned and yada yada. But I think the way that she looks at it, which is the way a lot of Japanese people look at it. I've seen so many interviews from Japanese people who lived in Japan all their life, and then they came over to America to like live here now. And then it's like, what do you find most striking about America? And the thing that they always say is people are super polite, at least comparatively, right? Because over in Japan, they won't even make eye contact. It's like rude to like you can't just make conversation with like a random person on the train in Japan. That's like considered weird.
You got 2 heads.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
so
they're gonna pretend you don't exist.
One of the things I saw someone say was like people are shopping at the convenience store in like their pajamas, whereas over in Japan we'll get like all dressed up in our nice clothes. People can shout and like they're not like concerned about their volume. People can dress however they want, talk however they want. I think that's how a lot of Japanese people look at the freedom in America. Like the social contract is different over here. We can talk however we want. We can be rude if we want. We can be polite if we want. We can make conversation with a random guy in the street if we want. We can go out on the street and play guitar and no one's gonna usually kick us off. I think that's kind of her idealized vision of America, and that I fuck with. Like I think that's really cute, and like I think that her character is a perfect encapsulation of what I love so much about Rentaro's family. The theme of Rentaro's family being like, live your best life, be your perfect you, be your true self, be your true you, right? Because a lot of these characters have a thing that they're embarrassed about. They try to suppress it, but in Rentaro's family, they can go full hog with it. And like there are moments that I talked about how originally she was kind of low tier for me. I thought she'd be cringe, but what got me, and this is what gets me with a lot of these girls, right? I see one side of them and I'm like, okay, that might get old, but then the way they're written going forward is they have multiple sides. They're a real person. So like what really got me with Nadi was she's got this American persona, but she will switch back to her like polite Japanese persona when pressured, or you know what I mean? And that really made her super endearing to me, because it showed that like, oh, she's still that on the inside, but she yearns to be this loud-spoken, free spirit. And so, like, I love characters that are trying to live their best life like that, and that is super wholesome to me. I've talked before about how one of my favorite moments with her is the moment where she's trying to help the cousin with something. I think it was, like, bullies or something. I can't remember. Yeah. But she goes to the... bullies. Yeah! She goes to the playground, and she's like... you know, harassing these children, and then the cops come, and then she walks over to the cops, and she's like, "What can I do for you, boys in blue?" And then like you just see a couple panels go by with like ... and she's like, "Yes, no, I'm Japanese. Yeah, my real name is." It's just, I love that, the fact that she's able to turn it off when she needs to. It's once again, it's that self-awareness that she's a real human. She's not just like a caricature of a human, you know, who's gonna keep it on even in like the craziest situations. So that made me really love her. She's not just like an insane person. She's just someone who, she found her happiness. She knows where her happiness is, and she's gonna fight for it every day. And I find that very endearing. So for me, she would probably be A tier.
So something else I want to add. This is more like a meta thing. Like, her dialogue, I guess, really shows props from the fan subbing side of this, because like this woman, in Japanese she basically speaks almost like gibberish. Like I don't know how the fan subbers are able to pull out intelligible language. Like this is her. I'm gonna read something that like her first for a little dialogue in the series. Like this is her saying like, "Hello, Japanese people. I am America from Kitade, Nadi senpai to call me like."
So is she speaking in the actual Raws? Is she speaking English or Japanese when she's?
She's using a lot of he's Japanese people. It's like spelled with the Japanese characters for those sounds.
But is she speaking? Is it implied that she's speaking English or Japanese?
Yeah, she's speaking English.
So then she's speaking super broken, shitty English.
Yeah. Okay. He's throwing in Japanese grammar and then using English vocab. It's just oh my lord, how does anyone how Japanese readers, how are they working with this? But how is the localizers? They're God.
I think that's when they throw in weird shit like the fuck you, and you know a lot of times she'll be
that is actually
she actually is that. Well, there's other ones where it's like she'll be
a lot of slang. Yes, that's definitely the localizing going ham.
Where she says something like a Big Mac of freedom or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. I'm really excited to see what the dub does with her. They're gonna have a fucking field day, because again, the dub is super fun because they'll kind of make little tweaks for localization and jokes and stuff, and I'm really excited to see what they do with her.
No, another thing I guess about her character, I do appreciate how she's definitely very open. I'm looking at the chapter where Momiji has switched places with Rentaro, and she's one of the first people throws her hands up grow up my boobs. And she's always very open.
I'm really happy you brought up that chapter. I fucking love that chapter because it's a rare obviously I knew something was up the moment that chapter started because Rentaro is a baby boy and he would never. But I loved seeing how different girls reacted to that, right? And specifically, I'm a huge fan of Uto. Uto's reaction to that was excellent because she's that was one of the first moments where I'm a big fan of this, she's putting on this stoic bard persona, but you see her attempting to remain cool there but being what the fuck, and super nervous, and loved that. And I totally agree with what you're saying about Nadi, right? Because she embodies this spirit of freedom of course, she's like, fuck yeah, grope my boobs. Why would I care? You think I'm a prude? I ain't no prude. And yeah, I mean, like, I think that's one of the reasons, too, why there's even been jokes where, I think she looks at this polycule of 100 plus, or, it's going to be 100 people, and she thinks, like, that's the freest thing of them all. Everyone here is so free because they're able to just be their crazy selves, and in some cases, motherfuckers are doing illegal shit, and for her, she's like that's freedom.
The actual promise of America is surprisingly, Brentano's family is like actually doing the American dream over here.
Well, that's the ironic thing, is that I think in her mind, she thinks like, yep, this would be totally legal in America. It would not. In America, you can fuck your own cousin, and there's no problem. Honestly, I guess maybe in some states.
I remember, like, even in her intro chapter, she's saying shit, and even Brentano's like, no, this is definitely not, like, it's not like do it in America, like, I remember, like, she tried to, like, kiss him or something, like, yeah, this is American greed, and he's like...
Yeah, dude, and that was one of the first, that was another, like, age difference situation where I was like, oh god, a teacher? A teacher's... another problematic...
No hesitation at all.
Who had no hesitation? You cut out.
She, like, Natty,
oh yeah,
no hesitation on. He's like, come to my office at the end of the day, and he's literally like all on top of him.
Well, that's the interesting thing about these characters, or her like idea of freedom, right? Because like in real life, jail, obviously, directly to jail. But like, I mean, in her mind, it's like, to me, it reminds me of like, I kind of relate in some sense because when I grew up, I was like, remember I told you I was like a super rule follower? So when I grew up, I was like super against cussing and swearing, and I didn't do it for the longest time. But then finally I just had like a realization, like, well, that's fucking stupid. Like, it's just, they're just words. Yeah. And now I could argue that I swear too much because it feels like I'm like compensating. You know what I mean? So like, I'm getting the vibe from her, like, and it's actually semi-similar to the situation with Hahari, where like I think that she had such a stifled childhood. If there's one lesson to take from this series, it's don't fucking helicopter parent your kids because they're gonna end up mentally ill. And
they're gonna be like a can of like shaken soda.
Yeah, exactly. She didn't get to live her childhood, so this is how she's attempting. She wants to live this kind of life now, and I love that. And by the way, I just thought of this now. The perfect chapter in the future would be a moment where she has to like re-meet up with her parents because they're probably still alive. Like imagine like, oh, I haven't seen my parents in 10 years and they're trying to invite me to this thing. What should I do? Retro, and Retro's like, I'll come with you.
Yeah.
And then I could see it now. Like she would be like, I gotta take off all this America stuff. I gotta dye my hair back to black or whatever. And then Rentra's gonna be like, no, you're gonna be your true self in front of your parents, and they're gonna goddamn accept you. It's like, oh, I need that.
Yeah. Oh, another thing I guess that I find interesting is like despite how much she's trying to like escape her upbringings, it slips through the cracks like so often. Like that recent chapter with the when they went to Flower View, and she's like, I brought these burgers, and she like took out to this fucking onigiri. And he's like, he's so devastated.
She's so disappointed in herself. She's like, no, I'm American. Oh God, she's so good, bro. What did I say? A tier or S tier? I can't remember. I think I said A tier. I think I still agree with that. Yeah, she's A tier because there's other ones that I like more, but like she's high A tier for me. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to talk about. I really like the chapter where they're doing hot pot and she puts a whole Big Mac in there.
Oh my God, that Big Mac was the most immaculately detailed burger I've ever seen. It was like
soggy though. Dude, I'm telling you, bro, you got to get your ass up here. I want to take you to Hot Pot. That's like my new obsession. I want to take all my friends to Hot Pot. Have you done Hot Pot in real life?
I don't think not Hot Pot.
So fun.
Yeah, and I can take you to the yakiniku place I was talking about.
Yes. Dude, we got to sneak in a Big Mac when we do Hot Pot.
Oh my God.
Try it out. Dude, we would get so much karma on the 100 Girlfriends Reddit if we fucking dunked a Big Mac.
You're right, yeah.
Oh, it's all about the karma. All right, where anything else to say about Natty, or are we letter ranking time?
Yeah, I think letter ranking time.
All right, what are we thinking?
For me, I think he is a bit. He's like high B tier rather than low A tier.
Fair enough.
Probably put her.
So above Pinky?
Yeah, I think above Hakari.
Okay. So just we're doing the audit here. Okay, it's audit time. Mm-hmm. So you'd say you like the tsundere, the mom, and Nano better than Nani. Than Nani.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you can look at the screen if you want to just look at the.
Yeah, I'm looking at the screen
okay,
right
perfect.
Now, yeah, I'd say. Yeah, right now, I would say yes, I do.
Okay. All right.
I like Howard right now.
All right. And then over here, she's. I think I agree with Luke. I think Luke said playmate. She's definitely a playmate.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I would love to show her actual America and like. I mean, I don't think she'd be disappointed. Actually,
no, I don't either.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I just want to like the wonder on her face that she's like, go like, oh, America, car this, like,
oh
like,
God, he's so cute.
Like, like Dodge driver this.
She'd be like, Dodge Ram.
like Hummer Daisy.
So like, yeah, I think what I would enjoy, because I would also really enjoy showing her America and like educating her, but like in a way, I would do it in a good, like I wouldn't just be like, you're wrong. I'd be like, no, there are a lot of parts where you're totally right, but there's also parts where you're wrong. You know, I think I would love taking her to an authentic American McDonald's. I'd love to take her to, honestly, like she'd probably love Texas. Oh my God, no. I want to take her to like a monster truck rally. Like oh my God. Yeah. I want to take her to a Harlem Globetrotters game. What else is American? I'm trying to think of other like really like a baseball game. Oh man, God, it'd be so fun.
What else?
Get her a huge like foot-long chili dog at the baseball game.
Yeah.
Oh, like just like a rodeo, like a straight up like rodeo where they're like doing like the bowl stuff and they're riding horses. She'd fucking eat that up.
Just get an American flag and just like. Wave it around.
Yeah, we're driving around in like my fucking Subaru Outback, but like I put fucking like American flags out the windows, like you would a truck.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that'd be ironic too. I'm driving a Japanese fucking car, and I'm like, sorry, I got a Japanese car. That's boring for you, probably.
That'd be hilarious.
Oh, yeah, no, she'd be so fucking fun to hang out with, like unbelievably fun. Okay. Is it time?
She's so affectionate. Yeah.
Oh, no. Do you have more to say?
Yeah, I mean, she's so affectionate. Like, I'm remembering that date she had with Rentaro where they went to the drive-thru. I mean, she is. Someone being that affectionate is definitely a plus for me.
Absolutely.
Help silence any doubts.
Oh, yeah. I'm right there with you, man. It's a great feeling when someone's just like. That's one of the reasons I like. Like, that's one of the reasons I can like Karane, even though she's a tsundere, is that she'll be a tsundere, but then instantly afterwards be like, it's all bullshit, you know that, right? I love you, you know?
Yeah.
I love that. Okay, I need to, before we talk about tall girl, I did this before, but I looked up exactly how tall she is. She's tall. Are you aware of how tall she is?
I mean, isn't she like 6 something?
I know she's taller than me, and I'm 6'3".
Oh my lord.
Yeah, Slurp, by the way, please sit on me and fucking break my nose.
Oh my lord.
What's her name so I can Google it?
Yamame. Like, Yamame.
Okay. I want the exact height before we start, so we can visualize this in our, okay. Yamame, got it, okay. Oh, God, she's so gorgeous. I love her so much. I think, knowing Allie, I think she's going to really love this character when we get to her.
It's such a good, like, showcase of the artist's, like, diversity, being able to draw like a more stocky, but also still attractive female character. There are a lot of artists, they cannot do anything other than, like, their default body.
Yeah. Honestly, Oda could take some fucking lessons. Are you ready for how tall she is?
Wait, let's hear it.
She is 6'5.5".
Holy moly!
Oh,
my dad's 6'3". I would look up to the man all the time.
So I'm as tall as your dad. Just to give you context. So like, oh my God, I'd have to look up like a little bit to. Oh my God.
I'm over here at a respectable 5'10". So like she's just got almost a foot on me.
Do you know how? Have we talked about? Because you said you were a Bleach fan, right? You know Tekking 101, the YouTuber?
Oh, yeah.
He's like super short. Did you know that?
I did not know.
I had no idea until I saw pictures of him meeting fans at a con, and then he like mentioned it. Like he's like 6'5". Or not 6'5", 5'5". Sorry.
You said he was short, didn't you?
Yeah, he's like 5'5". He's like really short for a guy. Yeah. So that means that whenever I meet him, it's gonna be fucking weird. He's gonna be like way tinier than I like expected. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, so 6'5" for her, and like there's like that recent chapter where she's giving him a piggyback, and he's like, "Oh, her back is so broad and muscular." Oh,
that felt so nice.
God, dude. And like, you know, my girlfriend is like mega short. She's like 5'2", 5'1". So imagine the height. So we've got good height difference kink stuff going on in my household, you know. I'm a fan of any kind of height difference, you know, tall girl, really tall girl, or really short girl. I'm all about it. I'm all over it. But yeah, I guess we should talk about her beyond just her height.
Yeah. She's
okay.
also a gardener. She's like a friend to all living things.
She's very, Cinderella coated, or Snow White coated, right? Like, she plays the fucking flute and all the fucking animals come. Yeah, she's essentially a nature goddess, green thumb.
Yeah, really.
You know, head of the gardening club. She has a traumatic backstory where she, like, stepped on a bug and it, like, learned about death that way, and now she's, like, walking around on stilts as if you're... I mean, sure, you're probably lowering your chances, but you're still gonna kill some bugs on stilts, girl.
And they're definitely gonna die if they get hit by those stilts, whereas they might survive if you just step on them.
Yeah, the facts. Yeah, that's a good point. But don't tell her. That's her coping mechanism.
Yeah.
You know, also, what was her trauma with fire again?
I mean, I think it's just because like fire damages living things.
Oh, okay, yeah. She really is just like a nature goddess. That's kind of a. I'm trying to think of like specific stories with her. I've kind of.
There was the one with her where she developed a relationship with Hikari. Like, I heard it was just about flowers, but that specific one I'm talking about.
Oh, the one where she's like, oh, okay. Sorry, go ahead.
But yeah, that was the one where Hikari was helping her be sexy.
Yes, I loved that, right? Because I'm a big fan of the trope of, like, a woman who's, like, gorgeous but doesn't know how gorgeous she is. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I love that. Because as a certified woman enjoyer... like the thing about women is like 90% of them are fucking gorgeous, and then men it's like a 50-50 split if they're gorgeous or not. That's how my bisexuality ranges out. But women are just like, I mean, you have to like try to be not gorgeous as a woman, in my opinion. And so like when it's really cute to me when like a woman is like, oh, you know, I don't know how to be sexy, and like it's just so cute to like watch them like think they need to do all this extra shit to be cute when, you know, so like she's like kind of naturally cute, super tall. She's like doing all this physical stuff, but she doesn't know like how to do like the sexy posing and stuff. And you know, Hikari's
she always does like animal, like scare away animal poses, or like she was doing like the roar to scare away a bear or like shit.
Yeah, Hikari's got this like professional photo studio set up in her mom's mansion specifically for sending lewds to Rentaro. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And so she's like, good.
Yeah, this is also a chapter where we introduced possibly the best non-girlfriend character.
The squirrel?
The fucking squirrel. Like,
the squirrel.
I loved that little scene. It was so, like, to put something in like that, the writers and the creator, they must have been having so much fun, which is another thing that I love about this series. Like,
you can feel how much fun they're having.
Yeah, they love the characters. They love what they're doing. They're having, like you said,
they're also
so much fun to be able to.
They're also at the point with this series where they can do whatever they want with no fear of like recourse or cancellation. You know what I mean? Not political cancellation, but like the series getting canceled.
Like
actual. You know, and that's super nice, right? I love it when you're reading a series and you can tell the author has like full control over it. You know, there's no editor fucking hijinks or like. You know, other than the obvious ones where it's like they can't drink.
That's crazy.
I love that.
I mean, wild chapter.
The fucking hoops he jumped through to try to get these girls pretend drunk. But what was I gonna say? So that chapter's really cute. Okay, so have you ever seen? I hope you'd see this meme as like a professional porn artist. There's the meme where it's like beginner, advanced, and it's like what pose they're in for doggy style.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
Okay, so that's what that made me think of, right? So like Hikari would be advanced. She's got the back bend. She's got like her pussy's like higher up in the air than her head is. She knows the position, and then like this tall girl like would be like the beginner where like she's got the back hump and like it's she's like, you gotta teach. I don't know how to take a dick like doggy style, Hikari, and she's like, I got you.
And you think she would know, having been so like know so much about animals and
we're gonna do it like they do on the Discovery Channel.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. But yeah, so she's just really cute, really innocent. The tallness is excellent. I loved the flashback where, you know, and I like that she has supportive parents. That's like super refreshing because like, do you remember the backstory where like boys are making fun of her, like monster girl, huge. And like, I hear that that's like a serious problem in Japan. I think we talked about this, like in Japan, it's like, you're like really made fun of if you're like super tall as a girl. Did we talk about this, or was it me and Allie that talked about this? Okay.
Yeah, I remember we talked about it. I'm looking at the conversation.
Perfect. Yeah, so, like, you know, I just like that her dad is like, fuck those boys. Who the fuck cares? They'd be lucky to have you. I love that.
Yeah. He had real Rentaro-coded energy right there.
Yeah, and it's just, oh my god, tall girl energy, so good. I actually, we're going into red childhood here. In high school, I was friends with a very tall girl. I'm so tempted. Like I always want to say the name to prove that they're real, but I won't say the name. I could say one of the names. The name started with a C. If you're watching, you know who you are. Super tall girl. The way I was smitten with her, you have no idea. Like, I mean, I'm talking like tall, probably as tall as her. I mean, I had to look up, and by this point, I had my growth spurt. And she would talk about, you know, and we were, if I was to put her on this list over here, we were friend zone, you know what I mean? Like we were good friends. Yeah. We had a lot of classes together. And at one point I got to go to her house and we were working on like a music project together. It was like for a music class. And you know, we were the type of friends where like she would just casually like talk about her dating life and sex life with me. So I'm over there like, continue with the details, please. You know what I mean? And she told me a joke about, because she was dating a guy who was like way shorter than her, and she talked about how her mom made a joke where it was like, well, if you ever get on top of him, you're gonna break his dick off or something. It was just like, you're break the bed, or you're gonna snap his dick off like a twig or something. And I was like, oh my god. That's the dream. Truly.
Ooh, another thing I just know, I just found the chapter where they actually get like fake drunk. I love how he basically turns into like a fucking like frat boy for a second there. He's just like punting people for fun basically. But
yeah, she's such a physically strong girl. I think like I think what you can kind of learn about that is that like she's probably constantly walking around like suppressing her strength. Yeah. Because subtly she like what's the word I'm looking for here? Like subconsciously she's trying to like be dainty, be a girl, because she's been like bullied her whole life about that. But like her real self is someone who could fucking grab a log and split it in half with like her bare hands probably.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the scene. It's like the night girl, she's drunk, he's like, kill me, just kill me. And like your mom was like, yeah, I'm totally happy to do it. And like this he's got arms out all like don't, I'm gonna like don't, you'll be destroyed. And y'all just like 1, 2, 3, don't make no difference to me. And it's like, oh, like Jesus Christ, like I did not know she had that side to her.
So imagine drunk sex with her.
Oh my lord. That would be death by snooze zoom.
Woo! That's the way to go.
Really.
You snap it like a glow stick. Fuck yeah, man. I love her. She actually, I think, is S tier for me. How about for you?
For me, I think she's perhaps above Kurumi. I'm gonna go with B tier for now, like below Hakari.
All right. Maybe she'd be either high A or low S. That's a tough, because like there are a handful that for me are like, I'll have to bring up mine in a bit, and I'll like make any changes if there are changes. But like for me, there's a handful that are like obviously S, and then there's some where it's like maybe she's S, you know. So for me, tall girl is like in the approaching S tier. Honestly, I think for me, let me see, playmate, hellmate, playmate. I think she could be a soulmate for me. I think she's really cute. What do you think?
For me, I mean, I don't know. I see her as someone I would want to be in a relationship with. I mean, I'm leaning towards friends. I mean, she's a really cool person, but I mean, I do think she's kind of lacking.
Really interesting. So what is it that she's lacking to make you you wouldn't tie the knot with her?
I mean, she feels a little too soft, I think, is what it is. Like
until she's drunk.
Well, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
You could get her to show her real self, I think, in private with you. But no, I mean, please elaborate. I'm curious what you mean by that. I guess, are you concerned about like her fear of like stepping on things and her fear of like fire?
No. Oh. I mean, I'm trying to, because like it's not like Meme isn't also kind of soft.
That's true.
I'm trying to figure out what's the difference between.
So right now you're on pure vibes. You're just on vibes. You're like I would get married to Meme, but I wouldn't to the tall girl. And now you're trying to parse out why.
With Meme, I really appreciate the fact that like I don't know how to say this. Like there's a lot going on underneath the surface, but I kind of don't get that same vibe from Yumami. Like feels a bit more what you see is what you get kind of energy.
Surface level.
Yeah.
No, I totally get what you're saying.
Like he's not intellectual. I guess how I would say.
She's got a hobby, but it's not like. I see what you mean. She's not like there's not like a bunch of hidden layers to uncover. It's like here's what I am. I'm tall. I love gardening, and I love nature, and that's basically her whole thing.
Like that's cool, but like I kind of.
Whereas with Meme, you feel like there's a bunch of hidden hobbies, hidden things you could talk about, probably like secrets you could learn about.
She knows a lot about a lot. Like she's the kind of person who knows a little bit about a lot, kind of thing.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, there's more multifaceted, maybe. Okay. Okay, so for you, she's friend.
Yeah.
Wow, friend zoning the tall girl. Imagine. And then her dad comes and beats the shit out of you.
Yeah.
What do you mean you friend zoned my daughter?
But she's like, no, don't be up. He's a living thing too. You can't be up.
Oh God. All right. It's fucking massage girl time.
Definitely had probably the silliest opening chapter.
There's a bunch of people like passed out, and he's like, "What happened here?"
Yeah, not even that. Just like the fucking like fourth wall breaks.
Oh,
were like unreal.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where they massage the artist because he's like, I guess he's like, our shoulders have been destroyed by all this.
You can tell that the author, he likes to try to like bring a smile to the artist's face, because I imagine the author does the draft and then sends it to the artist, and so that's why there's a bunch of moments where it's like, we love our artist so much, and I imagine that brings her a smile for sure. Luke and I were joking that maybe at some point in this manga, the artist of the manga will become one of the girlfriends.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
That'd have to be an end game one. That'd be jumping the shark hard. I love the gassing up of the artist where it's like, he's like, she loves massaging so much. I gotta go like fuck up my muscles so she can massage me tomorrow. And then she's like, wow, your body's like rock hard. What did you do? And he's like, I found the hardest job of all time. The artist of this manga. And he's like, I inked that bush over there. And she's like, wow.
Yeah, that was so funny.
Yeah, that was great.
I'm looking at like the opening scene, like the girls that he has massaged, like they're all like passed out, like they've been killed. He's like standing there with her back to the camera, and he looks over with like one eye. It's like what the hell is this?
And then you see the other angle, and they're all like passed out with like orgasmic faces.
Ecstasy.
That would be awesome. Imagine being that good. And like she learned to be that good at massaging simply because she loves touching things. And what I like about it is like at first you kind of think that's like a pervy thing, and like maybe there's some element of it that's that's pervy, but like the more that it goes on, the more that it kind of becomes that she's just got like an autismo level like tactile sensation, because like she's out here like groping like squishy food and shit. She just like enjoys squishing and touching sensations, you know what I mean? So to me, it actually kind of salvages her from just being like a gross pervert, that she actually just like straight up just enjoys touching flesh. You know, and I think the way that she, I mean, honestly, it reminds me of like a symbiotic relationship in nature. Those little fish that'll like hang on the back. You know, it's like she's not doing any harm at all. You know, she's actually she went out of her way to learn how to give amazing massages so she could get her fix touching people. So I honestly, I love that. And like this recent chapter where she can't figure out how to like initiate a kiss with Rentaro, because she's not much of a talker. I don't know if you've noticed that about her.
She's very like taciturn, unflappable sort.
Yeah, and she always has the same face, and she's very, so like I love this moment where she like really wants to kiss him, but she can't figure out like how to initiate that. So then she just like hears a quote on this stupid movie they're watching and just like fucking like re-says it, like, nice lips you got there, pal, and then just goes for it. Like, it's so cute. So I really do like her. I think for a while, for me, I'd have to go back and see what my ranking for her was, but I think she'd probably be, it's hard for me now because now I'm looking at yours, and you know what I mean? Because like I don't have my other girls to compare it to, but I'll try to bring mine up and see what I put, but I'm feeling like B or A for her. It'd be high B or low A.
Because it's interesting because a lot of people seem like, at least in the community,
do people not like her?
Not that they don't like her, but they really feel like she's been like underdeveloped and like
definitely
nothing's been done with the character. But I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of just her personality. Like, there are people like that who really are just about one thing and one thing only, and like they don't really do anything. Like, now that might be boring for a character, but I feel like for a story like this, where it's like we just see so many different types of personalities and people, I feel like you gotta get away with having something that's more realistic, but like you normally might like exaggerate to make it more interesting, but to instead not do that.
No,
that's like, I don't mind her like being very, not one note, but like very, like, I'm about this and nothing else kind of thing.
No, that's a good point. She definitely is. Whereas a lot of the girls, they have like, it feels like they have multiple things. Like, that does seem to be like her big thing. But like, I feel like we'll get more of her in the future. And
I mean, yeah, and like I said, that chapter where we got the daily life chapter, we got to see a little bit more of, like, that was a really good insight and something that was really, I mean, I don't think there's anything groping related that happened in that little.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like they're sitting there watching movies together. I think with her, it's just that she probably is just like a normal person with normal interests, but like her most out there thing that makes her stand out is the massaging thing, you know? You know, because like they're sitting there, they're watching movies. You've brought up a good point, though. I think maybe I would put her at B simply because it's like there's not as much going on with her, but I do really like her shtick, and her face I find very cute.
And the little relationship he's got with like Kusuri is also like very cute. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't really have anything else to say other than that. I mean, like, I kind of like. It's interesting to see. This very like out there personality in Kusuri with this more like low key sort of person, and as well, I also like her relationship with Kurumi. They both like got these weird hyperfixations with. And it's interesting how they both like the author's able to make her like make Momiji's thing like sort of interface with Kurumi's food obsession. But like she wants like gross food and shit.
I was gonna say, when I think of her, one of the chapters I think of is when they're in line for that like dumpling, and like one of them, you know, because like the question I had at the beginning was like, well, why not grab it, let her grope it, and then eat it, and then like she's like, well, but if she gropes it before I eat it, then the texture's all off.
Yeah,
we have to have two.
Have such artistically fine-tuned sensation that like they can notice these microscopic alterations. Is like.
Definitely.
I mean, really, it's just probably more of the superhuman abilities and traits these characters have as like just like a prerequisite, I guess, to being in the Rentaro family.
Yeah, and what was I gonna say? I like her a lot too because of her personality. Like just like you mentioned how low key she is. I do like really excitable people and really like passionate people like Natty, but also some days it is kind of like nice to hang out with someone who's just like really like, oh hey. Nice to see you, you know? Yeah. Not like boring, but like, I don't know,
he's down for anything.
Yeah, that's
like
very, exactly. She's not gonna be like no, I don't want to do that, she'll be like, let's do it. Yeah, cool. But she'll be, I feel like she can be excited, but she's going to like say it in like a approaching monotone tone. You know what I mean? Like
when you said like that was the best movie, like that was the top 3 movies I've seen this year, and he just says it like,
yeah.
in that meaty face.
And like, to me, the big thing is that really recent chapter is one of the best moments for her in a while for me, because I can just totally visualize like, and I like that she didn't like ask permission or say, hey, I want to kiss, because you know they've been dating long enough, you can just kiss him. You know, I like that she literally just like dropped this corny line and then just grabbed him and boom, went for it.
Yeah.
I really like, I guess I think that's what it is. She's a very direct person. Like, she will take what she wants. You know what I mean? Like, we see this a lot with her when she switches bodies with Rentaro and just starts groping. Or like with the Brazilian girlfriend, she'll just be like, ass, and then just like shove her face in the ass. I like that. I really like directness there. Again, that'd be a problem if it was like random strangers, but like they've all known each other for so long, it's like, it's whatever. I found my official ranking that I did when I caught up with the series back in... Oh, and then you ever have it and then click it and then it's gone. Damn it. I think it was like February or March. Here, continue talking while I get back to it.
Oh yeah, well someone, I think that person in chat that you mentioned who was worried about our ranking of Kyo was there. But I'm letting them know, like, the tier list is not over yet. There are, well, I mean, I do have some characters who had rank lower than Kyo, so I mean, if you're still here, then, you know,
listen, man,
keep hard.
She could have been F, and she was F on mine. Okay, so I'm on. Here's mine. It was February 14th, 2024 when I caught up, and I have Grope Girl on B tier in this one. So yeah, that's what I think. That's
me.
You know,
I would put her, I guess, above the maid in C tier.
Okay.
And I probably wouldn't call her a friend. I mean, I don't really.
I think I would. She to me. So for me, she's like perfect friend category.
Yeah.
She reminds me of like. Honestly, like if I'm looking for like a girl who's like one of the bros, she feels like that. She feels like a girl who like would just hang out with like a group of boys, but like not do anything romantic with them at all. You know what I mean? Like
I can totally see that.
Like a group of boys is like going to the arcade and then they're like, hey, you want to come? And she's like, sure. You know, like very chill. Yeah, right. She's too strong. But she just seems like very approachable too. That's something I like about her as well. Like I feel like if I was like back in high school being nervous to like talk to girls, she seems like almost like the antidote to that. Like I feel like I could just say anything to her and like just talk to her about anything. I like that. So to me,
I had a friend almost just like that in terms of having that same very chill, down for anything sort of energy. I mean, yes, she was a girl and she was kind of one of the boys. But yeah. I
love girls like that. So yeah, to me, it's either friend zone or probably that's me. But what about you? It's your list.
Yeah, friend zone. Yeah.
All right. I don't know who would be. We got to figure out who's a mind mate because we got no one on mind mate.
I have.
Oh, okay. You got the idea.
Mind mate. Yeah.
Okay, it's fucking grandma time.
Oh well, what do I? I didn't have a chance to bring up my thoughts, but I mean.
I don't have a lot of thoughts. You want me to start?
Yeah. Yeah, let's go on.
So I have my definitive list up here. There's a couple that I'd change around, but for the most part it's definitive, so I can say. So I put grandma and her granddaughter both on D tier in my original list. For me, the grandma is interesting. I don't have as much of an issue, I guess, with the age situation, because at least, I don't. It's weird all around, but at this point, by the time she was introduced, I was numb to it. We got the cousin, we got,
by this point, we've been hardened or whatever.
Yeah, but there's some interesting stuff happening with her. The chapter when I think of her, the chapter I think of is the one with her, like, urn or pot that she had.
Yeah.
That, like, her husband made for her ex-husband, her husband that died.
That was so sweet.
That was really sweet, and like Rentaro helped her figure out.
Yeah. So Rentaro was like W boyfriend status once again.
Yeah, and I think what stands out to me about her, out of all the girlfriends, is she out of all of them is the most like reserved still, because like when she like accepted her invitation into the polycule, she was like, well, we'll just see if you can win me over, you know.
Yeah.
Very like, I guess
Very hard
I'll
to
hang
get.
around and see what comes of this, you know what I mean? Because you know she rightfully so had a lot of reservations about like, kid, I'm like 80, this is a little
Yeah.
weird. And then he's like, no, because you know he's trying to explain to them without explaining that they'll literally die if they don't date him.
Yeah.
That like, wait,
We
no.
haven't mentioned that, but yeah.
Well, I actually like Rentaro brings it up at some point. Do you remember when he talks to the god again and he's like, yeah, I don't want to bring
yeah.
I don't want to bring that up because then like the whole relationship is tainted with this weird like they're here because otherwise they'll die. And I think that's such a great thing that he doesn't do that, because it would taint the relationship hardcore. I also hope that I would love to see one time where a girl is like straight up adamantly like no, and then she just dies.
That would be. Like, if he becomes a ghost girlfriend, yeah, sure, we can work with that.
Listen, he's got to fail at least once. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, we'll talk about it when we get there, but like the drunk ethics teacher, that was the closest I'd ever seen to Rentaro almost being like, ew, I don't want anything to do with this woman. But we'll get to her when we get to her. I was like, uh-oh, she gonna die. But the grandma, yeah, she's nice. There's some nice moments with her. You know, I think of that or that pot chapter I told you about. I think about her place in the party is just to kind of be like, I'm old and I don't understand these new things, or to mishear words. You know, I liked her her role in the weird Among Us not Among Us, Fall Guys chapters.
Like Fall Guys,
yeah, that was pretty funny. But like other than that, she's another one that kind of blends into the background for me. But I don't hate her, so she's D tier for me.
Yeah, for me, one of the things that stands out for is the way he's always able to, like, I think he's like one of the only girlfriends who can really what's the word, like throw Rentaro off. And I mean,
she's got that experience.
Yeah, every time he does it, he makes my heart go doki doki. I mean, I love those panels where he's like this teasing. You know.
You like that mature girl, like, oh
yeah,
okay.
And he's like you young. Well, maybe not about young, but like, you know, she's so like, he's got that confidence that really only comes from like age. Experience.
You heard it here first, folks. Rios is looking for gilfs.
Well, you know, I've seen some older women who look. I mean, that I don't. Your word.
I'd be down for who's the actress that is probably gonna play Dr. Kureha in One Piece? I'm forget. I can't.
Yeah, I don't remember her name.
What's
her
her goddamn name? She's really cute.
Let me see.
She's
I can probably,
attractive.
You know,
yeah. Hold on. Is it? Baby, what's the name of the person that maybe is gonna play Dr. Kureha in the One Piece live action?
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah.
I was talking about gilfs that I would.
You would?
I would with Jamie Lee Curtis. Wouldn't you?
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, looking at her, she got it going on.
Wow. Allie just betrayed me and said she wouldn't with Jamie Lee Curtis, and that's fucked up. I can't believe.
Yeah, we all got preferences.
Yeah, but you're telling me, you, and Jamie Lee Curtis? All right, fine, I guess. All right. Anyway,
I love the random ass flips that she does, just apropos of nothing. Like
the random ass what?
The flips, like when she especially we saw this in like Kishika's I guess a group introduction chapter where she's fighting everyone, and like Yaku's just over here doing like these Matrix style flips while keeping her arms, like back behind her.
My interpretation of that is that, you know, she's imagine being at that old and then getting a young body, right? Like I would be too. Now, because now you're young, you're as young as a kid, but you have the knowledge of how to like move your body, and now you have the ability to again. I'd be fucking jumping and moving. I'd be hyper as fuck. I can't believe her whole family is fucking permanently 8 now.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, the fucking her dad being like, oh, "Are you fucking? What have you done with my daughter? Are you treating my daughter nice?" As he's like a little 8-year-old.
Yeah. Nah, I don't think I really have anything else to say.
There's not much to say about her. Yeah.
I mean, I decided. I mean, another aspect of the Earn chapter that we didn't mention. I love the. I guess like her like real misplaced confidence in her abilities to detect forgeries. That was very cute and like very much like old person energy.
I totally agree. Yeah, she's got a lot of stuff like that. Like I don't know if she has, but if not, I'm surprised she hasn't like offered them like a hard candy from her purse.
Yeah. But I think he's definitely offered some sort of snack, but yeah. I don't...
She's probably I can imagine her giving a lot of snacks. I feel like this must have happened, or her giving snacks to the foodie girl.
Yeah.
That's cute. Yeah, I mean, she's the grandma of the group, straight up.
Yeah, and her relationship with Natty is also very cute because they both have that traditional like background, so they can relate to each other on that front.
I like that. Yeah, but yeah, for me, it's like, as I mentioned earlier, I don't remember if I mentioned this on stream or not, but like S, A, B, C, and D, I like them all, right? The only ones that I don't like are F. So if I put someone on D, I still like their character. It's just I like them the least. So for me, that's where she's at. She's likable, she's fine, but she fades into the background for me. So that's me.
I would also put her D just above Iku. Yeah.
Iku hater, bro. It's so fucked up.
And yeah, I probably would.
Do you know the fucking
family?
Sorry. You said family?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you know it's like a weird like conservative pundit guy who's like he says he's like an old black guy and he goes like amazing beta. Do you know who I'm talking about or no?
I don't. I'm not ringing any bells.
It's like a guy that people progressives like to make fun of a lot. He's like a very weird guy, a very far right guy, but he's been known to like bring people on his show and call them betas. He'll be like, "You're a beta," with his like old man voice. So I was just gonna be like, Rios doesn't like Iku because he's a beta and he doesn't want to paddle an ass.
No, I'm not soy Wojak or whatever they say.
Oh damn! Do I see a potential S tier in our midst?
Oh yes.
Do we both agree? Can we just slap her on S tier instantly?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I would call him helpmate, but he's definitely like S tier helpmate sort of thing. Like I love her.
Helpmate, as in like what? Like she would elaborate.
Oh, like the category. Like she's. I mean, like her personality is very. I mean, ignoring the.
No, I love that. Don't ignore it. You got to take all of her.
I mean, like, honestly, that part is like I would consider that part of the helpmate. Like,
you're just there to help each other. Like, she can help you. Like, because I mean, she could both. Like imagine you guys get like imagine you guys are like out on a walk and you get like mugged. You're like about to get mugged. Yeah. She would like kick the mugger's ass. And then once the mugger was like running away, she'd be like, "Praise me, please," and then you'd pat her head.
That's what I'm thinking of. Like in the streets, we're like a professional, put together couple, but in the sheets, well, I mean, I guess, not necessarily the sheets, because if you're more like, I guess in the the living room, I'm there just giving her head pats, and it can
be in the sheets too.
Well, I don't know how much baby play in the bedroom. I mean,
okay, I see what you mean.
I'm remembering the swimsuit chapter where it's like as soon as she's like, I want to make babies, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm totally, but then she does it in the baby like form. I'm like, not like
I agree. How do I? Yeah, first of all, I like that chapter because we get to add her now. And her name's. This is one of the ones that I actually do remember the name of, Kishika, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we get to add her to the illustrious group of girls that have actively attempted to fuck Rentaro. And there's not a lot of them. There's as far as I know, hear me out here, I think it's Hikari, the drunk ethics teacher, and Kishika. Have any of the other ones actively tried to fuck him?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so when that happened, it surprised me. I did not expect her to be in that group, and it's again, a lot of it comes down to the repression because when she's in her normal personality, she's very like, we got to be professional, we got to be mature, we have like a presence to keep up, what's the word I'm looking for here, like the way that you're perceived, appearances to maintain.
That was really something that was a conflict between her and Kusari.
That was fascinating, right? She's even, out of all of them, she's like the only one that's like scared to mention that they're in like a polycule. And like, but when that breaks, because during that chapter where they have that one-on-one date, and like and I love this moment because she's so self-conscious of this side of her. So when Rentaro's like, listen, I love all the sides of you. I love all of them. They're all super attractive. And that's just like a moment where she realizes finally in that chapter, I can breathe around him. I can completely be myself. And that is such a freeing feeling. And then like brain breaks and she's like, wanna fuck now. And I love that so much. Like, so that's already like, puts her up even more points for me. Cause like, you and I agree. We like, sexually active girls. We like girls that aren't afraid to make the first move and be the ones to pounce. So like, big fan, and I love that. I love that she woke up all embarrassed about it. It's just very cute. I big fan of like, I've lost control over myself because I wanted the sex so bad. That's another great trope, like when you're that horny or that down bad. Phenomenal in every regard. But yeah, and then beyond that, she's just super talented at kendo. That's super attractive. Head pats are super fun to give out. I think the only off-putting thing is the fact that, like it'd be one thing if she just really enjoyed the head pats and she's like, oh, thank you. But she goes straight babu.
Regressive. Like he's actually doing that mental age bullshit where it's
but the interesting thing with her is she's not doing it on purpose. It's not like she's like attempting. She's not like sitting there like, yes, I want. She's not like the cat girl. You know how the cat girl wants to be a cat. It's not like she's like, I want to be a baby. It's actually like it just happens to her like a fucking like mental snap.
She pushed herself so far into like being responsible that he's literally like, it's like trying to push a beach ball under the water. Eventually, it's gonna shoot back up and.
She never got to be a baby. It's so
even
sad.
Worse than never getting to be a child.
That's such a running theme with a lot of the girls in this. But yeah, so like that is a little off-putting. But beyond that, very cute. I think she'd be a really fun girl to hang out with, and the fact that she can let loose and just, you can just pet her head, and she loves that, and I love that.
And her fashion is always on point.
Absolutely.
I love her like look and her like the way she holds herself. So appealing.
I agree completely. Let me see what I put her at on my old one. Oh, here. While I'm looking for that, do you want to see what you'd rank her over there?
Over
on your other one. Or did you already do it?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I totally forgot.
We started with that.
My bad. I really need to just save this tier list because every time I close the app and reopen it, it just explodes and goes away. All right, here we go.
Damn.
I'm going to save it now so it's there forever. Okay, so I put her on my original tier list back then. I put her on A. I think maybe time has made me love her more. I think also this tier list I made before that chapter where they were alone on the beach together. So, I think her eagerness to fuck Rentaro probably brought her up to a low S for me. Okay. Are we ready to move on to another S tier?
Yeah.
Woo! Oh my god.
Well, maybe.
Are you serious?
At first, I think I did put Aqua in S tier, but I think she's kind of slipped more to A tier.
Oh no. Why?
I don't think it's really because of anything she's done. It's just more as like other characters have come forward and kind of like changed the relation or like the relative ranking, whatever. But
can I tell you why that's not the case for me? Because it'd be one thing if like, oh, it's been a while since she's had like a thing, but for me, the recent chapter with her that I think of is that chapter where she tried to do like YouTube and TikTok with him.
Yeah.
That to me cemented her as S tier. I thought that was so cute. Like, oh, do TikTok dances with me, do a little YouTube vlog show with me. That is the cutest shit. I would love to do that. Like, honestly, I've been trying to get Allie to be brave enough to like just like do talk about something consistently with me on this. And I think that's so cute. I love that. And the fact that like Although I did like mega disagree with that chapter was weird because Rentaro was like weird about uploading it. You remember that?
Yeah.
I did not fuck with him on that at all. I was like, that's a little weird, man. Like just what do you mean? Like, if I remember correctly, it was like
very Japanese thing to say.
Yeah.
But, they like that classic like don't hold hands in public. And like surprisingly, normally Rentaro was very I guess progressive or maybe as Danny would call it, very American about it. I guess it's a little different when you're putting it online for everyone to see and perpetuate or whatever.
As far as I remember, it was basically, it felt like it was like a selfish thing from him, where he was like, well, I want to be able to have like private moments with you and not like put them out to the world.
Yeah, I'm gonna see
like
if I can find that chapter, but if I can't.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, just that's a Rentaro issue, not a her issue. But the fact that she was instantly willing to be like, okay, that's fine. You know, she didn't like argue about that. She respected his boundaries. Another great point for her. So to me, I agree with you that a lot of new girls have come up that are S tier. It doesn't, for me, delineate her to lower because she has been consistently. I am so impressed with her character because at first when she's introduced, you think maybe like, oh, she's slow, she's maybe a little stupid or ditzy, but nothing could be further from the truth. She's actually like super emotionally intelligent, despite the fact that she just talks slow.
Yeah.
And there's a line, and I don't know if it's meant to be taken as a joke or not, but there's a line that says that she has like super low blood pressure. So I've always interpreted it as like an actual like medical condition she has. And like, I want to know if you feel me on this, but like to me, it makes me so happy that someone who, in every other piece of media where I've seen this kind of trope where someone's talking slow and ditzy, they're written as stupid. But there have been so many moments where she, specifically with her like helping the numbers girl to like acclimate into the group, she has been shown to be emotionally intelligent time and time again. And I just really, really like that about her because I've interacted with people in the past where, because I could see myself genuinely getting frustrated with someone like that, we're all talking at a certain speed, we're doing stuff at a certain speed, and she's back there and she reacts like 30 seconds later, right? It's a sad, unfortunate thing, but that would kind of like disrupt the flow of a hangout. But the fact that she's proven herself to be like really intelligent, she just needs a little more time to like operate, I really relate with that, and like, it just makes her so lovable and relatable to me, and I just think out of all the girls, she has one of the most pure, kindest hearts out of all of them. And the fact that she is actually intelligent is huge for me. So, good.
Yeah, I mean, really, I shouldn't be talking. Like, I'm literally over here, this very slow brain mode as well. Like, that's definitely something I can relate to. And like, what's the word? I'm willing. That's something I would totally willing to give her space for to, put her thoughts together to catch up to the conversation. I mean, you did make a good case, right? I do think S tier probably is.
We'll do low S tier for her. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, here's what I'll say about her too. Like, it'd be one thing if she was slow and it took her a long time to say stuff, and then when she said something, it was like nonsensical and stupid.
Yeah.
But the fact that like, it makes sense, and actually sometimes I think when she finally does say what she says, it's one of the most intelligent things in that in the room. You know what I mean? That would make me always want to listen to what she has to say. I would be on bated breath, excited to hear what she has to say because she's such an intelligent person. And I like that because again, I've talked a lot about my ex. One of the things with my ex is that she was a very kind-hearted person, but I always felt like when I talked to her that she was not intelligent, and it feels mean to say, but like it's really hard to be in love with someone that you feel is like not smart.
Yeah.
You feel me on that?
Like there's not that like intellectual.
Yeah, I felt like I couldn't have intellectual conversations with her. It felt like I would like be talking about things, and then she would like pretend to understand what I was saying, but clearly she didn't actually, and it was like this huge disconnect. And like, so at first I could see like, okay, how I'd be annoyed with this character, but the fact she actually is hearing and interpreting, and like she is listening to you. It's not like she's just like hearing you yap and then pretend to, and be like, yeah, totally. She actually does respond with like an actual like thing that shows you that she was listening. I love that about her. And I forgot to mention this earlier, I love her fashion. Big fan of that kind of fashion. Yeah. Big fan of like the dangly phone charms and shit. If I was a girl, unironically, this is how I would dress.
I mean, I love like it's such a low key version of a gallery, like not in your face, like.
Yes, I'm glad that she doesn't have like the intense like tan / blackface thing going on.
Yeah, I think that's got out of fashion now. It really only shows up in like manga and anime. But yeah, in terms of what type of relationship I think, I definitely think soulmate. Like there's no doubt for me there. It's interesting that both my soulmate candidates are like both these very emotionally I guess intelligent characters, but like in different ways. I think it's like Meme, she seems a lot more like, what's the word, like intentional, I guess, in her, like he's overthinking like a lot of times, whereas Akko has that more like natural, effortless kind of emotional intelligence. Like it's one of those things I love about having such a huge cast of characters, is that you can get these really fine distinctions in like psychological profiles, I guess, where like they're basically the same in everywhere except there's one part where like character A went like they went left and character B went right.
The alternate timelines.
Yeah.
the parallel dimensions. You're totally right, because like, and it's funny because there is that one big difference where like Akko is over here doing TikToks and Mei would never be caught dead doing TikToks. You know, she'd be too nervous. But they're both very similar types of brains. And I like that. Yeah. Oh, so cute, man. I love them. And I totally agree with what you're saying, because like, God, they're just, I am so endlessly impressed at this author's ability to have this many characters and make the, and a lot of it's the artists too. Like it's both of them working in tandem, because they all look so different. And this is me. I have such a hard time telling the difference between characters in series. I fuck up all the time, but the way they're drawn in this and like their personalities are so different that I never have an issue telling who's who.
Yeah.
And it's such.
I mean, even when they're these huge ass, I guess these tiny stamped
the like, group panels,
where y'all can see is their little like chibi faces. You can really tell who they're in. I remember even when they had their little personalities switch, I could still tell who was who.
That is so impressive.
Yeah.
They need like this author-artist duo deserves like an award. I'm not even kidding. Like it's actually like
I can totally see the story like getting something like that in the future. Like it really is on that level.
It's a feat of writing and art. It's like I've literally like, I mean, there are stories that are terrified to have this many main characters. You know what I mean? Like they would never like. Oh, the only other author that I can think of that is this good at like making characters distinguishable is Oda, because like that's why like One Piece's character designs are so fucking wacky and out there, because he's trying to keep them, you know, delineatable. And in a way, this series is almost more impressive because they're not going as wacky as Oda goes, right? Like Oda good.
Yeah, they're managing to maintain a level of like diversity within a much more narrow. Range to work with.
These all look like real people still, whereas like Oda's characters can have like 3 arms and fucking like rainbow hair and shit. But yeah, I love her to death. Genuinely, like I would put her. I think she might be a top 5 girl for me. And the next girl is another top 5 girl for me. And I think we're gonna disagree on this one, and it's gonna break my heart. But
yeah, a little, yeah.
Well, okay, but I can finally tell you, because I don't think we ever ended up talking about... Remember I kept telling you there was a moment for Uto in the future that made me love her, like, way more? I don't think we ever ended up talking about it in the chat. You remember that?
Yeah, let me hear it.
Well, let me... Here. I'll get into it first, and I'll let you know. Okay, so first, Uto... Best, I don't know, maybe not, is she best girl? She's like top 3 or 2 for me, probably. I cannot even tell you how much she shot up. She might have started at like low C, maybe even D for me, and she shot up to like S. It's unbelievable. And it was like a slow, just like seeing her more and more. But for me, here's my argument. At first, I found this kind of trope a little cringe. I was like, okay, she's going a little hard with it. And I think the difference for me is, once again, just like Natty, it's seeing that she can break that that out of that, like that she's not constant. It's the difference between are you mentally ill or are you or are you just trying to live your best life and have fun, and because I'm a big fan of like life is hard, life is stressful, life is scary. If you can do something to make it a little more fun, fucking do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I love that. So for Uto, the moment for me, and now here it comes, was the moment where Miss Kanye West pop star over here was they
I remember you telling me about it, but go on.
Yeah, so they've developed this like relationship where she is like, oh, you're so irregular, I want to learn from you, and so she's keeping up her little thing, and he's like, she's like, of course I'll train you in the ways of the bard, and every time we see her play ocarina, she's fucking terrible at it, and that's kind of played up as a joke. And she's like, the pop star's like shadowing her that whole day. And then finally she goes home. And this is like the most intimate look we've seen into her life. And this was like a big chunk that moved her up to S tier for me. She lays down in her bed and she has a book that says Ocarina playing for dummies. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
And that instantly, such good show not tell storytelling, because instantly I'm seeing like, okay, what that tells me is that she's not just like willfully incompetent and shitty. She's not just going out there like, I want to be a bard. She's like actively trying to learn. She's and she's depressed and sad at the fact that she's not as good as she wants to be. And as I was reading this, I was trying to learn how to yo-yo, simply because a lot of my favorite characters are yo-yoers. Like Keela was a yo-yoer. Ness from Smash Brothers and Earthbound is a yo-yoer. Bridget from Guilty Gear is a yo-yoer. And these are all characters that I love and adore. So I picked up yo-yoing during my stint of unemployment simply because I like that vibe, and that's the kind of person I want to be. So when I look at Uto, it makes me think of that kind of element of life where it's like, you know what? People are going to say it's cringe. People are going to laugh at me, but this is what's going to make me happy. This is the kind of life that I want to live, the person I want to be, and I'm going to do it no matter what. And I fucking love people like that and stories like that. So like her kind of like having that like, what's it called? Imposter syndrome, right? You've heard of that before?
Yeah.
So like her having that and like going in and kind of breaking character, going in the next day to the pop star and being like, I'm not who you think I am. Surely you must know that I'm a fraud. I'm just putting on a performance. I suck at everything I do. And then I don't remember what the pop star says back. Do you happen to remember? I just remember she's like, no, you're the most irregular person I know, and I love that you go forward with it, or something like that. I don't remember exactly what she said.
Yeah, something like she definitely like disagreed with her, and like in her very Himeka way was like just tell like, no, you are like abnormal, and obviously she means that
in the way that I love and respect. Yeah. Like you're one of the like this famous pop star is saying to Uto, like, no, I want to be like you. I look up to people.
Yeah, you call her an abnormal genius, or like
yeah. And she had such a fucking imposter syndrome from that, because she's going home and she's like, I suck at this ocarina. I suck at this. And I just love that she's trying to improve, and it's all of that on top of the fact that I'm obsessed with characters that like put on this like air of like I'm super serious, but get snapped out of it really quickly. Her little shtick where she's jumpy and scares easily is very cute to me. Just like, and the fact that it's not like a normal scream, but it'll usually be like an eep, like eep.
Yeah.
So like I'm imagining like the highest pitch, like she's going from like this super intense like bard voice, like I'm a drifter, I go where the wind and then a balloon pops. She's like, ah! It's the cutest thing to me. And we talked about the one where she gets her boobs groped and like how she reacted to that, and she's just really it gives me the vibe that the person she is on the inside is actually more similar to someone like Meme. Very shy, very soft-spoken, but the way she's trying to push past that is to, like, embody this character. It reminds me of, actually, Usopp and the Sniper King situation. Have you at least heard of that? In One Piece?
No.
Okay, so in One Piece, Usopp is, like, a coward. And he
I know Usopp, but I just didn't know about Sniper King.
Okay, so Sniper King is a character that he ends up embodying. It's so basically there's an arc where Usopp has a massive argument with Luffy, and Usopp ends up leaving the crew like officially for a while, and he's like, "Fuck you guys, I'm leaving." And then there's like this awkward thing where like after he does that, one of the other crew members gets kidnapped, and there's this big like all hands on deck, we gotta save them, and Usopp wants to help, but he's like, well shit, I can't just like run crawling back after I like made a fool of myself and like said fuck you to my captain. So he like finds a random mask, and everyone knows it's him. It's he's got that long ass nose. Everyone but Luffy knows it's him because Luffy's stupid. So he goes back and he's like, yes, it is I, Sniper King from Sniper Island. Where is Sniper Island, you may ask? It's in your heart, And he's just like doing this theatrical hero thing. Mm-hmm. And what's so cool about that is that like throughout the arc, he's being more brave and more impressive, and he's fighting better. And he starts to realize, and he realizes this like throughout the series, he's like, I'm still the same person, but something about having this mask on, it's like helping me be more brave. I'm not as cowardly because now I don't feel like little cowardly Usopp. I feel like a superhero. You know what I mean? So when I think of Uto, I like to imagine that she grew up super shy, super down about herself, and like this like persona she puts on is how she gets out of bed in the morning. It's how she feels good about herself. And I fucking love that, and I find that really inspiring, and I find her fucking adorable. And so that's why I love her so much. I hope I've made a good case there. And then one last thing I'll say is in the recent chapter where they're doing cherry blossom viewing, do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Where one of the rare cases where he takes every single girl out on a date, you know what I mean? I maybe I could be wrong, but you could go back and tell me. I think, because there's a part where all the people who can play instruments are up there, like, playing music. So she's playing her ocarina, the violin girl is playing violin, and then the pop star's singing. I swear it wasn't the normal, like, crooked line to delineate that she sucks at the ocarina, so that was me hoping that maybe she's gotten better at ocarina. I was like, oh, has she improved? So I don't know if you noticed that or not, but, like, yeah.
Because I remember still seeing the
oh no!
Woo.
I'll go back.
But maybe it was a little less crooked.
I'll go back and check.
Crooked P-woo.
While you talk about your thoughts, I'll go back and check.
So for me, like I initially kind of saw her as a more unflappable sort, kind of like Momiji. So
I'm sorry. Real quick, can I didn't realize there's like a million things. There's like so much chat. Can we talk about that real quick?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I will respond to the chat right now. What's up, Kirby guy? Yeah. So listen, man. When I said you'll be pleasantly surprised about the cousin, it was that she's moved up to D. She's D now, and I hope that you're happy about that. Okay. Even for me, I basically said like I can say she's D now because she's gotten less obnoxious personality wise. She doesn't do that like shit as much, So anyway, Kishka enjoyer. We're both Kishka enjoyers for sure. She offered Kurumi candy once. Awesome. Thank you for letting me know. Jamie Lee Curtis. Man, dude, I really do got to have this chat up on the side. At some point, I'm gonna get like a thing for that. Luke sent me the Karane clip, so let me send you that right now so you can watch it like on stream. Okay. We're just going to take 10 minutes here to go through all the chat here. Sorry about that, guys. Warning, the stream's current. Oh, the bitrate's slow. Ugh. Okay.
With something like this, I don't think that matters.
It seems like we're doing good. Images. Here, let me check the validity of this clip here. Yes. Oh, did you hear a little bit of it? Okay. I'm all right. Let me forward this to you real quick. Shut up. Okay, we can't spoil this. All right, share. Are you fucking ready? You're not prepared.
Let's hear.
This made me love her like instantly. I hope this sends. Oh, geez, it's gonna send in like a weird way.
There, let me see.
Did it send?
Girl, you need help.
Is that not the best thing ever?
Oh my lord.
Listen, again, we've talked about this before. My taste in women is like very unwomanly women. You know what I mean? So like that, I'm not even kidding. But, I like women that are just like one of the boys. I like women that are willing to kind of like get down, get dirty, do like yard work. I like tomboy women. I like women that'll curse and swear. I find it hot when women manspread. You know what I mean? Like that kind.
Same here.
Yeah. So like that. If a woman said that to me, instant I'm into you. Like, I'll be honest, like, I would laugh so fucking hard if, like, a really attractive woman said that to me. I'd be like, okay, you're fucking awesome. That's awesome. That's just me, though.
It wouldn't hurt my opinion. I'd just be like, all right, good to know.
Well, so, like, I'm the kind of guy who, like, this is, and I always forget that this is abnormal when, like, we have visitors over, but, like, when Allie is, like, walking towards the bathroom, I will always look at her and be like, taking a shit? And, like, constantly. So, like, I'll do that on accident, like, when me and Allie are, like, out, like, at a friend's house, and they'll be like, why are you asking her? And I'm like, I'm sorry, it's just funny to me. She's just looking for a place to blast out a shit. All right. Thank you, Luke, for sending me that. You are peak. All right, let me see here. Laid out back. Oh god, there's so much to read. I'm just gonna skim through this. Okay. I do like Yaku and how she adds a unique dynamic. It makes sense that she would just hang around the family. She's old. Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, like, what the fuck else is she? This is like her retirement part-time job. Yeah. Oh, can I just like mod people? Oh fuck yeah. Oh my. You're a mod, Luke! Okay, managing mod. Hold on, you can manage, or standard mod. Can review and remove chat messages and hide or put users in timeout. Can manage. I'm going to make you a standard moderator, Luke. Enjoy your power. Kirby guy, I'm sorry. You're not a moderator because you're a fan of the cousin.
Damn.
But I'm glad you're here. Hey, listen, if everyone's a mod, no one is, okay? You know how it goes?
True.
Yeah. We got to have one guy in power and one guy be the peasant. Enjoy being a peasant, Kirby guy. Let's see. Mature. True. Another cool aspect is she's a war veteran. Yeah, the war veteran thing is interesting.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that.
We should have talked about that. Yeah.
I mean, she's clearly seen some shit. Like, she literally has war flashbacks. And they do it for comedy. I think during the sports festival where she was like...
She's hearing, like, the helicopters and the fucking...
Yeah, use that to, like, push herself through the finish line kind of thing.
Oh, my God. I need a Vietnam War stare from her. S tier, Kishika Enjoyer, Kishika S tier, and Helpmate. Yes. Hari, her trauma response from not getting enough attention as a kid really did a number on her. Facts. A tier and Mindmate for Gyaru, according to Luke. They literally danced to the anime opening in that chapter. They did in the TikTok chapter. That was very cute. Oh my god. There was like a joke recently where the girls were like, it was something. I think because the grandma was like anime, and then one of them was like, "We're all gonna be anime soon, right?"
Yep. I think that was in the Earn chapter. It was like a cutaway or something like that. But yeah.
I mean, I can understand that there were two aspects to it, both that he wanted to keep the moments to himself and that he didn't want to potentially subject her to internet hate. Yeah, I guess. I'm a big fan of like, if you have art to put out in the world, you should put it out. And if you're concerned about like how you're going to take like comments and internet hate, then turn off the comments. You know what I mean? Because like I really enjoy the feeling of putting out art in the world. It's a very satisfying, fulfilling feeling for me. And I would never want to like not do that out of fear of like bad comments personally. But yeah, I mean, maybe honestly, oh good.
That's definitely that's definitely a example when Rintaro's protecting his kind starts
a little too much.
Because overprotective.
I agree. I think a good solution, he should help her set up a VTuber model. That'd be really cute.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great way to maintain her anonymity.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be part of her character. Yeah, in chapters where she does physical activity, she falls behind the other girls pretty clearly. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think she's genuinely got low blood pressure. She has natural empathy for everyone. It's adorable. Yeah, she's so pure-hearted and loving. Let's see, Uto and Kiki chapter. Which one's Kiki again? I'm bad with names.
That's Hinaka, the songstress. Kiki is like her stage.
Yes. I really like the relationship they have because of her like love of her abnormalness. Yeah. Uto is S tier and Family Zone. Oh, I forgot to say what Uto's soulmate for me. I adore. Like, well, let me think. Let me go back on that. Let me think, because I do love her. but I do worry that I wouldn't be able to match her freak on the bard stuff. So maybe I'll say playmate. Uto's playmate. Okay, pretty much a missing member of my family. Interesting. Yup, and she's much the same in how she loves Snuffican. What? Oh yes, the Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask gag. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
That shit. First of all, she's wrong because Majora's Mask is better, but
Damn.
I do love that makes total sense because like those two games, surprisingly, very different vibes, right? Because like one of them is much more like your traditional medieval fantasy story, and the other one is like more akin to like some creepy weird Persona Danganronpa shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the bosses you fight in Majora are like super colorful and like supernatural and like dimensional and weird versus like Ocarina of Time is much more like you have your horse and your sword and your shield and you're fighting knights of the realm. And so like it makes sense that she as a kid, as like a little baby, would just be like, yes, I seek the bard Dungeons and Dragons life. Dude, playing Dungeons and Dragons, I just thought about this. Playing
God, that would be insane. That'd be crazy.
Uto would be peak at staying in character. The roleplay,
yes.
Holy shit. I love that chapter too. So I remember it. She says, if you think I'm so great and I think you're great, then you must even be even more greater than me because I'm great to someone as you. Ooh, that was hard to read.
Yeah. It's classic. Like, if someone cool like me thinks you're cool, then you gotta be cool, right?
D tier is certainly better, though admittedly I'm kind of a shill, so I'm the I love all the girls kind. Yeah, but you can't do a tier list if you just say you love all of them, you know?
Yeah.
Here's my tier list where every single one of the girls is at like A or B. D, sorry for spamming. Oh, dude, Kirby guy. Please do not apologize for spamming the chat. It makes me very happy to see. In fact, I would actually ask you to keep spamming the chat as long as you're cool with the fact that like we'll come like give us like 30 minutes and then we'll like in between girls we'll come and read everything you've said. Do not be sad about or worried about spamming the chat. I love it. It makes me happy. I just terrible at like keeping up with it. That's my fault. Please continue to give out your thoughts. I love it. In fact, genuinely, I feel bad now for you. Seem like chill. I feel like I want to make you a mod too. But if everyone's a mod, then there's no point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like if you probably don't care, but if you really want to be a mod, I'll make you a mod. If that gets your rocks off. Once we're super famous, you know what? Fuck it. You're a mod. There you go. Here's what we're gonna do, okay? Because one day the hope is we'll be super famous, and then you two will be the OGs that were here. But if you start abusing your power, I'll suck it away from you. No, I changed my mind, Kirby guy. You're too cool. I like you. You're a mod guy. Yeah. Rios, fuck you. You're not a mod. No, I'm just kidding. You're a mod too. Everyone's a mod.
I was like, should I say something? Yeah, but I was like, I want him to decide.
But I made you, Rios. I made you a bigger mod. I made like they're mods that can like ban people. Or wait, hold on. Let me look at the difference again. Hold on. They're mods that can. I don't know. You're a managing mod, and they're like a different standard mod. So you can actually go in and like change banned words and shit. So
holy moly!
Yeah, I know. Okay, so wow, but no, please continue to spam Kirby guy. We'll check on you in like a half hour.
It's great interactivity.
No, dude, you know how sad I'd be if I was here like talking to no one. I'd be like, what the fuck's the point? So yeah, spam more. Okay, where were we? What were we doing? You were about to talk about Uto.
Yeah.
All right, Cook King.
So initially, I thought of her as being more of an unflappable sort, like kind of like Momiji. So like ironically, during her that switch chapter when Momiji slipped with Rentaro, I was actually kind of pissed for Uto's sake, but I saw how like uncomfortable she was made by Momiji groping her. It took a while for me to realize that that's the. Uto is actually a bit of a glass cannon in that regard.
Yeah, but that was one of the first, I think, times that you see it. Actually, like it wasn't really hinted at.
That was like it.
Yeah,
that was the genesis of that character of hers. But yeah, initially, I was kind of drawn to like her, like how she's always trying to say shit in the most like eloquent, like grandiloquent way possible.
But a lot of the shit she says makes no sense though. Like
as a writer and someone like I so relate to like trying to say some shit and like I'm gonna make it try to sound eloquent, and you get halfway through a sentence and you realize like okay I'm just saying nonsense.
Yeah.
I'm making it sound good, but it's like nonsense.
You start to realize that you're yapping. You're like, oh, I'm yapping.
Yes.
Fuck.
The difference between me and Uto was that Uto will just he'll commit to it, where I'll admit that I've like lost the fight, but
Uto will. I think the one time ever that she's not committed to the bit was that like breakdown she had with the pop star. Yeah.
So for me, I would rank her. Probably...
It's okay. Be honest. I won't be mad.
Yeah. Probably C tier above. I think above Kurumi. Because I mean, I do
top
feel
of
like,
C tier then.
Yeah. Because another thing that I didn't mention, I really like. I mean, in the beginning, it seemed like she really was just like a yapper, but she does actually say some really like some genuinely eloquent shit.
Yeah.
Like during the like group chapter with her and the Brazilian girl, she really like because the Brazilian girl is just a total worrywart about everything, and Uto was able to so elegantly like sort of put her worries and concerns to rest, and it was like so. I mean, that's exactly the kind of thing I believe it, and the kind of thing that I use to like calm myself down when I get into those sort of like fits of worry. And
yeah, she'd be a good like TED talker, I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
yeah. Because I mean, it's depressing how true this is, but a lot of good speeching is the just like never stopping sounding confident. I mean, that's why Trump has half of the population voting for him. You know what I mean? I genuinely think she could like go up and do a TED talk, and like every other thing she says makes sense, and every other thing she says makes no sense, but people would still be like, "Oh, visionary, genius."
Yeah.
I'm trying to find Uto's part in the most recent like two-parter where they're just like it's like little dates. Because I remember that being very cute as well.
They were looking at like the stars, I think, and then like Uto sits in Rentaur's lap, and he kind of reads the room and like holds her.
He says wants to be held.
He spooked for a second, then she's like, "Yeah, this is exactly what I want." She like leans into it.
You see what I mean? Like, she's so goddamn cute.
Yeah, for her, I'd probably actually put her like as like a mind mate character, because like I really feel like we could have some interesting conversations.
You know what? I actually totally agree. I'm gonna take back what I said earlier about Playmate. She'd be excellent to talk to. Yeah. And like the fact that she's like this, because I just went and read the most recent chapter where they're looking at the stars, and I like that she isn't saying a word. Like she just got up and sat on his lap. Like I think that's so cute. Yeah. Oh god. I love her so much. I have such a little fucking crush on her. She's the cutest. I'm losing it. All right. Lock in, Red. Let's see here. Second maid time. Oh boy.
Yeah, this is one you don't like. This is definitely when we have a big divergence in opinion.
You like her?
I don't love her, but I mean.
Well, here's my real question: are you gonna have any F tiers at all? Boo.
I think I have a candidate for F tier, but it will be kind of like more like someone has to be F tier, but
find your least favorite.
I feel like I can justify it when we get to that.
So I'm looking at my mine right here, and so my 4 F tiers are Beautiful Girl, the cousin who is now D tier. So I guess I only have 3 F tiers. So it'd be Beautiful Girl, Second Maid, and Number Girl. Those are the only people in F tier for me. Yeah. You want me to start with my hatred for Second Maid?
Yeah.
So, like, I already am not a huge fan of the first maid. She's D tier for me, you know. And, like, you know, so I'm not a big maid person in general. And then on top of that, her personality is, like, nothing I find attractive. That, like, I mean, it's, like, actually, you know what? It's the perfect example. You remember how we've talked about how I like Karane as a tsundere? Like, her tsundere-ness is, like, good. Second Maid is actually like more towards the generic tsundere-ness from other series that are not good. You know what I'm saying? That's what it feels like to me, at least. Like she's got this like sister complex thing. It reminds me of have you ever watched a Red Spy X Family?
Yes.
There's that guy that's like obsessed with, or it's like it's Yor's brother, right? If I remember correctly.
Yep,
yeah. Like, I'm getting that vibe, and I've always just found
I
that.
can see that. Yeah.
I've always just found that cringe and not funny at all. And like, I guess there's some people that like enjoy the journey of her like slowly realizing that she does actually like Renjiro and she's not just there for the maid. But like the fact that like that is her stated purpose, like, oh, I'm not even here for Renjiro. I'm using this polycule to get closer to the maid. Like that's already just kind of gross, because even if it's not true, I think she believes that, you know. So I think that's kind of gross. I think she's not funny. She's just like she's the tsundere we have at home. She's fucking like Walmart brand fucking Karane, and Walmart brand rainbow eyes bitch. So I mean like it's just I mean, I guess there's like kind of a funny element to the fact that she's like a maid who's like really klutzy and like shitty at her job. I guess there's like a funniness to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, she's one of the 3 worst girls in my opinion. And there's just not a lot to like about her in my opinion. So,
well, I'm going to preface this by saying that I would categorize her as a frenemy. So, you know, just to get that out of the way. But I do like, to me actually the frenemy energy of her is actually an appeal for me. Like I actually had someone like that in like high school where we had like this kind of like rivalry essentially. And I don't know. I really like. I guess I like that dynamic. I don't know like to explain why, but I mean.
Are you saying you kind of like a girl who will be a little bit of a douche to you? Because I get it.
Yeah. For me, it kind of helps me be more like myself, I guess, because I'm not so. I mean, I'm not I'm not so worried about being respectful, but I guess also because I'm not like an asshole, even to people I don't like. I'm still. It just what happens. I end up being more of myself with this person, and I can just sort of like give as good as I get, kind of thing. Like it becomes more like banter and teasing sort of thing, and I can so see myself like giving her shit for her like obsession with the maid and her being like, you know, like dropping shit at the earliest opportunity.
You know what? I'd be the type of person that would just be like, just tell her how you feel.
Yeah.
Stop
I'd
fucking
be on the background and be like, you know what? I'm just gonna tell her you like her. She's like, don't do it. We'd be fighting each other, and I'd be like, you know, that kind of thing. Like that's the kind of relationship I see us having. And now I also like, I don't know what it is about her like character design, but it just is incredibly appealing to me. Like I chose that face because I just love this kind of like energy. It's just.
Is it like the smug face? Because I see you picked the smug face.
Yeah, like not even smug. It's more like kind of like this kind of scheming, conniving. And like I actually that to me that actually is kind of like a plus. Well, at least for a character. I mean, in real life, I don't know how much I would deal with an actual like backstabby type of person. But as a character, I do tend to find it very appealing.
Yeah, I think if you took away the maid thing and like the obsession with the sister, not even really her sister thing, and like because like her is
even weird.
Yeah,
it's even weird because she literally is not her sister.
Yeah,
she just made this shit up in her head.
Well, because it was because she was like working there as well, and then like for a while, like she was basically just her sister figure growing up because she was teaching her how to be a maid, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So like
she like it was when she was going in like her grandmother was bringing her into work today kind of thing, and she saw maid number 1 was like smitten or something like that, and she decided to go into maid work because of that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just think I think if you just like took her as a person and removed those elements for her and gave her like a different kind of personality quirk, then maybe I could like her. It's the same thing with like the number girl. I think the number girl visually, like attractive wise, is very cute. I like her body type, very like that very skinny, like wiry kind of body, and I like her hair color. I like her big glasses. Like I really like how the number girl looks, but like her personality just fucking ruins it for me, you know. So that's kind of, I feel like maybe you could like go in and do some surgery on the second maid to make me like her, but like yeah, like how she is now.
Mm. I mean, yeah, 'cause I'm thinking like a lot of the things you said actually I kind of like the opposite. Like you said, like you didn't find her, like, uh, her clumsiness funny, but like I mean I remember in that bunny girl chapter where she accidentally like she actually like signs up to be like a bunny girl trainee rather than a maid trainee, and that chapter where she puts on the like bunny and she's like just staring at herself in the mirror like that's such like a relatable.
No, that
like,
was one
like,
of her
you
better
screwed,
chapters for
yeah,
sure.
when you screwed up so badly, but you're like you can't. You're like maybe if I just do the thing I'm supposed to do, it will somehow fix the situation. But yeah.
So to clarify, maybe I misspoke. I don't know, but I actually what I meant to say was I actually do find her clumsiness funny. That's like one of the elements that I actually do enjoy. I said like, okay, that's pretty funny. Like that element, the idea of like a maid who sucks at being a maid. That's funny for sure. But yeah, no, yeah, I do like that.
But yeah, I mean, yeah. Other than like, I mean, I like I said, I find her like
Really
appeal, like a character appeal, very attractive. So I mean, that's kind of like an unfair, I guess, advantage of not really related to her character.
Also, Slurp bunny girls. You know, she looked great in that.
Oh,
I wish she was a bunny. Yeah, get rid of the maid shit and be a bunny girl. It'd be an improvement on your character.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean,
what letter you thinking?
We're
plugging away. I think in one more hour we can be wrapped up. We can do it.
For her, yeah, I'm thinking probably A tier, probably between Ahari and Karane.
All right. Very nice. Damn, I love how different our opinions are. It's fascinating. And see now when we get your official one, and then I'm gonna go to my official one and like change around, and tweak the ones that I need to change, and then I want to put them side by side and like kind of compare the vibes. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. See which ones we like agree on, and so let's see here. So let me quickly check on the chat here. All right.
Well, yeah, some of the things that Kirby guy was saying, like he's a shoujo manga like head, and I remember her connecting with Shizuka over that. It was very cute.
Oh yeah, that was cute. Yeah, like on it's like the what do we do when were those the chapters where it was like oh no, Rentero's taken the drug where it's unless he thinks this trope is the best,
I think
he'll die.
Before that.
Oh, okay. I just remember there was one of them where it was like we have to laze about. We have to dress like in our pajamas and laze about or something, right? Yeah.
Something like.
Oh, so good. Those chapters were of those chapters where it was like oops, he took this drug and he has to think this. Tama with her big titties laying on his stomach with them like squishing off to the side of her was excellent. You know what I'm talking about? Can you imagine the panel?
Yeah.
Do you know the panel I'm talking about? I want to make sure it's very important. I'll stop everything.
Wait. I can find him.
Who can find it first? Probably you.
Okay, let's see. It was before.
All right, whoever finds that panel first.
It was before the bunny girl showed up.
I know exactly where it was. Like the second one in that in that group, I think. I love Tama. Tama is another S tier for me, by the way. Spoilers. God, dude, the cat girl changed my life. I was so happy when that happened.
Let's save that image. I'm looking through my 1,000 images of like.
It's the stacked woman, ponytail knit sweater combo chapter. I found it. I'm just about to get there. There's no. You found it? I'm literally on the chapter.
He's loafing like a cat.
And her boobs are so big. I can't get over it. Like they're actually bigger than like Hikari and Hahari's. They're bigger than Mei's. I'm looking at them right now. They're like a little bit bigger than Mei's.
Oh my lord. Boobs on the screen right now.
Oh yeah. Hold on, let me get to the panel I'm thinking of though. Do you know the one? Oh my god, there's adult. Here, give it like 5 seconds. You're gonna see a peak adult Kusari here. Why must we not have peak adult Kusari?
Like all the time.
Yeah. All right, let me get to
it.
Yeah, dude.
He's giving the drug that's gonna kill him if he doesn't. If some weird stipulation isn't met.
Okay, so once this shows up on live, this panel changed lives. Okay? It's actually unbelievable.
Oh, I love how Kichigo carried Rentaro. I was like swoon territory.
Oh, me too, dude. She's so strong. Okay, are you seeing the cat panel now? Can we talk about this? Dude.
He's got a pale.
And it's not just her boobs. Look at her ass.
She's a full package.
It's unbelievable. Her boobs are so big that they're like out in front of her face. They're like she's resting her own head on them. And then her ass, she's got the perfect back curve. She's expert level on the doggy style meme, okay? And she's got her ass up. And one of my favorite things about like girl ass is when like you can tell that they've like packed it into the jeans and the jeans are like struggling to contain the ass. Like it's just like
they're pulling that Tobey Maguire and Spider-Man meme type thing.
The seams are struggling, and she is so goddamn attractive. She's a short stack. I love short stacks. Short stacks. I wouldn't call her a tomboy, but she is a short stack. And, you know, again, that's what my real girlfriend is. I'm blessed with a real-life short stack. And Jesus. Allie doesn't got boobs this big. She's like upper C tier, like just below C tier. C cup. So she's almost a little bit more milk drinking. Maybe she could have become a double D. But anyway, yeah, I mean, like, Tama's... I'm sorry. I hope I'm not going on too long about this. No. This panel, I'm not even kidding. Like, this panel has changed my life. I could stare at it for hours. And she's 23. There's no weirdness.
21.
Is she? I could have sworn. Let me check.
Well, someone in chat last week is saying he's 21.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, you're right. My bad. Whatever. So she can drink. She can drink. She can fuck. And I'm ready. I want it, and I'm ready, and I want it, and I'm ready, and I want it right now. So bad. I want it. Whew. Okay. It's getting a little warm in here.
A little hot under the collar.
Genuinely, actually, I know what I'm doing after this stream. Okay.
You're zooming in.
Woo! God damn! All right, we back, boys. All right, what were we talking about again?
We're looking through chat.
Oh yeah, chat. Right.
They also brought up. Kirby guy also brought up how he was the second mate was teased from like I think.
Yes. She was in the background somewhere.
The Hoppery rescue arc way back in like chapters 20 through 30.
Insane.
Like another just like W for the writers and like it's kind of it makes you look at every single girl who shows up and things like it's a potential girlfriend. Like
yeah, I need some background girls. Yeah. I'm still waiting for like we talked about Friend A. Friend A is going to be the true. Friend A is going to be the One Piece.
Yeah.
Friend A, I think Friend A is going to be the femboy trans character. That's what I'm excited for.
That'd be cool. To actually bring something. There's been a trope in the anime community for years. I'm sure this writer would be able to like do it.
Bring the trope back, but then like make it good and not fucked up. Yeah. Vex, why are you giving your partner's measurements on stream? DMs Allie. Oh, she's chill about it. I'm pretty sure. That's one of the reasons I love her so much. She's chill. I was talking about how when she's walking to the bathroom, I'm like, you shitting? She's chill. I love her. That's one of the reasons. If your girl isn't chill with you outing her exact bra measurements on stream, what are you even doing in that relationship? Anyway, let me read a little more here. Okay, now I gotta remember where we're starting here. That's Jojo Man. Yep. Sue fan. Man, this guy likes Sue as well. God, imagine having like genetically bad tastes like built into your fucking DNA.
Oh, I kind of like Sue as well. I guess I'm also a genetic defect over here.
It's okay. I'll still be friends with you guys. I'm not for eugenics.
Damn.
Another thing, it was kind of insane when she was revealed because yep, that's what you said. I told you, Vex, 5 hours minimum. Okay, we're talking about each girl for like 20 minutes. I'm not even shitting you. Like some of them we've been talking about for like 40 minutes. Each girl, that's how much content there is for each one of these gorgeous, beautiful women, except for 3 of them. Yeah. So let's see. Vex, look at Cat Girl. Literally red right now. Peak Tama girl Vex, true. I agree about the tier list variety. It's so cool to me how everyone has their own. It's one of those series where like I've been meaning to say this. I've been looking for a time to bring this up. Something that makes me really happy about this series is that I think when you kind of transition from being a kid into an adult, you can kind of go through like a little bit of like a doomer phase where you're like, oh, I'm at the ripe old age of like 22 and I've seen everything. Yeah. I've seen everything. I've heard everything. Every show's the same. Every book's the same. It's time for me to die. What's the point of life anymore? At least I don't know if you guys went through that. I did. I was like, man, everything sucks now. And I was like, like there's a lot of people in the world that will try to like downgrade. I'm trying to think like boil down and delineate art and music and media and people down to like a formula. Like, have you ever heard people where they'll be like, there's only like 3 different story types and every story is a ripoff of another story type? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm actually kind of that type of person, but I mean, I do understand the limitations of that style of thinking, so I try not to.
Well, I'm sorry, did you have more to say? I don't want to cut you off.
Oh yeah, I was just saying, like, I've had my character arc in that respect. Like, I understand that reducing like that has its place, but it's not like the way to look at the world. But
yeah, for sure. So like my thing is there is truth to that, no doubt. But I feel like people that like obsess over that can ruin fiction for them. If the way you're looking at fiction is like, well, I've seen this and this before, and this trope leads to this, and that means this is gonna just like. The differences in like how it's done and how the characters are like a story, you cannot boil a story down to like one element. It's like a mixture and a build of like thousands of elements coming together from like how the art is, how the pacing is, and that's what makes something its own original product. If you try to like distill and boil it down to like, well, actually it's one of 7 different story types that that's boring. And what I like about
the person, it's the person confusing models for reality and just and treating the model like it's the only thing that matters.
Yes, and I had an arc, a character arc where I was kind of like that, and it was like ruining my enjoyment of things. And something that I like about this story is it feels to me like the antidote to that kind of thinking, because like I feel like it's easy to get into this mindset of thinking like, oh well, actually there's only like 6 personality types and every person can fall into that. But like this author is about to give us 100 girls that each feel so distinct and so different. We're already at 29 and every single one of them feels so different and so distinct, and that genuinely gives me hope for the world. It gives me like this like just longing for, and like oh, I want to go out and meet new people and make new friends because there's so many different types of people out there, and that thought makes me happy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's one of the things this series does for me. It gives me every chapter I read, I get such optimism and happiness and joy for life. I love it. Anyway, more chat. Yes, she's an adult, Vex. I'm not gonna actively fucking lust over. See, I pick my language very carefully, okay? Like, when I was talking about Uto, I was like, oh, she's so cute, I love her. And then when I was talking about Tama, I was like, I want to fucking raw doggy style her with that curved back, ass up in the air.
You're gonna invent kitty style or something, like cat
style. Yeah. I'll put barbs on my penis that open up when it's in there. God. Don't make me think about it. Listen, I've always been kind of secretly into cat girls, okay? Like, I've always been kind of, like, guilty pleasure. Like, I was fucking with Neko Para back in the day. You remember that shit?
Oh, my God. I love Sayori's art. But,
yeah. And those long, detailed sex scenes that were in, like, the fucking, like, 18-plus version.
Yeah.
God, and, like...
They things get a little too sloppy in those sex scenes. It's like,
yeah.
Are we just, like, dumping lube on each other? But
that series kind of invented not literally, but for me, because it was the first series I saw that did this, that series, like, invented the male character that can come endlessly trope. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I remember, do you know the YouTuber Lost Paws?
Oh, yeah, I still watch this stuff occasionally, but yeah, Perfect. I remember that, yeah.
I'm sorry, no, please keep talking. I was just
gonna say, like, yeah, I remember finding his stuff way back in my freshman year of high school, and
same.
I mean, it was so sad when he had to like delete a lot of his like VN or visual novel
YouTube
content.
ain't all about that life anymore.
Yeah.
Well, so fun fact, you know that I think I've told you about it. That that Rustage guy that runs the D&D series I like. He's one of the players in that D&D series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
So
heard him playing. Yeah.
yeah, he's really good, by the way. I highly recommend. But anyway, I remember I have memories of watching Lost Paws play Nekopara as like a young high school kid. Yeah. And I just remembered Lost Paws being like, "Geez, how much does he got in him?"
Edward, man, he's not like most people are 70% water. This guy is 70% cum.
That's where all of his water goes. Okay, so. Oh, sorry. Should I mod Vex? I don't know. I don't know if you deserve it. I'm just kidding. Maybe we'll think about it if you play nice. Tama's S tier, soulmate, dude. I don't know. Listen, there's one thing we gotta wait till we get there, but there's one thing keeping me back from her. It's her struggle with like working. I do need someone to help me pay the rent. All right, but anyway, moving on. That one person who said Tama's F tier in that video, F them. Yeah, how dare. Damn, I'm a fake fan. I thought she was 25 because she was the 25th girlfriend. The mods roast me normally. Red roasting his mods. Insane.
Damn.
Let's see. You don't get it. I've done character dissertations on some of the girls in the Discord. Okay. I love the link. Got deleted by... Oh, sorry, Vex. I didn't hear. You know what, Vex? If you're still here, be a mod, and then maybe you can send a link. If you still can't send a link, I guess you're just fucked. But there you go. Enjoy being a mod. Even girls like Momoji have a hidden depth. Sue is no different. Yeah, for sure. I think they all have hidden depth to like varying degrees. If you speak badly about her, I will bust out the 50-paragraph Sue essay. Do you really have... I kind of want to read that, actually. If you can convince me that Sue is, like, deeper than I think she is, then I'd be interested. Because as far as I can tell, she's just number girl. Lamar, I feel the same way. I know it probably sounds dumb to feel it from the gag harem manga. But yeah. It's just, like, such an optimistic, inspiring series. I totally agree. Okay.
I love the little tagline they give themselves. Like, they call it, like, a naive romance.
Yeah, it's the harem or the love triangle where no one loses or something, right?
Yeah,
like because normally it's like at the end they pick someone to like fully go with, and it's like no, not here. Every girl's getting a little something. Love that. And they're all gonna get married, and I like too that recently there was a chapter where they like thank you, Luke, is peak streaming.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Recently there was a chapter where like, because there was that group where they all like officially said like promised to each other we're gonna get married, right? And then recently like all the new girls were like, does that include us too? And he's like, of course it does. All right, cool. Are we back? We're fucking back. Whoo! What a fucking stream. I'm gonna need like a power nap after this. There's a lot going on. Okay, so drunk. What's the word? Civics? Ethics?
Yeah. Ethics.
Whew, I'm sorry, my brain turned off.
The ethics of drunkenness, I guess.
This is a fascinating one because I think me as well as Rentaro, and I think a lot of people reading probably...
I mean, even me.
Yeah, you're reading this and you're like, uh-oh, she has no redeeming qualities. She's awful. What are we going to do here, And like I said, I think we've talked about this before. There's an interview with the author where he says his like main goal with writing characters is to make them likable, and he's very good at that because he'll. This felt like a personal challenge. Like, you know how Green Eggs and Ham was written by Dr. Seuss after someone dared him to write a book using 50 or less words? It's like someone dared him like, hey, can you make a drunk ethics teacher that lives in a fucking tent outside the school and she's constantly surrounded in garbage? Make her likable. And he's like, I got you. That we find out that like, oh, she's only homeless because she uses all of her money, out of her own pocket to fucking buy shit for the school, and B, to send it to her parents. And she purposefully chose to move out of her parents to live here to not be a burden on them. And it's like, wow. So I mean, it's one of those like, she's kind of living like I can't remember. PewDiePie used to talk about this guy. It's like a philosopher. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Like Diogenes. Yeah, Diogenes.
Yes, I figured you'd know. You're very. I'm gonna here. Can I gas you up for a bit? You're a very intelligent guy. You're a deep thinker. I like that.
Well, thank you. Yeah,
You're welcome. I'll be honest. I was like, I think he's gonna know about this because he strikes me.
Yeah, Dobbs is famous for being that like the
sell your home, sell all your shit.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the vibe I get with her. She's got her two vices. She's got gambling, she's got drinking, but everything else, she has no desire to have a house or own shit or any. And I think there's like a part of that that's kind of respectable. And she's also part of the club of girls, 3 girls, as far as to my knowledge, that has actively attempted to fuck Rentaro. You know, and like genuine, holy shit, illegal, problematic. But you know, it's 100 girlfriends. But like the first time they meet, she's like laying there all sexily in her fucking trash tent, and she's like, "Want a piece of this, youngin?" How are these teachers still employed, man? It's crazy.
I mean, a lot of them, it's probably literally just Hakari is like the shield. He's like, you're cute, you're staying.
Yeah, when we found out how she, because that was how she hired Natty, right?
Yeah. Like, I think we learned that when she explained, like, when she gave Tama, the cat girl, the part-time job. He's like, yeah, that's also why I hired Natty. It was like, okay.
Yeah, so like, they're literally,
like,
so, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, like questionable hiring standards, but I mean, he's a great teacher, so I guess it worked out.
We were talking earlier how at some point Rentaro's large family is going to start causing disruptions in like public services, and it already is. Imagine these other students who are having to put up with Natty, who is, I assume, still the fucking English teacher, and objectively terrible at it. And all these other students have to put up with this simply because of Rentaro's fucking influence.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, when I remember I read that, I was like, okay, come on, guys, you gotta, like, just because you can understand it does not mean that everyone else can, like.
Yeah, I remember
that. Apparently, her, like, forcing the students to have to listen to her to, like, decipher her, like, Natanese or whatever actually helps them retain information better. They're working for it.
Yes, I remember that chapter now. God, that's so funny. I mean, like, again, there has to be a chapter in the future where, like, some, like, school board official, like a government official, like, comes to investigate, like, we're hearing a lot of complaints from parents that, like, half of those teachers in this school are not qualified. Like, imagine the parent-teacher conference and the kids are coming, and then, like, Natty is, like, trying to talk in her shitty broken English.
She's literally, she's still dressed as, like, a freaking, like, cop.
A cowboy with her, like, fucking, like, assless chaps and, like, her ass cheeks hanging out and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. And she's like, well, this is what they do in America. I'm just teaching them about America. This is a freedom.
Like, you're a Japanese teacher. What are you teaching them about America?
Oh, excellent. But, yeah, so this, you know, for me, the drunk ethics teacher, she's a straight average. Let me check on my phone what I gave her previously, but, like, I'm feeling, like, C tier, I think, because, like, I don't hate her at all, but I find her mostly kind of boring, I think. I mean, because mostly it's just, like, I think the one thing that I remember from her that I do like is, Hakari kind of looks up to her as like a fellow horny person, but like an older adult, and she's like, "Ooh, so you have experience you can tell me about?" And then she's like, "Got a lot of experience in masturbation I can tell you about." No, and then they're talking about they might have used like a euphemism, like itching the ditch, or I don't remember what they said, but like
just whatever Hakari's always like whatever gibberish Hakari gives for her.
So them fucking like sharing masturbation techniques was wholesome and hilarious, I guess that's a word for it, but you know, so like there's funny parts, but for the most part I just kind of, I don't know, she just kind of fades in the background for me, but not nearly as bad as like the D tiers. I like her, but she's like actually like straight average across the board for me.
For me, I definitely, her chapter with I guess with Nano and the maid definitely like sort of helped, like sort of I guess sort of like brought her character, like I guess more in like focus for me. Is like, oh, like I really like appreciated the way she was able to like
talk to Nano about like, hey, let's go with the flow.
So definitely lead her to, you know, to questioning her assumptions. I mean, like she really is good at doing, because that is what, you know, philosophy is about, making you question the base assumptions of your like world or whatever. Not just blindly following. I mean, I think that's that's why she's able to like can like manage herself so well, despite being this like impulse like beast or whatever. She understands because she in question her own like psychological assumptions. She's able to like control herself despite being someone who would normally be utterly uncontrollable.
Yeah, it fits in with what we were talking about earlier, right? With what was the philosopher's name again that you mentioned?
Diogenes.
Yeah, like she would objectively know about that guy, and she would know about that concept, and I think that she has, like, believe it or not, like, despite her, and this is kind of why she's not D tier for me. Like, I find her boring, but I do think her character is good. Like, I just think that she's very much like the Gyaru girl. She's like secretly intelligent. She doesn't come off like intelligent, but she is, and she's clearly like someone who, again, I think it's very mature of her to be willing to not have a house, despite the fact that's kind of what was revealed that made her better, is that she's not like willingly home, or what's the word, or she's not like unwillingly,
incompetent.
Yes, it's not that she's homeless because she's spending all her money on alcohol and booze. She has other money, like she's choosing to do that because she's okay with it, which is like somehow a little better. It's like, okay, because I respect that. I want to live off the grid a little bit, But yeah, so she's got her problems, but like she's really nice and she cares a lot, and so yeah, I mean, she's a good person at heart, but I will always remember with her just how much convincing it took Rentaro to like see the good in her. Like, oh, you're not a fucking degenerate. I really thought you were terrible for a second.
it's even I guess crazier in the Japanese, because what he calls her is like a dame ningen, which is basically like a trash human, like a defective human. Which that like Rentaro, like he didn't come like that. That's often like I've seen that term come up a lot in like anime and just like Japanese in general. That this like I've seen it used everywhere, from like legitimate child abuse from like a parent talking down to their child to like two friends who are like giving each other shit. So the word kind of has a decent range in Japanese like culture, I guess. So it doesn't. So it's not. He wasn't necessarily looking down on her so much, because I mean he's definitely had definitely had times where he was like taken aback by girls, and so I think it might not necessarily, it might be more like a sort of translation error, because like that dame, like that loser character is like a trope in Japanese media, and I think that is what Moma is supposed to be, like an exaggeration, a typical 100 exaggeration of that character trope, of like the teacher who was like a mess, like a great teacher. Onizuka is probably a good example of the kind of character archetype that Momoha is like pulling from. But, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just found it really fascinating, because I don't think there's.
But yeah, it was definitely. But yeah, I remember seeing like he was definitely like. Yeah, he was definitely taken back in a way that is kind of like unique to that.
I don't think we've ever seen that since either. You know what I mean? Like he was just so. Like I made the joke when I was first reading this. I was like, this is the first one that Rentaro considered just to let die. He's like, I don't know, I think I might just let this one go. I mean, he was kind of nastied out. And to be fair, until you learn the stuff about her, I don't know if I could date her either. You know what I mean? I mean, like, she's, that fucking tent smells, like, because it's all trash.
Oh my god, yes.
So she's, like, laying there drunk in her, like, smells.
There's a reason why we have that fan art. The caption is that she's like, thanks for letting me stay over, Rentaro. I haven't showered in, like, weeks.
Yeah, that's a good point. She probably, knowing her, she probably has, like, shampoo and soap in her tent, and then she goes up to that garden area and gets like a spray hose, and then, like, real quick before the students get there, she like gets naked, sprays herself down, dries up, and then puts her clothes back on.
For me, I think I'd rank her as A tier.
Really? So you like her quite a bit, you'd say?
Well, now that I know, but yeah, I mean, definitely, I would be. There would have to be some moment where it's like I realize that, oh, this person is not a Japanese call it a dame ningen. She's actually like a really like thoughtful and like self-aware person.
It's almost, it reminds me of, like, it's like some Jesus shit. Like, she's selling the clothes off her back to, like, help other people, It's interesting because it makes her really human because, like, she is willing to give up all earthly possessions to help other people except for alcohol and gambling, right? like that, and she's even said that before. I'm pretty sure she's like, hey man, those are my vices. Everything else, I like to think I'm pretty good. Those are my things. Let me have my things. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, all right, God bless.
Yeah, so I guess A tier, probably between Nano and Pottery.
All right. So you like, that's interesting. So you like her almost as much as Nano, huh?
Yeah, because I mean, I really appreciate that ability. Like I said, that ability to like to not just be self-reflective, but to like very like accurately and like exactly question your own and other people's assumptions and like philosophical underpinnings. Like that's not something that
a lot of people can do.
does.
Yeah, no, like, I totally agree with you. Remember how we were talking in yesterday's stream about how important it is for me for people that can self-reflect, right? It's just it separates you from like NPC human to like an actual living, breathing creature, in my opinion. Like the ability to like think about why people do stuff and not just be like bad, good. Yay. Yeah. Give homeless people the electric chair because they're bad. Like, there's too many people like that are like that, and they don't like think like, hey, well maybe there's like a systemic thing here. And I totally feel you. Like she would be intelligent you could have really intelligent like conversations with her about like the world and philosophy and why things are the way they are, for sure. Yeah.
And then she's also totally down to fuck like rabbits. So it's like the best of both worlds. Like I literally can't tell whether I put her in mind mate or playmate. It's like equally like.
That's a good point. So for me, it'd be mind mate because I think that's what I would enjoy the most is having conversations with her, and then the cherry on top would be once she starts drinking, it's time to fuck, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like I'd be like the opposite. Like the sex is great, and the cherry on top is the mind mate stuff.
Your main thing is sex. Hey, listen. I'm 30 years old. Okay, hold on, wait.
Not like main. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, I love sex. But I'm going to fully admit here, as a 30-year-old, you do start to lose the ability to fuck as much as you wish you could. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've gotten there yet.
I've never been done before. But so for me, it's more like an intellectual pursuit. I just find sex interesting. Not even like a physical.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you a very real line. The line from Futurama. It's too real. It's the mind is willing, but the flesh is unable.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's like I wish that I could come endlessly, but I would be fucking nonstop. There are moments where my mind, I'm like, oh, so attractive, wanna fuck, but the boner just isn't happening. You know what I mean? Like
that's what your hands are for. That's what your mouth is for.
Absolutely, you're totally right. Facts. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's no issue pleasing her. But sometimes I'm like, now I want to come. Come on, penis. You know.
I mean, I'm the type of person I'd be down to I guess engage in sex even if I'm not actually like getting anything. Like I literally just find sex fascinating from like I guess an artistic perspective. So it's like it doesn't need to be. I don't need to be like physically.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree. I really enjoy making someone else come like that. It's like a challenge, a game. It feels really, really satisfying when you do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I totally agree with you. I think
go ahead. But yeah, when I'm talking about like I like to play. I'm talking like not even just having normal like P and V type sex. It's like we doing like we just be exploring crazy shit. Like we watch a porn together and go like, oh look, that's a cool pose. Let's see if we can pull that off. I mean,
that's nice.
Even if we don't enjoy it, just trying it out would be
in the tent too.
Oh god, no! Like I'd have to live with me. I can't do it in the tent.
No, I agree. I really enjoy like trying weird stuff too. I would want someone. I mean, listen, full honesty. I've been trying to convince Allie to let me get like a butt plug for her. Okay, so that's my next venture. That's the next venture. You know, and then you slop that in there while you're doing it. So, like, people that are down for that, that's fun.
Yeah.
The reason I feel like I can talk about Allie is because no one, like, knows who she is. Like, she hasn't shown her face on stream or anything. So, to you all, she's just, like, this nebulous, like, floating girl voice. So, like, I can talk about the things I do to her, but it doesn't matter. You guys don't know her.
And I mean, we're all respectful. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think you haven't had anyone be weird.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
And if she told me, please don't, I wouldn't, obviously. But the vibe I get is that she's chill about it. She's in the next room with her headphones on right now. So, but anyway, I'm not making you uncomfortable when I bring that up, are you? I just,
No,
I guess this might sound silly, but like in my mind, it's like I'm quoting back to real world experience when we talk about this sex stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of like it's the only
that's how I interpret
yeah.
it, anyway.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be
I'm
weird or
not
like brag. I just think like
yeah.
I think a lot of it too is because like, you know, for years, like I was a virgin until I was 27. So that was 3 years ago. And it was with Allie that I lost my virginity. And I'm a very open person. I'll talk about all my personal stuff, you know. And for me, the vibe, the way you look at sex really changes when you finally have it, and not in like a bad way. Like I love it, but like now you kind of know how it's done practically. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why I like to bring up those thoughts. I the only reason I'm fucking yapping so much right now is because I feel like if I that could have looked bad. Like I'm over here, like I'm not trying to like brag or be gross. I just like thought like, oh, it's good to my bad.
I mean, I can see people interpreting it that way. So it's a good idea to like clear the air in that front.
Oh God! See, this is the way that I approach content creation is that I just yap and turn my brain off and not think about what I'm saying, and then and usually like the like autopilot just kind of takes over. You know what I mean? But then sometimes I've always been told that I have like no filter. I got in trouble a lot at school for that. So sometimes that can get me in trouble.
I got the exact opposite problem. I got way too much filter.
Too much of a filter, and then you like it's hard for you to actually say anything. Totally get it.
Yeah.
No, see what I noticed about myself when I was young was that if I didn't just turn the filter off and talk, I wouldn't talk at all. I was one way or the other. So I had to basically just like, if you want me to talk, I gotta turn the filter off, because if the filter's on, I'm gonna be doing the same thing, stuttering, thinking too much about every word I say. You know, so that's kind of why because that's kind of like my antidote to being too nervous. Is if I say it quick enough, I can't be nervous about what I'm saying.
Yeah, and unfortunately for me, my words do not like. If I'm not putting effort in, my words come out as like gibberish. But
I should have asked: Are you into butt stuff, like anal stuff?
I mean, not really. Like,
okay.
Honestly, it's the kind of thing that has kind of like ruined like a porn for me. It's like I kind of hate it, because like as a porn artist, I don't want my personal preferences to get in the way of being able to, you know, like
produce good
properly
porn.
depict.
Yeah,
but yeah.
So okay, I think I've read the situation here, because like I heard your voice drop when I mentioned the butt plug, and so now I think I see what was going on here. That's not something you're into. I see. My bad. Like, I should have asked.
I wasn't like put off by that.
Well, let me clarify. Okay, I wouldn't do anything anal related unless that thing had been thoroughly washed beforehand. You know what I mean?
Also, I mean, they always talk about how, you know, the proper anal etiquette or whatever. You know, like don't dip, don't double dip, and all that. You know?
Yeah. It's one of those things that for me, it's like after long enough, when you've been in a relationship with someone long enough, you kind of just want to be able to say that you've plundered every hole. You know, and so like I just feel like by the time we're married, I gotta have been in every hole, Allie. You know what I'm saying? I think that's fair. And by the way, I want to put this out there: equal rights. I have told her, I have given her full permission to peg me. At any point, if she wants to, she can. That's equal. That's equality, baby. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna lie. There's part of me that is interested in what that'll feel like, because they say the male fucking prostate is the G spot. So I'm fucking ready to try it. I'm a progressive man over here. I'll take a peg. So yeah,
I'm similar. Like I'm like, for me, I'm the kind of person who would be willing to do like if my partner was in that thing, I would be willing to do that for them, even if it doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, I even would be willing to get paid myself. I mean, because like you said, it's interesting. Like, what does that feel like? You know, it's
And like, to me, it's not fair if you expect to do anything with her ass, then you need to open up yours, I think. You know what I'm saying? And like, because like, how do I want to put this? I'm not gonna lie and say I'm not nervous. I told her, like, please start. If you're gonna do it, it's gonna be a small one, please. Like you need to fucking work up. But just adventurousness is fun. I think life is too short to not try everything once, other than like things that could harm you severely. Like I wouldn't say go out and try meth. Don't go try meth or anything. But like I think for the most part, I'm a big believer in like trying everything once before you knock it, and that includes gay shit. By the way, if you think you're straight, you cannot say you're straight until you've attempted some gay shit. I'm a big believer in that. That's controversial. I don't care. You need to kiss a guy. If you're a guy and you think you're straight, you need to kiss a guy. And then if you don't like it afterwards, then I'll accept that you're straight.
It's a good thing I don't go around calling myself straight then, I guess.
I just kiss a guy. People are so goddamn uptight about, like, that's why I like this series so much. I think, like, truly, if we could all, like, just, like, destroy the concept of monogamy and just kind of, like, all be in, like, a nice, big, flowing, in and out polygamous thing where everyone just kind of, like, that'd be chill as fuck. That'd be like the dream, you know? Anyway, people just need to be more adventurous, in my opinion. That's like my general moral stance on that. Sorry if that was a mega derailment. Sorry if I made anyone uncomfortable there. I apologize.
So I'm sure this is what people come here for. They come to
I would hope so,
derailment.
Yeah. What were we in the middle of talking about? Do you remember?
Yeah, we got to, like, categorize Momoha. So I think I would put her as playmate, probably. For the reasons I explained, and the chat definitely filled out while we were yapping.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely. I'm nervous about what I'm gonna see. Well, you said playmate.
Yeah.
Because he cares more about the sex than the ethical debates. Nah, that should be my mate for me.
That would be the ethics of sex.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Where have we been? Oh shit. Oh god. All right. I'm struggling. Stop it. I gotta pop up. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's not too much. Oh wait, no, never mind.
Yeah.
It is a lot actually.
We could have a decent amount of longer comments.
Okay, Tama's a soulmate because I'm a cat dad. This stream is peak streaming. Rentero's balls are gonna die when he has sex. Yeah, dude. Listen, as someone who, I'll put it out there. I do a lot of masturbating. Okay, it's fun. I like it. And when I come like 2-3 times in one day, you really feel the ache in your balls and like, oh man. So like, dude, those things are gonna be tender. All right, working overtime. Honestly, dude, I could see Rentaro, because it's like you said, right? Like at a certain point, it becomes not about you anymore, but about pleasing the girls. So like if his dick gets soft, at that point, just like get a strap on, put it like right above where your dick is, and just keep going.
I could already see he'd be doing that like that Buddha shit where like he's got like 6 arms and like each arm is pleasuring one girlfriend.
He becomes the statue that's behind fucking Netero and Hunter x Hunter, and he's just like he's fingering with one hand. He's like giving like a hickey to one girl. He's just doing everything. I love that. Pinching a nipple on Hikari. Hikari likes her boob play. Hikari likes her. You remember remember that chapter where he's like, I don't know if he was No, it was like someone had like a little mini doll and they were pretending it was Rentaro, right? And then she was like, "Oh, I have a cave he can explore." She opened her legs.
Oh god, yes, I remember that.
Ooh, man, she's down.
She said some out of pocket things sometimes. I still remember that thing she said about her mom. She's like, I can't remember what exactly happened. They dressed up. There was like one of those dress up chapters. And Haru's turn came up, and Haku was like, "You look like you're dressed like a call girl or something like that." It's like, Jesus Christ, that's your mom you're talking about.
Yeah, there was something she said in a recent chapter. I can't remember where it was like actually criminal. I need to go find it. It was something the mom said about like. Do you remember the mom said something really really sus about the way that she like raised Pinky? I gotta find it. I think it was in one of the druggy chapters. I think it was at the end of the drug chapter. Let me find it. Oh, I hope I want to know what I'm talking about so bad because I can't even remember. But it was like, let's see, hold on. Small.
Oh, is it one where like he kisses like he kisses Rentaro, like check his temperature or something like that?
Yep. And she says, "That's how I did it to you," right?
Yeah, I'm like, oh. He's like you knew I took your mouth temperature as a baby with my tongue, and then Haku's like, "No, I didn't know that, and now I wish I didn't."
Yeah, she's like tongue. So she like admitted to like this is when listen, man. Like we were trying to make excuses for her earlier, and like the idea of like you know she is it's not a sexual thing. She just likes mothering, but it's like nah, dude. She's like admitting to like tongue kissing like toddlers and shit. Oh, she just I mean, whew. All right. Anyway, yeah. Back to the chat. Fake fan. See, if only I knew what you guys were reacting. Like, what is fake fan in regard to? I wonder. Momaha was always a big fan favorite from the outset of Age, Horny, and Heart of Gold. I like the chapter with Mei and Nano. Really shows her expertise as an actual instructor. Yeah, she's just like average. She's average for me. I understand why people like her, but I think the other character traits on the other girls interest me more personally. That was also part of the joke, the fact that she looks like an American but teaches Japanese, and in an extra it shows that because of her language, the students actually pay more attention. Yep, Rios mentioned that. I can understand that Momaha ironically may come off as too vanilla compared to some of the other girls, and since she's older, she can't have as much easy development as say. Yeah, true.
Yeah. I mean, she's basically found her groove. Like that's literally she had her development.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good. Oh, sorry. Whenever I like sneak in and like say something that agreeing with what you're saying, I don't take that as like reason to like stop talking or anything. Like I'm not trying to like cut you off.
Yeah. So that she had her development, now becoming the kind of person who understands her own vices and how to like wrangle them.
Yeah.
Even if she hasn't totally extinguished the flame, as the Buddhists would say.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's a great way to put that. Okay, because of that, she can act as more of a mentor character to the other girls, but there hasn't been as many opportunities for her to grow from her vices, and those vices are also really entrenched into her character traits, so it would be hard to have her develop without removing her core. Yeah, that's a great point. That's the same way that I feel about Sanji from One Piece, right? Like, the only way that he could develop would be for him to be less weird about women, but that's, like, his thing, so, you know, it's tough. What you do? You still there, Rios? I heard a noise, so I want to make sure.
No.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought maybe you cut off. Oh, okay, cool. You know, if Rentaro had allowed that to happen, the God of Love wouldn't have allowed it and manipulated the story. If letting her die. I don't know, man. I feel like I don't know if the God of Love would. I feel like it feels very much like he's like, this is in your hands now. I fucked up.
Yeah.
And you got to make them not die. Yeah.
You're pulling that like a deist god shit, where it's like I just set the world in motion and left it.
I think he's really washing his hands of the whole situation and trying to pretend like it's not his fault. Like whatever, man. She even gave up smoking because she knew it hurt other people. That's true. Yeah, that's kind of the thing that saves her is the heart of gold for sure. I'm curious if the author saw a bunch of harems. Oh, and I was scrolling and then it did that thing where it like snapped and I lost what I was reading.
Lasher Luke comment.
He said, I'm curious if the author saw a bunch of harems. Oh, yeah, I found it. Mm-hmm. I'm curious if the author saw a bunch of harems and was fed up with the tropes and was like, I can give you the ultimate harem. Yeah, I mean, honestly, probably, right? Like, the best kind of authors, I think, take what they want to see in the world. And they always say, like, hey, if you have a story you want to exist, make it happen, you know?
I mean, that's literally what I'm doing right now with a little minor plug with my little Day Live fanfic, which you can read on the archive of your own. If you want to see the pictures, and if you want to read it in public, read it on fanfiction.net. There's no pictures there, but
yeah. Hell yeah, I'll check it out. Good shit.
All
right. Hold on a sec. Interview, fan of romance. He mostly likes comedy and gag. One romance he did was interesting.
Yeah, I remember him saying that. I remember that interview with the Kaguya-sama author.
So, the 100 Girlfriends author said he didn't like romance?
More like he said he liked comedy and gag more. Like when Akagasaki was asking him like if he liked romance, he says like I like comedy and gag more.
Interesting. That's so ironic because. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Not so much saying he dislikes romance, just that Yeah,
you know, that reminds me of like this is gonna be an out of pocket comparison, but like like George Washington, they say he was such a good president because he didn't want to be president, you know.
Yeah.
So like here we are with this guy who's like, you know, romance, it's not like my main concern with this series, and yet here he is like popping out some of the best romance I've ever read in my entire life, You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
he's effortlessly.
So yeah, it's such an interesting sort of like, I don't know, dynamic that can pop up where someone who is kind of like, they're kind of aware of the, like the tropes and genre conventions of a genre, but they aren't like knee deep in them. That allows them to, bring in new blood and not be so like avoid sort of intellectual inbreeding that can occur when you're just when you're completely in a genre.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. I think the idea that, like, because if you go into something thinking I'm gonna make the ultimate romance versus like going into it like, well, I'm just gonna have fun with it. I don't know. I feel like that's probably like an advantage for him, is that like he's versus it's basically like he's doing it naturally without even thinking about it, versus an author who's like trying actively to like make a really good romance. Okay. To add to the conversation on sex, Red already knows this, but I'm asexual. Sex, and I have been curious about it. Almost got there a few times. Not for me. Yeah, dude, I get it.
Yeah, I remember you guys talking about that in your original tier list.
I thought that I was asexual for quite a long time. I don't know if we've talked about this, Rios. Remind me. But I actually went through puberty really late.
Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning this. Yeah.
I remember in freshman year of high school still having conversations with people like, I don't get this whole sex thing. I remember thinking like, it's gross. It's like, what the hell? And then just like overnight it clicked with me. It was really fascinating. It hit me like a truck. Like it was actually so weird how like I just remember not like looking at women and just not caring. Like, oh, they're just, just people. They're just people, which still they're just people. I don't want to clarify that after puberty they've ceased to be people.
The people that you are happen to be attracted to.
But then you look at them and you're like, it's like the angels are singing and the lights are it's like, it's actually so crazy how pretty they are when your brain just like switches your chemicals around and you're like, it's crazy. Seems like you and Allie get along great. Yeah, dude. Thank you, Kirby guy. I am so goddamn blessed. I've made so many jokes about Allie, and like the yesterday's stream where I did like joked and said get to the kitchen. I do want an opportunity to actually gas her up and tell you guys how much I genuinely love her. I am so fucking lucky. She has been the most.
Yeah.
Say again?
Oh yeah, it comes through like your love for her.
I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm so fucking lucky to have her in my life. She's been so supportive and so kind, and especially through these last couple months when I was struggling with unemployment and depression, she's just stuck with me the whole time, and she's been really, really nice. And beyond even just like being such a supportive partner, she's also super funny, super talented. She's an incredible artist. She draws like no other, and very, very, very funny. I think I said funny already. I'm gonna say it again. She's got that humor of a boy. She's got boy humor, and she's one of the boys in terms of humor. I remember my dad. He's like an old 65-year-old man. Or whatever. No, I think he's in his 70s now, actually. My dad does that classic sexist shit, right? And he's said to me before, like, oh, women just aren't funny. Have you ever talked to like an old guy that said like thinks women aren't funny? Heard. And it's like, in my mind, first of all, that's crazy. Like, crazy to say that about half the population.
VTubers where, like, 90% of the audience is female, and they are so entertaining and funny. Like, what are you people smoking?
Well, here's what I think. You want to know my theory? I think that boomers like him, they don't interact with the type of women that we would consider funny. Because, one is that women... stereotypical women are raised very differently than us, right? Yeah. And when you're raised completely differently, you're going to have a totally different sense of humor. So, like, that's one of the reasons why I've noticed that I find women that are raised not as women, like just raised as people, like parents that just like don't like, they're not like, here's your pink little dress, here's your Barbie, and now here's your, when they're just like Allie was raised just as like, so her parents, they had 3 children, all of them daughters. So they had 3 daughters, but they lived in the middle of like the woods in like a cabin, and they did hard, strenuous work every day. They were going out there chopping wood, carrying the firewood, mowing the lawn. Like they weren't like, oh, you don't go do your girly thing. They were basically raised as boys. And in my experience, women like that, this is one of the reasons I love tomboys. Women like that are just as funny as any guy I've ever met, because they're, I don't know. The only girls that I think I could say aren't funny would be the ones that are like super stereotypically girly, because their humor is just different from what we were raised to find funny. In their circles, they're probably really funny. You know what I mean? It's just like a difference in humor. So that's why I'm a tomboy guy, because I like my approach to romance is basically to just, your partner should just be your best friend. I think any other way of looking at it is a way to doom your relationship to fail, right? Because with best friends, you don't divorce your best friend. You don't have a huge argument and then never talk to your best friend again, usually. But like, why does that happen so much with relationships? It's because people, usually straight people, look at relationships as like a weird ownership thing versus like just hanging out with your best friend, living with your best friend. That's all it is. Allie is my best friend, and I live with her, and I'm so fucking lucky for that. And that's how to get a successful relationship, in my opinion. So yeah, I was cooking.
I mean, I basically agree with all that.
Did you hear me cooking? I was cooking hard. I feel like I lost the train of thought though. What started that conversation? Just like how much I love Allie?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, she's awesome. I'm really lucky.
Kirby.
Super funny. And like, she likes all the things I like. One last thing I gotta gas up Allie for. I love women that are like super cool with like watching like nasty shit that most women would not be about. Okay, so can I tell me one of my favorite stories about Allie? Have you ever heard of a YouTuber group called Super Mega, Rios?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know Super Mega?
I've heard of them.
Okay, so they used to edit for they edited for Game Grumps at one point. They edited for Markiplier at one point. They also had a channel called Syndigo, and they made like sketch comedy. I don't know if that sounds familiar to you.
No.
Okay, well, I should send you some of their videos. But, like, just to give you an idea of the type of girl Allie is, okay? One of the first things she showed me, and she introduced it to, like, oh, this is one of my favorite videos. I find it so funny. And it was, like, a little short, like a TikTok short of a podcast from Super Mega. And they're telling this story about how, like, oh, you know, I had this, like, big shit coming. I could feel it was going to be, like, one of those diarrhea shits. So I ran to the bathroom, and you know, these two guys, Super Mega, they're the kind of guys that like they're really close and they'll be funny. So one of them was like, "Oh hey, send me a video of the shit. I better see a video. I want to see a picture of that shit," as a joke. But then he went in and he's like, "All right, I'm gonna take a video of it." So he talks about how like he's hovering over the toilet and he's getting his phone out and he wanted to film the diarrhea shit like exploding onto the toilet. So he talks about how he hears the big blast and then he brings up his phone to look and he hears the blast, but he sees no shit going to the toilet. So then he turns around horrified and the shit is sprayed all on the back wall.
Oh no.
And so he's in there for like a half hour trying to clean it. And Allie, again, this is the type of girl she is. Allie is like laughing hysterically as they're like telling this story, and I'm just sitting there like more amazed at just her reaction than even the video she's showing me. And like whenever she does stuff like that, where she loves fart humor and shit humor, and I'm just like, I love you so much. Like it's just the juxtaposition of like a gorgeous, beautiful girl who's like laughing at shit humor. I adore that kind of thing, and Allie is that to a T, and that's one of the hugest reasons why I love her so much. So yeah, there's my story. Any thoughts?
So, I mean, just sounds beautiful. Like,
Thank you.
As a person who's written romances, I'm taking notes.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's the same reason why Blast Out a Piss got me so hard. Is because like that's peak right there. All right. So is there any more? Let me just make sure there's no more chat here. Whew, this is good. I mean, hey, the stream is titled "We Talk About Fictional Girls for 5 hours." We got an hour and 20 more minutes to hit 5 hours. Okay? Yeah. I'm not keeping you from doing anything today, are you? Or am I?
No.
All right, cool.
No, I'm good.
He's just looking for a place to blast out a nut. Okay. Okay. The author obviously wants more lesbian action in this series. As do we all, you know. Although it still seems like it's been mostly contained to Karane and Hakari. I don't know. I can't think of any other lesbian situation. Yeah.
I mean, they've been friendships, but I don't think.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure we'll get more of that. Honestly, it's been too long since we've seen a good Karane Hakari hangout chapter. To counter what your dad said about when a woman created the funniest thing in the world. Wow, is that true? Did a woman create the internet? I didn't even know that.
I don't know enough about. I mean, I've heard people claim that Al Gore created some Al Gore made with a series of tubes or whatever.
Hold on, I'm checking right now. Who in?
I mean, I remember it was made in colleges first, I think, and then sort of branched out from there. I don't remember the person.
I hate AI, dude. You know how the AI is at the top of Google now? AI just told me Nikola Tesla invented the internet.
Oh my lord!
I don't think that's true.
These are two different people who were born. Who were they lived literally almost 50 years apart.
Oh my god! It seems like a lot of people had a hand in it. I'm sure there was some integral women. Yeah, 8 women who helped create the internet. Okay, it seems like it was a large group of people, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, man! I'm sure she was super integral in it. My clap back to Women Can't Be Funny is that most of my favorite series are written by women. To be honest with you. Okay, let's fucking go. Oh, Maymay and okay, they're saying Maymay and Mimi maybe for lesbians.
I mean, I can kind of see, but they haven't really. They just seem like close friends.
Yeah.
I mean, now Mimi. Well, no, actually, Mehmed has had some salacious thoughts about Mimi. I think Mimi is more platonic person in that relationship, whereas Meme is definitely.
I think they both find each other very beautiful, and women, on the whole, are more open about complimenting the beauty of their friends, because they're not going to be like, "What are you, gay?" Like men will.
They have to deal with that bullshit.
Yeah. So, whereas being gay is freedom, man. I'm telling you what. That's the most American thing of all is being gay. But yeah, I could see it maybe like some kind of honestly, if they ever do a chapter again where they get drunk again, I could see them almost kissing or something.
Yeah, and then Meme would vanish at the last second. But yeah,
it's locked deep in their psyche. Okay. Woo, man. Here we are. We're chugging away. Is it Volencio time?
Yep.
Oh my god.
I want to pull up the chapter because chapter 115, I think, but because we said this multiple times, that chapter had such strong opening.
I'm gonna pull that up too, so we can talk about it on the stream. Yeah, that's very important.
Yes, it's one.
Yeah, let me know what that chapter is. And by the way, thank you so much to everyone who's still here. We're probably gonna be streaming for an hour more, so if you can stick with us to the end, we would be really appreciate it. If you guys are here at the end, I will. What can I do? I will send you a picture. I mean, maybe I'll suck your dick. No, if you guys stick here to the end, I'll send you feet pics on Discord.
Oh,
I don't think anyone wants that. What could I entice them with? What could I bribe them with? I don't know. You guys give me some ideas of what I could bribe you with in the chat. But in the meantime, stay here. Okay, I need you guys here. All right. What did you figure out? What chapter it was?
Yeah, it's 115.
Okay, yeah. So this chapter, Rios and I have talked about this chapter a lot in the sense that direction wise, it's one of the best chapters of this series. The build up to the mysteries of what this violence girl is about is done really well, really mysteriously. It's great. 2 years ago, geez, what is time? I mean, not that I was there for it, but geez. Okay. All right. Here we are. Okay, so tell me the part you're talking about, and I'll scroll to it.
I think it's. I think it's pretty much just the first couple pages. I mean, it's just the.
Right, so they run into each other.
Yeah. And right away, there's already a bunch of little clues that are kind of misdirecting clues. We see that she has
the twinge. She's twinging, right? Because she's seeing. Mm-hmm. We see the cats fighting.
Yeah, I remember I wrote she seems cute. The emphasis he places on being on time for violin lessons, plus the fact that she owns a violin, leads me to believe that she has some overly restricted, inhibited personality.
Yeah, he fucking called that.
Yeah, but I mean, I was thinking that would be she'd be more a stereotypical kind of overly overly restricted girl. Her parents have a very strict image for what her life's supposed to progress and that was going to be maybe part of her character or something like that. So I was surprised. Obviously, I was surprised to find out what her character thing is actually about.
Mm-hmm. And so now we have the part where the car picks up a rock. He protects the violin, And so she's just really normal. She's like, oh, let me put a Band-Aid on that for you. And then she sees just a little bit of blood and a scratch.
Yep.
And then she's weird. And I remember at first I thought that it was going to be like, oh, she's like got like a phobia of blood or something. I love the misdirect.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, we don't even see her head. And then this, I mean, I was like...
The reveal of her face?
Yeah, like, when I say I practically got jump scared by this, like it was some Junji Ito-ass face turn.
And for me, I'm obsessed with any character, not just women, but like characters that like do these like creepy faces. Such a big fan. That's one of the reasons I like Okubo's art a lot. The Fire Force Soul Eater guy. He does these like psycho faces so well, and I love them. And listen, I knew that I was going to love her when they were in the arcade. And this end shot of them in the fucking Resident Evil. Look at her. She's just having so much fun. And I love this theme of like release your inhibitions, be your true self, be your happy self, and you can do that in Rentara's family. So like I just love that. It makes me
I love how they did it. Like it looked like you can hear the you see his image of her being like protected by Rentaro. But then you can hear the like violent like cracking and snapping of flesh in the background. It's such as like it feels like it feels like he's protecting some evil that would normally be snuffed out by like the world or something like that. Like Rentaro was so kind that he would like protect even like this person who has like this normal, what some people might consider a very like
unhealthy obsession.
Yeah.
Well, so like what I was just talking about with Allie, right? And like my personal tastes in women, this juxtaposition of like small, beautiful, frail-looking, gorgeous girl, but they're into like this really nasty, stereotypically boyish hobby, right? So like why she's an instant S tier for me is because in the same way that I love a girl who's down with fart and shit jokes, I love a girl who's like, you want to go see the new Saw movie with me? And then we can go to the haunted house, or no, like the death metal concert where they spray a real bat blood on you. Or like I fucking love that, dude. Like absolutely.
Yeah, for me, what really cemented my love for her character is like she literally has like almost the same backstory as I do, but just switch out.
Oh, but with lewdness.
yeah. Like I'm looking at the panels where she witnesses like as a child she witnesses this very violent what she later learned was like the Biohazard or Resident Evil movie footage or whatever, and like she sees it for like 5 seconds, but that is enough to like cement in her mind this like sort of this lifelong passion for this thing, and like the same thing happened with me with like erotic stuff.
Yeah, stimulation. Like I just love. I think everyone's had that before, where they watch, like, for me, it's like, I love animation, like, so much. The first time I saw, like, a really cool piece of animation, I was just like, oh, wow, and it's just that feeling of, like, finding a new hyperfixation, and, like, I mean, sometimes they can give you a reason to live, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
God, I love this art, or I love this music, or, it's just a great feeling. I mean, that's what life's all about. Like, I wish I could remember the quote, I think if it was, I don't know, it was something like, even if art is worthless, art makes life worth living, or something like that.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's a lot of people, like, business-minded, conservative type people who will poo-poo on art. Like, well, it doesn't
yeah,
go ahead.
That was one of the things when the NFT people, and that was one of the things that truly, like, cemented my, like,
distaste for conservatives.
Yeah, well, no, because that was
okay.
Like, the thing with the NFT people, like, their clear, like, malice for the enterprise of art it was so. I mean, it leaves me like at a loss for words. Like,
no, yeah. Have you ever heard of? I know I've talked about him before. Have you heard of a YouTuber named? It's a political YouTuber named Vosh. I really like him a lot.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him.
So, and if you've listen, just because he's like a political streamer, if you've heard of him, it's possible you've heard of like drama surrounding him. They all have drama. Yeah. I'll tell you this: is, as someone who's watched him since 2019 regularly, a lot of that is bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, and this is coming from someone who I used to watch Jimmy Dore, and then he became insane. I don't know if you know who that is.
I've heard the name, but
he became insane, and so like I like to believe that I have the ability to not be in a bubble, and if someone that I'm watching becomes like starts to veer towards something that I don't agree with anymore, I can take away my support, right? I used to be a big Jimmy Dore fan. I don't watch him anymore because he's insane. But like Vosh, I really like, and I think you'd enjoy because, and one of the reasons I like him is because he just like channels my rage towards conservatives really, really well. Not a lot of politics streamers will like just straight up come out and say like these people are evil and they want you dead, but it's true. Yeah. You know, if you're gonna fucking legislate these like anti-trans, anti-gay bills, there's no doubt in my mind they'd prefer you to be in a concentration camp than out in the streets. But like one of the things, his videos on AI art were immaculate, excellent. I mean, he talks about how like the same type of people who like AI art are, they just like they have this hatred for humanity, this hatred for art and like everything that makes life good, because it's just so. Usually it's people that are jealous that they can't draw themselves and they don't want to put in the effort to learn.
I get that feeling from so many people. Like when they say this goofy shit about how AI is going to democratize art, as if it's not already.
Yeah.
Democratized activity. Like literally all you need if you're like, say, want to write or draw, you just need something to make marks with, something to make marks on. Or like singing, you just need to sing. You know, it doesn't sound good, but they want to like, the way to talk about it, they want to like skip that process where you have to, you know, like learn how to do art. Like they want to just jump,
which completely strips the meaning from it. You know what I mean? Like art is meaningful because of the effort behind it and the meaning behind it, right? And like when there's a reason that like even a banana taped to a wall has meaning, and it's because someone did that. And there's a reason someone did that, and you're talking about it now. But when it's just AI slop, you've removed the like purpose. You've removed like the what motivated this. And there's a sad, surprising, depressing amount of people in the world who look at art as like pretty colors on a screen, and that's all it is to them. And they're like, oh, of course we can just like pump it out instantly so I can keep getting my pretty colors on a screen fix, when really the way you're supposed to engage with art is to be like, what's the meaning behind this? What's the purpose behind this? What did the author mean to say? What's the, like, that's media literacy, and it's depressing how few people have it. And I know people who, like, when I watch a show, I want to pause in between each episode and discuss and be like, hey, what do you think the author meant by that? What's the messages that, like, Oda's putting out in this arc of One Piece? But, like, I know people that are like, ugh, why are you putting politics in my art? Like, people that genuinely just think, like
it's not that deep. Like,
no, it is.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I'll dig as deep as I want. I don't really care how deep it is or is not.
And there's a reason, and this is another thing that Vosh talked about that I love. It's no coincidence that like 90% of the people, and I'm comfortable with that statistic, like 90% of people that make all the best art are left-leaning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you have to have a fucking soul. You have to have heart and a soul to make art. Have you seen those anti-woke cartoons that the right makes?
I try not to.
No, I see clips sometimes. They don't know how to make art. They don't know how to make art because they hate humanity. They have a hatred for love and humanity. All they care about is money. Anyway, there's my fucking rant for that. This is why I like having a YouTube channel. It's like an outlet for my rage. I can just fucking be like, I can spread my anti-conservative message. And then once Trump wins and Project 2025 is in full swing and they're putting people in camps, I'm gonna like fucking delete all this shit. So don't find me. Vote for Biden, please. I know it's depressing, but please do it. Luke, from the UK, I'm going to need you to vote for Biden. I'm just kidding. Who else? Is anyone in here who can vote for Biden? Fucking A. All right. We can't, what's the word? We can't be a tax-free YouTube channel now because I've put out a... I'm just kidding. We are not a tax-free organization. We're not a church here. We're the Church of Rentero.
Where were we with regard to Rin? I mean,
I'm sorry. I was yapping. Was I yapping too much?
No.
Okay.
No, I could yap about AI for a while, but it's just like we're never gonna get finished if we do that. It won't be 5 hours until time. I think it'll be like 10 hours or whatever.
Well, do we both agree that Rin's S tier?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would consider above Nene.
Above. Really? So she's your favorite so far?
So far, yes.
Ooh. Yes.
I mean, I know. I can just imagine like a situation where like I get hurt. I'm like, before the ambulance comes, you want to take some pictures? Like, I'm willing to do that for you. I know you love that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah. It's like an ambulance is coming, so this is like a serious injury.
Yeah.
Like, your leg is, like, completely snapped, and you're like, get some pictures, girl, it's fine. The bone's sticking out a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, God. Like, imagine, dude, I love the idea that you and Rin are, like, in a relationship together, and, like, you have, like, a horrific, like, car accident, and, like, you know, it's, like, a hit on your side, so she's fine. She's out, like, oh, my God, and she's calling 911, and, like, at this point, you guys have been dating for, like, 3 years or something.
It's like he would be trying not to, like, because she understands it's such a serious situation, be trying not to let her, like, passion come out. I was like, just take some pictures. The ambulance is gonna come anyway at its own time. You can take the pictures. You can enjoy them afterwards.
I like the idea that, like, the ambulance comes and she has to, like, of course she actually is worried about you, but she's fighting with this also, like, this weird fetish she has about, like, damage and injuries. And so she's over there, like, explaining to the cops and the ambulance what happened, but she has to, like, keep her fucking, like excitement in check. And then, like, the cops are like, wow, I feel so bad for that woman. She's shaking. She's so shaken up. Meanwhile, she's over there, like, fucking, like, clenching her legs, like...
Oh my lord.
Soulmate.
Yes, soulmate. No question.
Because dude, you get to watch all the fucked up movies with her. You and her would have this, like, cool rapport where it's like you feel the same way that she feels about violence, about lewdness, and like you guys could, like, talk about, like, the stimulation and, like, how you had to hide this from your parents, and so good. Yeah, you know, I just love her. I don't know if I've talked enough. Just as a summary, great faces, great. I
always love those faces she makes.
And I like that her teeth actually get jagged and sharp.
Yeah.
I think a big part too is she's yet again another example of the peakness of this series, in the sense that, like, these characters have these big, crazy, wacky character traits, but that's not their entire character. You take away the violence element of her character, and she's still a super well-rounded character. She's got her, like, violin stuff. She, you know what I mean? She's, like, a good student. There's so much to her that feels like a normal person, and then there's, like, here's this secret element. And that's kind of, like, a theme that I love in this story, because something that's fun about being in a relationship with someone is that you and you alone get to see the secret side of her. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see these girls all have, like, the person they put out to the public, and the secret side that they show only to Rentaro and each other. You know what I mean? And that's what it's nice about Rin, is that, like, she is, like, she can pass so well as, like, the goodest girl, honor roll student, you know, valedictorian.
She's a definition of a lady in the streets, and a freak in the sheets.
Oh, and by the way, if you go and see like a Saw movie with her, and you get up, there will be a wet stain on her theater seat.
Oh Lord!
I pity the janitor.
Oh, did you piss yourself? You were so scared. You're like,
no.
Yeah.
That's piss. Yeah, that's what that is. Oh, anyway, Peekler, Adolf Peekler.
Yep.
All right.
Molto Peak.
Molto Peak. Oh my God. Okay, here it comes. The F tier for me. You want me to start?
Sue the number girl. I mean, for me, you did say you liked her, like, that character design.
That's the only thing I like about her, is I think she's very cute. But everything else,
I immediately, like, was like, I really, like, loved that. Not just the character design, but, like, the kind of expressions.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, like her, like, very happy, and she goes back and forth between, like, angry for this, like, good.
Yeah, I mean, not just her happy, but I also find those, like, I don't know, like that, like, I'm done with your bullshit.
Yeah,
to be also very attractive.
To me, it's how she can go back and forth between those. So I'll start. Here's the thing. I'll start with, like, the one thing I like about her. Okay, there's, like, a particular moment. There's one moment with her that I found really funny and actually laughed out loud. And I can't fully remember which chapter. It might have been the Fall Guys chapter. I can't remember. But there's, like, a moment where she's, like, explaining something to them, like, oh yeah, you know, it's this and this is how you do it, and she's like halfway, she's like pretty new at this point, she's like just a couple chapters after she's introduced, and she's like talking about this, and she gets halfway through and then she cuts herself off, and then she's like, wait a minute, I don't care about any of this. And then she walks away, and that was so funny to me. Like, she's like in the middle of just like, okay, here's what we're gonna do, and then she's like, wait a minute, I don't give a fuck about any of this or any of you. And walks away.
That's the people who love her character. That's what they love about her. Like, that like total like almost like antisocial bluntness.
Until the numbers come up, yeah.
Is antisocial.
Well, it's because, like, she doesn't see people as people, she sees numbers as people. Yeah, that's how I like to look at it, you know what I mean? And, like, obviously the Gyaru girl kind of helped her see Rentaro's family as people by attaching their names to numbers or whatever, right? But,
and,
like...
converting. She's more of a robot than Nano, but...
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, this is... And so that one part, funny, she's pretty, but then everything else is awful for me. So, like, for me, here's the thing. I have talked ad nauseum about how good this author is at making all of these girls feel like real, three-dimensional characters, real people with multiple sides to their personality. She is the only character in this entire show that, to me, feels like she has a completely one-note shtick. Like, it feels like her entire character is this number thing. To me. Every time she shows up, number joke. And it's, like, not funny to me, and not a unique or interesting personality to me. And it's also, again, most of these girls I could either be friends with or hang out or love, right? These are all excellent, lovely people that I would love to hang out with, get a drink with, eat a meal with. She is high on the mentally ill, send her to an asylum tier. Like, something's wrong with her. Genuinely, she needs to be medicated. She needs to go to the fucking asylum. She can't, like, it's so funny that the book nerd girl's mom is scared about her existing in real life when it should be this girl's mom. Yeah, like, she needs help. She should not be in a polycule. She should be in a fucking therapist's office. And that's where I'm at with her, okay? She's too crazy, and I'll leave it there.
I mean, people have said if any character in this series is autistic, then it's Sue. She's it's like autism coded, like, the character, like, seeing everything, having everything, that like, he takes hyperfixations to their, like, like, logical limit, like.
Yeah.
But I don't really. Because I was looking through, like, I guess my notes, but you're right. He really is, like, very number centric. Like, she's a number file, I guess.
I had never heard of that concept before. Like, does that exist as a trope before this? I've never even heard of that. Yeah.
Oh, well, I did mention way back when we in our Discord cast. She's definitely the trope of, like, a Fujoshi, which is, like, this character who has like usually a female character in
you did mention this,
I guess in anime, but I mean they are real people. Like they usually have this, like, obsession with, like, yaoi, like, boys.
No, but the number thing specifically.
Yeah, I mean that's just the author essentially, like, switching out this the thing for it and turning what, sort of flipping the trope on its head in that way. But,
and that's why, like, in a series where, like, most of these girls feel so well planned out and ironed out as characters, it just feels like he was reaching for this one. It feels like this, actually, the number girl is what I was worried was going to happen to this series. Like, as he was, like, getting getting harder and harder for him to, like, figure out, like, oh, fuck, how do I come up with another unique girl? Like, I was worried it was going to be like this. This was, like, my fear when I first started the series. I was like, oh, one day we're just going to get to, like, he's grasping at straws, he's jumping the shark, and, like, luckily that hasn't happened in any other ones. But, like, with Number Girl, that's what it feels like. It just feels like he, like, is grasping at shit. Also, to the chat, after we're done with Number Girl, I'll go and look at the chat. But anyway, what's your take on her?
Kirby is being Kirby is defending. But,
okay, yeah, we'll read all that after Number Girl.
But I mean, for me, I don't really see a lot of her negative traits as that abrasive, I guess. I mean, I
keep in mind that I exaggerate for the fun of content. I'm trying to make content here. I don't really hate. I mean, like, I think you'd have to be kind of insane to actually be like, this fictional character makes me angry in real life. Like, I'm being fun for the content. If I was to be boring and actually, I would just be like, yeah, she's like my least favorite character in this show. But it's not like I'm like, oh, I'm angry about it. Anyway, good.
Yeah. Yeah, her Easter chapter definitely, I guess, just allowed another showcase of Rentaro's, like, because, like, I remember you saying, like, Rentaro was, like, the only human being on the planet that could, like, woo this girl. And he goes through the trouble of, like, putting on a freaking, like, a bodysuit, going, posing as little numbers, and, like, just, I guess, putting on a show for her.
Weird shit, dude. Weird shit.
No, I did like the way the author was able to sort of pull that, like, I guess, sort of pull this number thing into the polygamous group. Like, you're able to turn, like, she falls him, but he's like, wow, I can't love you and numbers. Like, I can't love every number in the world. But I was like, no, you totally, you can. We saw polyamory. It's great,
I love that Rentaro is like the spokesperson for polyamory.
Yeah.
I'm sure it exists. There's got to be like a polyamorous pride flag. Can we just like slap Rentaro on that thing?
Yeah, he'd be like you said, he'd be the perfect poster.
He's the mascot for polyamory.
Actually, I think it's actually the opposite. Like, I was describing it as if she was happy monogamous. I'm looking at, like, she says that he's too fickle. Like, you can't choose between the numbers. She's saying that she's polyamorous for numbers, and then that's when Rentaro comes in and sort of like splices, like a freaking electrician splicing in like a wire into her like number fetish.
Wasn't that when he's like, think about all the numbers we could make with all of these girls?
Yes. Yeah, because she had this thing where she'd only be able to make single digit numbers, where she only made 0 through 9, but then she realized that by partnering with another person, she can make 2 numbers, or 3, or 4.
You could make up to like a couple trillion probably now with all the girls.
Yeah. I remember somebody in the community actually like basically did like they did the numbers and like figured out
how many zeros they could have now.
Yeah, like more atoms in our universe.
Perfect. Well, yeah. I mean, so what's her rankings for you, and then we can go and deal with the chat.
I think I'd probably put her above Mimi, like between Mimi and Shizuka, I think. Yeah.
So low C tier.
Yeah.
I like how we both don't like her. I mean, average for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the way I consider this is like C is average, D is like slightly below average, and then F is like actively don't like this character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I definitely thought her recent chapter where she was like, I basically doing like number flirting with Rentaro was very cute. I loved how Rentaro was doing these like easy round numbers, and she would pull out like 37,869 like. Yeah, that sort of shit.
Still cringe for me, by the way. I did not. A lot of these girls, like some of their recent chapters, I was like, oh, like with the massage girl, like she was always kind of average for me, average or B tier. But like that recent one with the massage girl, it actually like really made me like her even more. Mm-hmm. Number girl, every time, still cringe. And like, how do I want to put this? There's a part in the beginning where Rentaro assumes, as did I, that she was like a math girl. Like, you're really good at math. If it was like that, I would have liked her way better. To me, it's like so weird to be like obsessed with numbers and shitty at math, and like it just like doesn't make any sense to me.
That's autism. That's how autism, like super autism people are. Like they'll be really good at this random, like what they call it, like savantism or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
But like I guess I don't see any practical skill to her skill or to this.
There's no. Yeah, she's the savantism that has like because normally in media you hear about the people who can like play video games so well it's like world class. Like
she got unlucky and got the impractical skill. Yeah. Yeah, it's just.
I mean, I guess she could probably remember a string of digits like perfectly.
No doubt. Yeah. I guess if she has a job where it's like, okay, these numbers are gonna flash on the screen, you got to write them down, and like she could be great at that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, she's really cute. To me, that's consistently her saving grace. I find her adorable. And that one joke where she was halfway through explaining something and she was like, "Wait a minute,
God, yeah,
fuck you guys."
So beautiful.
It really reminded me of like, do you ever watch The Boondocks?
Yes, I've watched it religiously as a child.
Okay, there's that part where I gotta pick my words carefully because I can't say certain words. When the episode where they're talking about having an N-word moment.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so like there's a it's so fucking good. It's where this like this black guy and this white guy are like about to like start fighting in the parking lot, and then the white guy's like, "Wait a minute, I'm white."
Yes, I remember that.
And he just starts walking away laughing. And like, so that's kind of what it reminded me of when she's like halfway through talking and then she's like, "Wait a minute, I don't care about any of this." That was that peak joke. Actually, she popped off with that one for sure. Okay, let me check the phone. Oh, what is she on the side over here?
Yeah, yes, I would call her friend. I can't really see us dating.
For me, it'd be friend to me. I can talk to her. I can like put up with her, but I would not want to very often. Okay. I think, so the reason I'd be friend to me with her is because I think I would say shit like, "If you love numbers so much, why don't you marry them?"
Yeah.
And then she'd be like, "I'm working on it, actually."
Oh my, yes, he would be. She's the type of person who can give as good as she gets in that regard.
For sure. All right. So chat time. Oh, did I close it out or is it on a different tab? Oh, okay, it's over here. Chat time. It's chat time. It's time for chat. Okay. Ooh. Oh, Wooga. Uh-oh, message retracted. What did you do, Luke? What did you say? Okay. Awuka. My mistake. Okay. I remember when Rin was first revealed. People were thinking the first normal girl? Haha, of course not. Yeah. For a second, I thought so too. I thought maybe, yeah, like I said, I thought maybe for a second, maybe she was just going to be like a really frail, fragile girl. Like, oh, she plays violin and she's super, super skeeved out about blood or something. Remember when the Violence Girl had a doll that was Chainsaw Man? I think so. Yeah. I think I do because I was
out of pocket.
No, I remember thinking like, oh, she would love Chainsaw Man. Like she would fucking love Chainsaw
definitely.
Man. That was wild. That was you. Okay, people pissing on art. I'm seeing that on Twitter and YouTube where people compared the anime to the manga and literally pick apart. Oh, yeah. Some people are weird. Some people don't understand that like comparing a still in an anime to like a panel in a manga is very, because like anime, it's meant to be watched running together, you know. So like,
not to mention you're doing like 24 different illustrations per
second.
Like, you can't. Yeah, you cannot maintain. It'd be ridiculous to maintain that level of quality for that.
Well, as always, it's people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's people that have never, that aren't in, like, they don't work on art at all. They just consume like a fucking black hole, and then all they do. And it's fine, consume art, but I mean, like, you know, give it a shot one day instead of just fucking doing AI shit. Even I've, like, attempted to draw. I've made a bunch of AMVs. I write fanfics all the time. You know, it's fun. All right. And even if one pixel and shading is off, they flow a hissy fit. Yeah, fuck them. They're stupid. I mean, someone was annoyed that some hair was off in a character and bleed. Oh, wow. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. See, it's funny. When I was young, I used to be like that. I was the kind of guy who would watch an anime episode and then go back and read the manga chapter, and I'd be like, their arm is up here, but it's down in the anime. Why?
I remember having some, like, I think that's kind of something that, like, it's part of an immaturity, like, you know. Like,
yeah.
We always have to remember, some of these people we're seeing online are literal, like, 13-year-olds.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Definitely.
Some of them are adults and having these stupid takes, but that's another thing. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's, I remember one of the things that opened my eyes was this idea of, like, hey, an adaptation of a manga is supposed to fill in the gap between two panels. There's no point in just slideshow animating the exact panels. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, some people literally want that. And it's like, no, a good adaptation takes the panels that you're given as like a framework, and then kind of like flows in between them, right? And adapts I'm sure you've seen some of the clips of like the really, really well animated One Piece fights recently.
Yes.
Yeah, like a lot of that shit is not in the manga. They're just kind of like running with what is there, and then like flowing between it, and like that's great. You know what I mean? Like the purpose of a good anime is to fill in the gaps between what wasn't in the manga, in my opinion. Especially for action. For something like 100 Girlfriends, you could probably just go right off the manga. But like if it's action, like go hard, man. One of my favorite parts. You and I, you said we were both Bleach fans, right?
Yeah.
You remember Full Hollow Ichigo form versus Ukiura Segunda Etapa?
Yeah.
The one of my favorite parts of that fight is not in the manga at all. It's when Full Hollow Ichigo grabs Ukiura and then shoves his face against one of those cement pillars and like drags him up to the sky.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
That's not in the manga at all. The only thing that happens in the manga it's quick as fuck. He turns into Full Hollow. He fucking like Star Wars Jedi fucking force grabs his sword and like swings it down, and then Ukiura immediately goes to throw Lanza de Al Rampago, the big green lightning thing he throws, and he throws that and it explodes, and then Ichigo's behind him and he cuts him in half, and that's the entirety. So like the anime intelligently was like, damn dude, this Full Hollow form is kind of sick. We might as well take advantage of this and like make a whole ass fight happen, you know? And they did, and it was sick. Let's see here. I'm always a stickler for the idea that no one should criticize anything unless they're willing to do the thing they're criticizing themselves. To an extent, like I'm willing to criticize politicians even though I'm not going to go out and run for something. I think... How do I want to word this? I think as long as the criticism is like reasonable, right? Like I'll look at something and be like, hey, that's not for me, but I'm not gonna be like, your art sucks. You know what I mean? First, yeah. So like, if you're doing that kind of criticism, but your ass better be an artist yourself. But like, yeah.
For me, it's like just to be self-aware that there might be things you don't know, but like humbly, present your criticism, understanding that there might be things you aren't aware of because of your lack of expertise. But,
be self-aware as well that there's a person behind that art. You know what I mean? As long as it's not AI art. And what I was gonna say, that's why like the only people that I will like universally bash with no like care at all for their feelings is conservatives, because in my mind, you've made your choice to be a bad person at that point. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's too far, but that's just me, But anything else, like, I'm not gonna, like, I'm never gonna bash on anyone for, like, opinions that aren't, oh, is your favorite are you like Pepsi or Coke? Do you like anime or manga? Like, if you're genuinely bashing on someone for stuff like that, that's weird. But to me, it's like, is your opinion damaging to people in the world? And if you're, you know what I mean? Like, if you're a Nazi, I can bash on you. And conservative is just diet Nazi these days, Yeah,
really.
So
or rather, it might be to say the Nazis were just sort of like we're just a particular brand of conservative.
Straight up. AI art is just so soulless. I cannot find any point or enjoyment in it. Yeah, dude, straight up. See, I'm glad I modded you now. You've got some good opinions. And I hate how widespread it already is. I took up drawing 5 years ago, and it's fun. Yeah, definitely. I want to try to learn how to draw myself. It's something that I want to. Allie said she could like try to teach me. I need to commit to that. But yeah, man, it's just like these people. I actually genuinely kind of feel bad for them because they're missing out on such like a core joy of human life, which is to create. I have never felt so alive than when I'm like crafting together like an AMV or something, or like writing. It's just such a good feeling. And like these people that just they want to skip the journey and get right to the result, that's just like such a depressing mind state, and they're never gonna know why they're so depressed. They're gonna be depressed their whole lives, and they're never gonna be able to realize why. And it's because they're obsessed with the result and not the process. It's really sad.
It's amazing how often we like hurt ourselves by trying to take these shortcuts there are shortcuts have their place, but like not for these basic human experiences. Like shortcuts just don't exist for those sort of things.
Shortcuts should be in like the warehouse making the fucking widgets, not fucking art. Yeah. If you wanted to say more, go ahead. I wasn't trying to cut you off.
It's not even so much art, because I mean, I do believe like contrary to what these AI people believe, I think someone who like has experience like making art could probably do something interesting with AI art. The issue is that like you can't cheat experience and know-how in understanding how to like take raw materials and turn them into some like they think what's important is the tools, which is a very common thing. Like
a poor craftsman blames their tools, right? Or like relies to him.
Very common thing. Beginner artists will like always ask like, oh, what brushes do you use, and like what, or they'll try to buy like the big tablet when it's not, because they think that that's what
gonna separate the boys from the men or something.
Yeah, somehow they think that somehow the impressiveness is coming from the tool, but like an expert or a master, they could take like a stick and some wet mud and make something that would be it's. Yes,
you're totally right. I completely agree with you. I mean, and like again, I would rather like listen. I imagine we've all except for maybe Lasher Luke, asexual Lasher Luke over here. I feel like we've all perused Rule 34, right? Rule 34 is so ruined now because it's half AI, and like, and
that's why I use like Gilbert Root, because they have like they have a pretty decent policy where they
like do a no AI rule.
Yeah,
you can go.
They even do pretty good about not having the lolly stuff in there.
Good.
Cyberpunk was literally the worst of both worlds. The AI hit and just like all this lolly AI shit. It's like
when you get fucking jump scared with lolly. It happens a lot on hentai. I'm like, okay, this is going really well. No, back up, FBI agent! I swear to God, I didn't mean it.
Oh my lord.
But what was I gonna say? No, Rule 34. What was the point I was gonna make? Hold on, I gotta think about it.
You're talking about like when I went
about it all being like AI on Rule 34.
Yeah, yes.
I can't remember. Oh, I remember. Okay. I was gonna say like I literally prefer like because this AI art, it's like all shiny and immaculate and like attempts to be perfect, and like I am way more into, even on like a horny level, like a nice sketchy piece of art. Like if it's handmade, I'm going to it 1,000 times quicker than anything AI. You know what I mean? Like always.
Yeah.
Like I physically can't get attracted. I don't know, just like I guess to me when you're like I don't know, a real live thinking, breathing human being, you just can't enjoy art unless you know that like someone made it. Because to me, I'm not even kidding, like a good chunk of the enjoyment is knowing that someone made this and like, oh, they had like a purpose and an idea behind this. Like that's like a huge part of it. Like I would have no enjoyment whatsoever, even if it's some crazy future where this AI can like perfectly encapsulate and like recreate, and I couldn't even tell it wasn't AI at all. The second you told me, oh, this is AI, and I knew that no one was behind it, it would strip so much enjoyment from me, probably all the enjoyment, because there's no heart or soul behind this. Like anyway, I'll stop yapping.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't think it would strip all the enjoyment, because I can still. I mean, oftentimes I can get ideas from art, from AI, and it's even better because I don't have to credit it. I can just take from the reference. I don't have to credit the person.
Remember that AI art is stealing. It's stealing because it's amalgamating from stolen work from the internet. Yeah. You know,
which kind of also does what I was going to say. Like these, they're because people who don't like know much about AI art, they'll think that
it's just coming out of the ether.
No, the thing that the style that all this AI art is in is like somehow like that's how robots just make art. But what they're literally doing is they're literally taking an already existing art style and then basically just making like a machine that just spits out,
putting it in a blender.
Just spits out stuff in that style. Because I mean, I've seen people like artists get in trouble because they happen to already make art in that style, but people who have, I guess, like people who are a little too zealous about being anti-AI think that person is like...
Yeah, that's super depressing. That like there's AI, like a...
AI did not create that style. It's similar things happening with like a written stuff where I've seen people like call out just professional writing as like AI writing. I was like, that's not AI writing. That's just how professional writing is done. Which, because AI is like pulling from probably like professional websites, it ends up copying that style. It's not as if like I think people like these stereotypes about how robots like from movies are always like formal. They think that's just like they think it's just how robots
yeah I know what you're
make
saying.
art or something.
I think
they don't like.
There's an unfortunate. That's one of the things that makes AI so annoying now is that like you used to be able to see art and just without thinking about it just know someone made that. That's awesome. But now you have to squint your eyes and fucking look into it and see, hey, did someone make this, or you know what I mean? And like that's fucking obnoxious. And I don't know, like it's just and like in a world where like dead internet theory is probably real and like half of the people we interact with on the internet are bots, and it's just like really depressing and like and you've heard about how much electricity and energy this shit takes up too.
Yeah,
right?
because I remember that was like the first thing I learned about NFTs. I just remember seeing some random Twitter thread, someone criticizing NFTs over the insane, ecological impact they had.
I saw a TikTok that made me really think about it was like in the future when global warming is so bad that we're getting like 130-degree summers, all of the power is going to be diverted to massive cooling centers that cool computers for AI and instead of AC for our houses. Yeah. Like that's 100% going to happen. Like this already happened in a couple summers ago. Times Square, New York was telling people, hey, please, turn off your AC or like only have it set at like 79 or something. And then they still had Times Square, all the fucking lights on, all the fucking businesses were open. You know what I mean? It's just like that's concerning in a time where like global warming's fucking ramping up, and this is. I think there was a story about Google not being able to reach its carbon neutral goal specifically because of AI, and it's like fucking no one wants this except for stupid people. Anyway, I'm gonna keep going. Oh god. Yeah, you can always tell how soulless AI art is. There's no purpose or intent behind it. That's the main way to tell, honestly. So many elements slapped together for no reason or no meaning. Totally.
That's what I meant when I was like experience and experience. That's how you infuse meaning into it. That's why I do believe like someone who like an artist who knows what they're doing, they could probably make something interesting with AI art. And why I find these AI essentially so dumb. Like they just they haven't put in the time to understand that art comes from the person, not the tool. But
yeah, exactly. Well, I think a lot of people misunderstand what AI is. They think that this AI is like conscious and like the Terminator. Like they're not thinking yet. They're still just like looking at stuff and like mimicking. You know what I mean? We haven't gotten to the point where they're having like independent thoughts or anything. You know what I mean?
But for me, someone who's operating on that, like that's like an amateur. Like I'm sure even most of these AI designers, they know that the AI is not conscious.
I think there are some people who, you're right. I think a lot of them know, but I've seen people who think like this. Yeah. Okay. I Call 100 Girlfriends a series that does reverse flanderization in that we usually see them being characterized as one note at first and then that is a good term. I like that a lot. Yeah, I mean it's so rare when you see a series that actually gets better as it goes on. Like I consider One Piece a series like that. I consider Hunter x Hunter a series like that. It's usually the opposite. Usually like as a series continues, it's like all right, end it already. But like there are a couple that somehow break the mold and like get better as it goes. I love that. Like even me as a Bleach fan, like Bleach was one of those series that like just kept slowly getting worse. And it was like all right, you can end at any time now.
Eating the same rescue the girl trope over and over again.
Yeah. The only reason I kept reading Bleach is because it had good side characters and good fights. Like that, you know what I mean? Like I liked his art, I liked his fights. Yeah. And the one, let's see. Oh, it's Sue time. I gotta read all this. Okay. All right. Sue may seem one new note. Her penchant for numbers is pretty versatile. Numbers are everything. Street signs, clothes, everything. And the thing about it is, even with separating it from numbers, Sue has various entertaining traits. For example, you said her bluntness. Yeah, that's true. That's true. She does not care about how she comes off to other people. I do like characters like that. She purely cares about numbers, and that makes her funny dynamic, even compared to someone like Nana, who may say things with more tact. Sue will just say what she thinks, like how she calls out Tama for being a human, not a cat. Yeah, that's true. Or the abnormal shtick. It fucking scrolled and I lost it again. Hold on. Damn it. Every time someone sends something, it like scrolls a little, I think, and I lose my place. Here we go. And that also creates a funny disparity because of how weird she is. She doesn't even acknowledge her number fetish as something weird. Yeah, it's pretty funny. And once Akko helps her warm up to the family, she ends up being very sympathetic to others and understanding how much they care, which makes her start to care too. I also think that some of the situations which involve numbers with her are so absurd they end up being hilarious. Like when she flirts with a 0 after seeing a flyer with a 0 on it. Yeah, I remember there was like one where she saw like 2 of the same number across the street and they were like, no, I'm not cheating on you, I swear. I think I remember that. Like, no, I'm not talking to other numbers. I personally feel like to like Sue, you have to think of her main trait as not just being numbers, but being the disparity. He wasn't fucking kidding about this 50 paragraph thing. Being the disparity between her attitude towards numbers and everything else. But why is it? I just wish it wasn't numbers. Like, it's just so weird. If it was like,
just the number, just the particular.
The number thing is just so weird to me. It feels like out of pocket and like the author like fucking spun a wheel of like there was no.
Well, granted, the author does do that for like. I mean, doesn't but they do it for like all the characters. Like, because I remember them saying something about how they have.
He's got a bunch of them planned out.
Yeah, like he has a bunch of like different traits and tropes that he kind of like has in his back pocket, and he basically picks and matches them as he needed.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess for me, I just don't see, number pervertry as being that out of the pale. Like, I mean, yeah, I'm sure there are people who are like number perverts like that.
Not trying to say it's. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have said out of the pale because there's plenty of other weird stuff in the series. I guess just for me personally, I don't find that interesting. I think, like, maybe if it was the same exact character trait, except, like, instead of being obsessed with numbers, she's, like... I'm trying to think of something that they haven't done already. Like, she's super obsessed with, like... yeah, that's tough. Yeah, see, I was going to say, like, maybe she's, like... I was going to say she's super obsessed with, like, animals, but that's, like, the tall girl.
Yeah.
But, like, obsessed with something to a degree where... I don't know. I just think... Fuck it, man. I'm reverse yapping. No more yapping. Keep reading. You're not convincing me. And she did use it practically during the Fall Guys episode or chapter and the Infinite Festival where she kept track of the money. Yeah, true. And how can you forget her iconic gag of "I don't really want to do this, I don't care," but then Renter expresses his approval and she says it's not like I wouldn't do it. Okay, and she also teased Karne in the snapshot exchange chapter. This is also my own preference, but weirdo. See, I like weirdos too. Listen, man. Fucking the violence girl's a weirdo. I guess, you know what it is? I think, to me, I like the weird, but I have to believe that this person could, like, exist in real life, I think. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just that her thing. All the other ones are weird, but I can... among 7-8 billion people believe that someone like them exists, right? I can believe that there's someone out there like Iku who enjoys getting paddled that hard. I can believe that there's someone out there like with the violence girl. I can believe all of these girls. It's really hard for me to believe this number thing. I'm sure it exists and like some, but like, I don't know. I guess just like specifically with her, I wouldn't be dating her. I'd be like, girl, get help, please, like, for your own good. And like, I think it's just like every other trait I think I enjoy for the most part and I'd find endearing, but with hers I think I would just find, I mean, are you telling me you wouldn't find that super annoying in real life?
I mean, definitely I would.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's, I think, like, listen, as a character it's fine. I think that's for me. I totally get why, I get your love of her. Like I said, I love the bluntness. I love. I actually am a big fan of bluntness in like every like real people and characters. One of the reasons I like Hanako in Toilet Bound Hanako-kun is his ability to just be like say exactly what's on his mind. Do you know about Toilet Bound Hanako-kun? The series?
I mean, I've heard of it, but yeah.
There's like a part where he reveals that he so like there's the main heroine of that show. She's destined to die within the next year at some point, and he's desperate to try to stop it. So there's like a part where he's like, he basically just like sacrifices her best friend, and he just tells her like, "Yep, I sacrificed your best friend," and she's like, "Why?" And he's like, "Because I like you better than her."
Well,
and you know, like she's like, "This isn't what we agreed on," and he's like, "I don't care." And the reason he was being a particular asshole in that situation because he was basically about to like disappear forever, and he thought that they were never going to see each other again. So he was like, "I just saved your life. Give it a couple days. The memory of her will fade from your mind, and you won't even remember her. Peace out." I love characters like that. Trust me. It's just the number thing. It's fucking weird.
well, we all got our suspension of disbelief. Our personal,
That's you're totally real. You're totally right. Everyone's got a different line. I know people who can't read One Piece because they don't like the way that they draw the characters crying. And I'm like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? You know what I mean? Like, you've seen how characters cry in One Piece, right?
Yeah.
It's like super, their mouths
like
get really big. They're like, snot is like fucking falling out of their nose. I have a friend who's like really into more like elegant, beautiful crying. They watch like, they like the Castlevania Netflix show. They like, you know, like, I'm trying to think of it, like Naruto, and you know, like people like that just can't like take a little silliness seriously. So yeah, everyone's got a different line. I guess this number girl found my line, I guess. Let's see. That's what I meant, read about criticism. Humble criticism is fine. Yeah, okay. I was just about to say I use Gelboro. Oh, perfect. He also...
Yeah, Gelboro.
Okay. 4 hours and counting. Good job. Yeah, Vex, probably like...
We hit the 5 hour mark about 6 minutes ago.
Oh, did we? It says, on my thing, it says live...
Oh, well, rather, I'm looking at...
Oh, on our call?
Call.
Yeah. Yeah, we're probably going to... Hopefully we can wrap up in half hour, 45 minutes, we'll see. One thing I hate about this era is how it basically ruined 100 Girlfriends fan art. Oh, I know. I agree. You know, I remember when I first got into 100 Girlfriends, I was like Rule 34ing some of the obscure girls, and like the ones that weren't in the anime yet. And there's like Iku had like less than a page, and they were all like really bad, but it looked like MS Paint level art. But I was like, fuck yeah, someone's out there drawing that. That's cool. And I was really excited to see more stuff. And yeah, I mean, now it's just AI like crazy. But like, you can go in Rule 34 if you try hard enough. You can go into like the meta search tags and like push minus on AI. So yeah. I guess numbers are too outlandish for you. Yeah, I feel bad. I'm not trying to be like an asshole or anything. Like I said, I'll admit all the things I like about her. It's just, I'm trying.
I mean, yeah, we've all got, like I said, we all got our personal suspension of disbelief.
I'll end with this. It comes down, like always for me, to this character could not function in real life. Like, she can't function in day-to-day life with that affliction. It's, you know what, listen, my ex was like severely mentally unwell. I didn't realize that when I met her. I met her on Discord. I had to make sure, I was like actually scared that she was gonna like kill herself every once in a while. Like, I remember I had to like step out from work to take a call from her because she was like having a mental breakdown, and I was scared that she was gonna kill herself. So like, I couldn't date someone that like I wouldn't be able to trust can take care of herself. And I'll be honest with you, this affliction of hers with the numbers make me nervous. I'd be like, girl, are you good to like go out into the world on your own and like interact with people? Yeah. So that's I think genuinely, I think that is what it comes down to for me. All right, moving on. Oh God, sorry if that took so long, brother.
Yeah, that's good.
Cool. All right, we'll try to not speed run, but like hopefully we can get done within like 45 minutes here. Okay.
Yeah, we can try.
Brazilian, or as our favorite groping girl would say, Brassilian.
Yeah. He's struggling with that pun. It sounds like talking about like brass, but
Brass Zillion. Yeah, I like how a lot of them are boob heavy, but she is. He really went because that's like
girl.
That's a stereotype, you know. Like, it's been a stereotype for a while. Brazilian girls have like nice asses. Did you ever watch? You know, Ray William Johnson equals 3. He was one of the top YouTubers for a while. He had a little band on YouTube called Your Favorite Martian. Does it sound familiar at all? Oh, okay.
Nah,
I guess that's just my niche.
Yeah.
Not that I still like it, but it was something I watched as a kid. He had like an internet band like where he'd make songs, and one of the songs was called the Stereotype song. Would not fly today. And he went through every single like the what made it a little better was that he went through every stereotype for like every nationality basically. And I just remember like the Brazilian one was about like their girls having fat asses, and I think it was like what was it? There was a bunch of. I'm trying to remember. It's like something about like Mexicans having so many kids because they don't know how to put a condom on. He started with white people. It was like how do they handle shooting shotguns while they eat burgers. I don't know. It's been a very long time since I've seen it, but yeah. I hopefully someone in the chat knows what I'm talking about, so I don't come off as crazy. This is the Stereotype song, Your Favorite Martian. Look it up. It's a gem of the old internet days.
Yeah, there's definitely a style of humor that we do not do nowadays.
The only reason I bring it up is because that was the first time middle school read or high school read, I don't remember, early middle school, or I mean late middle school, early high school, had heard of this stereotype of Brazilians having nice asses, and here in all these years back we've come back to it, and here we are. So that's an aspect of her. Sorry, I'm actually, we're gonna finish it, but I am getting to the point where I'm getting like delirious because we've been streaming for so long. I apologize. Okay, I'm locking in. So her deal, very cute little character trope here. Another thing that I can suspend my disbelief for this one, because it's like, okay, she's so strong that her whole life she's been able to handle physical problems. Like, oh dude, car coming, boom, stopped it. Fucking getting mugged, boom, kicked his ass. But like psychological shit or like metaphysical shit, lightning, and like it makes sense to me because like if you grow up and you're like handling, you're getting trained by like really good martial artists or whatever, and you're handling everything that's coming your way, and then finally someone tells you like you can't handle that like you've been handling other things. You can't just kick the thunderstorm away, little girl. It's like what do you mean I can't? What? And like it just fucking ruins your life. Love that. And I also love that it extends to like not just I physically can't kick this, but also like the social ramifications, right? Like, well, I could kick a baby, but I can't. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was seeing like that her the extra the chapter or her backstory was such a good like example of showing that situation a lot of people we go through where as children we believe we've figured it all out. But then, like, the adults inform us, like, no, there's this thing that you haven't accounted for. It totally, like, totally blows out of the water whatever, like, coping mechanism you've been using. But, yeah. I remember going to, like, her introduction chapter. I remember, like, I got faked out, because, when the bug lands on her, like Starbucks coffee, whatever, she freezes out. I was like, oh, okay, she's terrified of bugs. Okay, that's sort of like, it's exaggerated terror, but, that's how when it goes. But then it turns out he's not just terrified of bugs. As you said, he's terrified of everything he cannot kick. I was like I love how the author managed to continually surprise us by like faking it out, like giving us a like making us believe that we've seen the joke, but then they go one step further, and it's like they're so good at that.
Yeah, sorry, I just got like a news report about like some shit just went down at like a Trump rally.
Oh, really?